Chapter 1, Breaking Off Ties on the First Day, a Reward of 1 billion. Congratulations, cousin, for getting such a beautiful wife for nothing. Not only is she beautiful, she also comes from a top family. You've gotten such a great bargain, I'm really envious. Chen Fan had just rushed back from school when his second cousin Chen Haoyu came over with a smile on his face, enthusiastically congratulating Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt very puzzled. Chen Haoyu, his second cousin, is the current president of the student union at Jiangzhou University. He usually goes against him in every way, so why is he acting so differently today? Something's not right. Xiao Fan is back. Get ready, you'll be engaged the day after tomorrow. Just then, Grandpa Chen Shanhai spoke up. Engaged? Who's getting engaged? Chen Fan looked confused. You're getting engaged. I've found you the perfect wife. You'll be engaged the day after tomorrow, and 2 months later, you'll have a wedding. Grandpa Chen Shanhai explained. Grandpa, Chen Fan immediately wanted to argue. The wife I found for you is from the Su family, the top family in Jinling. As soon as he mentioned the Su family in Jinling, Chen Shanhai's face could not help but show a look of yearning and admiration. To become related to the Su family in Jinling was something he would smile awake from even in his dreams. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside, and a young woman with a beautiful face, a tall figure, but a mean and frivolous look on her face, walked in surrounded by a few attendants. Miss Su is here. Upon seeing this woman, Chen Shanhai immediately smiled and greeted the other party. The young woman nodded slightly. Xiao Fan, let me introduce you, this is your future fiancée, Miss Su Junyao. Chen Shanhai introduced Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Su Junyao, and he always felt that there was something wrong with this Su Junyao. Soon, Chen Fan discovered exactly why. This Su Junyao's stomach was a bit big. Noticing Chen Fan's gaze, Su Junyao did not hide it in the slightest, but instead admitted with great pride. I already have a child, and the child is my god. And not only will I not get rid of this child, I will give birth to it. Seeing Su Junyao's direct admission, Grandpa Chen Shanhai's face changed slightly. Why would the daughter of the top family in Jinling marry his grandson of her own accord? Naturally, it was because she was pregnant. Su Junyao had unexpectedly become pregnant before she got married, so the head of the Su family could only find someone to marry Su Junyao and acknowledge the child. At this time, Chen Shanhai, who happened to be a guest in the Su family, took the initiative to suggest his own grandson Chen Fan. Next to him, looking at the proud Su Junyao, and then looking at Chen Fan, Chen Haoyu, the second cousin, smiled with glee. Chen Fan's expression turned ashen. Grandpa, you actually want me to marry a woman who has a child in her belly? That's Xiao Fan, doesn't he already have a child? A man has to take responsibility. Don't mind this problem. Chen Fan's eldest aunt Chen Yuzhen was persuading him. That, after Miss Su gives birth, let the child take your surname, just treat the child as if it were your own, it's no big deal. Grandpa Chen Shanhai explained to Chen Fan. But before Chen Shanhai finished speaking, Su Junyao next to him sneered, then spoke with extreme disdain. How could the child take his surname? How could the child of my god can take his surname? He is not worthy. He will take the surname of my god's child. After the engagement, he changed his surname to Qin. And in the future, you will do whatever I tell you to do, and you will not complain. Secondly, even though we are engaged, you cannot touch me with a finger. I will go to the capital twice a month to see my god, and you cannot have any objections. Su Junyao even set a lot of rules for Chen Fan. Even Grandpa Chen Shanhai's expression changed when he heard this. This is a bit too much, isn't it? But in order to be able to marry into the Su family, Chen Fan had to bear this slight humiliation. Fan, these conditions set by Miss Su are actually not a big deal, just bear with it for a while. Grandpa Chen Shanhai spoke. Cousin Chen Haoyu, eldest aunt Chen Yuzhen, and several other relatives all chimed in. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Xiao Fan, you must seize it. If you agree to go out with Miss Su, you will be on the fast track to success. Hearing this, Chen Fan became even more angry. A year ago, Chen Fan's parents disappeared in an accident, and since then, Chen Fan has been targeted in every way possible by the Chen family. With his parents gone, Chen Fan especially cherishes his family ties, and has put up with these overbearing relatives again and again, but the result is that they have become more and more outrageous. Time and time again, Chen Fan's heart was chilled. To this day, they actually want to make her smile and be a ninja turtle. How can they put up with this? If it's so good, why don't you go be with this Miss Su? Chen Fan questioned the crowd. Chen Fan, how dare you speak like that? Chen Yuzhen, the eldest aunt, angrily rebuked Chen Fan. Are you still a member of our Chen family? Grandpa Chen Shanhai also said with a gloomy face. Chen Fan, if you still admit to being a member of our Chen family, you must agree to this marriage. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan sneered. Chen family, do you still consider me a member of the Chen family, pushing me into the fire pit? If that's the case, I don't want to be a member of this Chen family anymore. From now on, I sever all ties with your Chen family. As soon as Chen Fan said this, the entire Chen family instantly fell into a deathly silence. Chen Fan's decision to sever ties with them was unexpected by everyone present. Even Su Juanyao's face had a strange expression when she looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, what are you saying? Chen Fan, if you sever ties with our Chen family, we will take back everything you have, and you will immediately become penniless. Without our Chen family, you will become a lowly poor person. The Chen family angrily rebuked Chen Fan. I'll give you one last chance to take back what you just said. Otherwise, when you regret it one day and become penniless, it won't be that easy to rejoin our family. Grandpa Chen Shanhai said coldly. I will never regret it. Chen Fan said firmly. After saying that, Chen Fan directly found a piece of paper and pen, wrote a letter of disownment, and signed his name. Sign it. After writing it, Chen Fan directly put it in front of Chen Shanhai. Looking at this rebellious grandson, Chen Shanhai was furious. In a fit of anger, he directly picked up the pen and signed his name. In less than 3 days, he will come back crying after spending all the money he has. 3 days, I don't think it will even be 2 days. When he has no money at all, he will definitely come back on his knees begging for forgiveness. Without our Chen family, he will have an even harder time than an ordinary person, and he will be even poorer. The Chen family members discussed this in a strange tone. Chen Fan severing his relationship with the Chen family was actually a great thing for them. Without Chen Fan sharing the family assets with them in the future, they would at least be able to get a lot more money in the future. After putting away the letter of severing ties, Chen Fan said indifferently. From now on, I have no relationship with the Chen family. As Chen Fan's words fell, a mechanical voice came to his mind. Ding! Severance Day 1, reward 10 billion. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Chen Fan picked up the phone and looked at it. Your card with the last digit 5169 has earned 1 billion yuan, with a balance of 1,317 yuan. Chapter 2, a reward of 100 billion. Chen Fan held his breath and looked at it. 10 billion, it really is 10 billion. In an instant, he went from being a college student with just over 300 yuan to a billionaire with 10 billion in funds. The system is awesome. Just now, he was still considering that after breaking off relations with the Chen family, he would have to work part-time to earn a living. Unexpectedly, the next second, he awakened the system and directly obtained 10 billion in assets. Awesome! Grandpa, since Chen Fan has severed all ties with our family, we should take back everything he has, including his phone, bank cards, etc. As for the clothes on his back, let's just leave them with him, so that he doesn't end up on the streets without any clothes. Second cousin Chen Haoyu's suggestion to kick someone when they are down. No, we don't need to do that. That would make us look petty. I don't think he even has 500 yuan in his bank card. After all, his monthly living expenses are only 800 yuan. Chen Yuzhen, the eldest aunt, said coldly. Only 800 yuan? At this moment, even Chen Haoyu was a little surprised. As a large family in Jiangzhou, the younger generation of the Chen family mostly has a monthly living expense of more than 100,000 yuan, or even several 100,000 yuan. It turns out that Chen Fan only has a measly 800 yuan a month, poorer than college students from ordinary families. Not even 500 yuan? Hearing his aunt Chen Yuzhen's words, Chen Fan couldn't help sneering inwardly. If she saw the balance of his bank card right now, I wonder what expression she would have. Since you are no longer a member of our Chen family, get out of here. Chen Yuzhen scolded Chen Fan. Chen Fan's sudden severing of ties with them had disrupted all his previous plans, making Chen Shanhai extremely angry. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, a sudden voice came from behind. Wait! Amidst the astonished looks of the crowd, Su Junyao, the Su family's only daughter, walked out strangely. I didn't expect you to have some backbone, actually severing ties with the Chen family directly. Su Junyao stared at Chen Fan. Let's do this. If you marry me and satisfy me in the future, it's not impossible that I'll really marry you. I'm giving you this opportunity as a favor, so kneel and thank me. Just now, Chen Fan simply cut off his relationship with the Chen family, which made Su Junyao admire him a little. Someone like you, you'd better let someone from the Chen family marry you. Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan didn't have the slightest favorable impression of this Su Junyao. Not to mention that Chen Fan has a girlfriend. Even if he didn't, Chen Fan wouldn't take this offer. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Su Junyao's pretty face turned cold. I'm giving you this opportunity out of pity, and I don't know how many people would be grateful for this. Su Junyao said coldly. Although you have severed ties with the Chen family, they were after all your relatives, and I guess they won't do anything too extreme in the future, but our Su family is different. If you dare to disobey me, your end will be miserable, miserable. By the way, there is also your girlfriend. Do you really think she likes you for who you are? Finally, Su Junyao said pointedly. Before Su Junyao finished speaking, the system issued a challenge. Challenge: make the Jinling Su family go bankrupt. Time limit: 100 days. Challenge reward: full ownership of the 100 billion group, Lingxiao Capital Group, and become a billionaire. Chen Fan was shocked when he looked at the system. If he could only make the Jinling Su family go bankrupt, he would be able to obtain the 100 billion yuan worth of Lingxiao Capital Group and become a billionaire. This is a really good task. If you agree, I can even make everyone in the Chen family kneel down and apologize to you right now, so that they will regret cutting off their relationship with you. Su Junyao's voice came again. Upon hearing Su Junyao's words, for a moment, the hearts of Qin Shanhai, as well as everyone in the Chen family, hung in the balance. If Su Junyao really told them to do that, they really wouldn't dare refuse. At this moment, everyone in the Chen family, even Qin Shanhai, prayed in their hearts that Chen Fan must not agree, otherwise, they, the entire Chen family, would lose face. Seeing that Chen Fan had not spoken for a long time, Su Junyao thought that she had convinced Chen Fan, and her face revealed a proud posture of a victor. Are you tempted? Tempted my ass, you go ahead and be tempted. Chen Fan rudely snapped back. Seeing Chen Fan's refusal again, Su Junyao was incredulous. She didn't understand. She had already given him such a big favor, giving him a real chance to marry her, but not only was he not grateful, he had actually rejected her. Unbelievable. Tell the Chen family to kneel and apologize to me, let them regret it. I don't need your Su family, I can do it on my own. After saying this, Chen Fan turned around and left in a dashing manner. This guy is interesting. Su Junyao turned around and walked outside. Please rest assured, Miss Su, our Chen family will give you a satisfactory answer. On the other side, Su Junyao ordered her subordinates. Arrange something for me, I want to go meet someone. A special woman. After leaving the Chen family, Chen Fan planned to take a taxi to leave. It is really inconvenient to travel without a car. Before, Chen Fan didn't have a car because he didn't have money. But now it's different, he has 1 billion yuan in his bank card. Just as Chen Fan was feeling emotional, the voice of the system came. Ding. Challenge issued, go buy a luxury car that belongs to you. Challenge time, 3 hours. Challenge reward, a set of Jiangzhou's top villas. Chapter 3, obtain the most luxurious villa in Jiangzhou. Buying a car, this task is doable. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It so happened that he had planned to buy a car, and the system issued such a task. It was really timely. And since he was buying a car for himself, the system rewarded him with a top villa in Jiangzhou, which was too profitable. Thinking about this, Chen Fan didn't hesitate to take a taxi and went straight to the Lamborghini 4S store in Jiangzhou. As soon as Chen Fan entered the Lamborghini 4S store, a beautiful saleswoman immediately surrounded him. May I help you, sir? What cars do you have in stock? I want to buy a car in stock. Chen Fan asked. After all, the task given by the system only had 3 hours to complete, and Chen Fan wanted to buy the car as soon as possible. Cars in stock? The beautiful saleswoman sounded a little strange when she heard Chen Fan's words, and then explained to Chen Fan. Sir, we do have a few cars in stock, but if you want to buy one, you will have to pay a premium. Money is no problem. Chen Fan said nonchalantly. What he lacked now was time. Very well, please follow me. Seeing Chen Fan say that, the beautiful saleswoman immediately beamed and immediately invited Chen Fan to go look at the cars. Sir, this is the top model of the cars we have in stock, the Lamborghini Aventador, also known as the Lamborghini Bull. Standing in front of a top-notch supercar with a strong visual impact, The beautiful salesperson respectfully introduced it. It is Lamborghini's most popular flagship supercar, equipped with a new 65L V12 engine, with a maximum horsepower of 700 horsepower, and a single-shell body made of carbon fiber composite materials. No, I'll take it, Chen Fan said without waiting for the saleswoman to finish taking his order. Chen Fan knew the name Lamborghini Aventador well, as it was one of his favorite supercars. Previously, at the Chen family home, Chen Fan's uncle's cousin had been accepted into one of the top 3 universities in the country, and the old man was overjoyed, buying him a Lamborghini Huracan, also known as the Lamborghini Calf. This is by far the best car among the younger generation of the Chen family. At the time, Chen Fan and the other younger members of the Chen family were envious of him. Chen Haoyu, the second cousin who had just been kicking Chen Fan when he was down, only had a Porsche 718 worth 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. However, in front of the Lamborghini Aventador, the Lamborghini Huracan is just a younger brother. Sir, the Lamborghini Aventador has a total price of about 11.79 million yuan with all the top accessories, plus an additional 800,000 yuan, for a total price of 12.59 million yuan. The beautiful salesperson explained to Chen Fan. Since this is your first time here, I can waive the down payment for you, so you only need to pay 12 million yuan. No problem. Chen Fan nodded. Afterwards, the two parties signed the contract, and Chen Fan paid 12 million on the spot to buy the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Aventador. As Chen Fan officially bought the luxury car, the system's voice came through. Ding! Go buy a luxury car that belongs to you. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining a top-level villa in Jiangzhou Villa 8 at Royal View Manor, total value of approximately 65 million to 80 million. Chen Fan was both surprised and delighted to see that the villa the system had rewarded him with was actually a villa in Royal View Manor. Royal View Manor is known as the best villa area in Jiangzhou, and it is the most luxurious and top-class villa area in the entire city, without equal. The people who live in Royal View Manor are all top leaders in Jiangzhou, either rich or powerful, and Villa 8 in Royal View Manor is the largest and most luxuriously decorated villa in the entire manor. It can be called the #1 luxury mansion in Jiangzhou. It is said that this villa has been eyed by many bigwigs in Jiangzhou, but the developer of Royal Scenic Villa gave it to a mysterious big shot. In the end, all the bigwigs who had their eyes on this villa returned empty-handed. Unexpectedly, this time, the villa that the system rewards itself with is actually Villa 8 in Royal Scenic Villa. With one mission, he easily obtained the #1 luxury mansion in Jiangzhou, and he made a killing this time. In just a few hours, not only did he get a top-of-the-line luxury car and a luxury home, but also 1 billion, no, now it's 980 million yuan in capital. He was so right to sever ties with the Chen family. In the envious eyes of countless people at the Lamborghini 4S store, Chen Fan got into his car and drove straight to the villa area of Yujing Mountain Villa. After half an hour or so, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. At this moment, the staff of Royal Scenic Villa were already waiting in front of Villa 8 with the documents. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Fan? The staff politely asked. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Seeing this, the staff handed Chen Fan the purchase contract and asked him to sign it. Chen Fan looked at it and, after making sure that there were no problems with the contract, signed it directly. From now on, this top-of-the-line luxury villa in Royal Scenic Villa, the #1 villa in Jiangzhou, belonged to Chen Fan. After the paperwork was completed, the staff gave Chen Fan a brief introduction to Villa 8 in Royal Scenic Villa. The entire villa covers an area of more than 1,590 square meters. The villa's door is a custom-made DR armored door from abroad, which is bulletproof and bomb-proof. The entire villa has 11 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, a gym, a study, a private wine cellar, and a private theater. You can imagine, there is everything you can think of in a luxury home, and this villa has it all. It is said that the renovation of this villa alone cost more than 30 million. Compared to the Chen family's previous villa, this Villa 8 is simply beyond compare. Even Chen Fan, after seeing the entire villa, was in a daze. This is no villa, it is like a palace inside. After introducing Chen Fan, the staff left, and Chen Fan browsed the villa alone. In the evening, Chen Fan directly called the private chef to deliver the food to the door. The property management fees here are as high as millions of dollars per year, and the property is equipped with several top chefs from 5-star hotels 24 hours a day. As the private chef of the villa owners, you can order food and have it delivered to your door. After resting in the villa for one night, the next morning, after breakfast, Chen Fan drove to school. As he passed Villa 9 next door, Chen Fan accidentally saw a stunning figure come out of the villa. Chen Fan was stunned. For some reason, he always felt that the stunning figure was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Unfortunately, the figure flashed past and Chen Fan didn't get a good look at it. After the morning class was over, Chen Fan went to find his girlfriend, Song Manyu, who was also a sophomore. When the two met, Chen Fan just planned to tell her about severing his ties with the Chen family, but before he could say a word, Song Manyu spoke directly and coldly. Chen Fan, let's break up. Chapter 4 Severing Ties. The next day, Reward Financial Building in the city center. Chen Fan was extremely surprised to hear Song Manyu's words. Last year, Song Manyu took the initiative to pursue him, and the two got together. During this period, Song Manyu was always very considerate. Why does she seem to have changed like a person now, suddenly wanting to break up with me? You have severed your relationship with the Chun family, haven't you? Song Manyu said again. Yes, how did you know? Chen Fan nodded. Never mind how I know, I just want to ask, can you go and bow to your grandfather and return to the Chun family? If you are willing to return to the Chen family, we can still be boyfriend and girlfriend. If you are not willing to return to the Chen family, then we should break up immediately and stay away from each other. Song Manyu said coldly. She wanted to force Chen Fan to go to the Chen family and return to the Chen family. Yesterday, she accidentally learned that Chen Fan had actually severed his relationship with the Chen family, and this news was like a bolt from the blue for Song Manyu. Why did she stay with Chen Fan? It was because Chen Fan was from the Chun family, a wealthy family in Jiangzhou. Although Chen Fan's status in the Chun family was low, he was still the direct bloodline of the Chen family. Song Manyu's dream since she was young was to marry into a wealthy family. Unfortunately, with her ordinary background, she could not get in touch with the wealthy families. It wasn't until she met Chen Fan that she knew this was her only chance. So she began to pursue Chen Fan like crazy, and she finally succeeded. She has always hoped that after graduating from university, Chen Fan will marry her, so that she can enter the wealthy family smoothly. During the year they were together, she tried hard to portray the image of a gentle and considerate girlfriend, pretending to be a character that is completely different from herself. It was really tiring. As a result of her hard work for a year, Chen Fan has now voluntarily severed his relationship with the Chen family, which completely broke Song Manyu down. At this moment, she wanted to strangle Chen Fan. Returning to the Chen family was impossible. Chen Fan refused. Chen Fan, you severed your ties with the Chun family, and that was the most wrong and regrettable thing you've ever done in your life. Song Manyu completely let her guard down and shouted at Chen Fan. Without the Chen family, you, Chen Fan, are nothing. You are a waste of space, and you are destined to be a poor man who accomplishes nothing in the future. Hearing Song Manyu's words, Chen Fan completely understood. You pursued me because I was from the Chun family? As things stood, Song Manyu no longer pretended, and nodded. Yes. I was really blind at the time, actually going after you on my own initiative. I should have chosen Qian Lingqiu instead of you, you good for nothing. At the time, she had a suitor called Qian Lingqiu, who was said to have family assets of over 100 million yuan. But in order to marry into a wealthy family, Song Manyu gave up Qian Lingqiu and chose to woo Chen Fan instead. Unexpectedly, now, Chen Fan has actually severed his relationship with the Chun family, damn it. Do you really think that without the Chun family, I will accomplish nothing? Chen Fan asked in return. He came today with the original intention of taking Song Manyu to live in his top-level villa in the Royal Scenic Villa. Fortunately, he did not speak first just now, otherwise, he really would not have discovered the true face of Song Manyu. It turns out that she was only with him because of the Chun family, and had nothing to do with him as a person. Chen Fan inwardly laughed at himself. Yes, without the Chen family, you are nothing. You will definitely regret severing ties with the Chun family. Song Manyu turned around and left angrily. She never wanted to see this loser Chen Fan again. After Song Manyu left, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove up and stopped in front of Chen Fan. The window rolled down to reveal the face of Su Junyao inside. What do you think, Chen Fan? I told you, do you really think your girlfriend is with you because she likes you? Su Junyao asked. Did you plan all this? Chen Fan asked with cold eyes. Sort of, not really. Su Junyao shook her head. My original plan was to find someone to quietly tell Song Manyu that you had severed ties with the Chun family, and then to throw money at her to make her break up with you of her own accord. But what I didn't expect was that after she learned that you had severed ties with the Chun family, she immediately decided to break up with you, and I didn't even have to spend a penny. Su Junyao looked at Chen Fan with sarcasm. At first, she had planned how much it would cost or what she would use to threaten Song Manyu into breaking up with Chen Fan. But she never expected that she hadn't even had to do anything, just having someone quietly leak the news of Chen Fan's severance from the Chen family to Song Manyu, and Song Manyu had decided to break up with Chen Fan. What a joke. Before, didn't this Chen Fan keep saying that he had a girlfriend? I'll give you one last chance. Now, in front of everyone, kneel down and propose to me, and I can forgive you. I can pretend that what happened before never happened. Su Junyao spoke. Go ahead and dream. Chen Fan answered without hesitation. Good, very good, just wait and see the fury of the Su family in Jiling. A coldness flashed in Su Junyao's eyes. After saying that, she directly ordered the driver to drive. Standing in place, Chen Fan's emotions did not fluctuate much. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. If he had not severed his relationship with the Chen family, he would have never discovered that Song Manyu was with him purely because of the Chen family. It was for the best that they broke up this way. Ding! Severing ties the next day, reward 100% ownership of the financial building in downtown Jiangzhou City, with a total value of 1.3 billion. Just then, the voice of the system came. The reward for the second day of severing ties with the Chen family came, and this time the reward was even more generous, a financial building in the center of Jiangzhou City worth a full 1.3 billion yuan. Instantly, his personal worth exceeded 2 billion yuan. A few minutes later, Chen Fan unexpectedly received an unfamiliar phone call. May I ask if this is Chen Fan, President Chen? This is Sun Junfa, the original owner of the financial building. You bought my financial building and I have already received the money. When will you have time to come over and sign the contract? Oh, it's you, Mr. Sunday. I'm free this afternoon. Chen Fan said, and the two parties agreed to sign the contract at 1 p.m. At 1 p.m., the two parties met in a conference room on the 33rd floor of the financial building. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Fan and Sun Junfa signed the contract. Just as Chen Fan was about to take a look around the financial building, a tall figure walked in. The tall woman had delicate facial features and a face that could be called perfect, with no flaws whatsoever. Her skin was as white as jade, her legs were long and slender, her figure was exquisite, and her temperament was cold, like a snow-capped mountain. At the moment, the stunning woman was wearing a professional outfit and a pair of black stockings, which gave her a unique temperament. President Xia is here, let me introduce you. Seeing this, Sun Junfa stood up and introduced. This is Xia Ruoshui, president of the Xia Group. Xia Ruoshui? The famous first beauty president of Jiangzhou? Chen Fan's eyebrows shot up upon hearing Sun Junfa's introduction. Xia Ruoshui's reputation was known to the people of several Jiangzhou families. Xia Ruoshui was young but in charge of the multi-billion-dollar Xia Group and admired by countless people. This is the new owner of the financial building, Mr. Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, we have rented the entire financial building to the Xia Group, where President Xia works. Sun Junfa introduced. I asked to meet with you here today to introduce you to each other, and from now on, Mr. Chen will handle President Xia's rent. After hearing Sun Junfa's explanation, Chen Fan suddenly understood. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui exchanged contact information. Mr. Chen, I have to go to a meeting right away, so I'll go first. After adding the contact information, Xia Ruoshui left in a hurry. Mr. Xia is really busy. Sun Junfa couldn't help but feel. Don't look at Mr. Xia as a woman, but his strength makes the top bosses in Jiangzhou ashamed and inferior. In just 2 or 3 years, he has developed the failing Xia Group to its current level. Who can do that? Hearing this, Chen Fan was a little impressed by Xia Ruoshui. In 2 or 3 years, she developed a company on the verge of bankruptcy to its current level. Xia Ruoshui can be called the #1 beautiful president in Jiangzhou, not just because of her figure and appearance, but also because of her own strength. Afterwards, Chen Fan also left the financial building and returned to school. In the evening, Chen Fan drove back to the villa. He had just parked in front of the villa when a white Bentley slowly pulled up not far away. Immediately afterwards, a flawless figure emerged from the Bentley. Chen Fan was extremely surprised to see this beautiful figure. This beautiful figure was none other than Jiangzhou's most beautiful CEO, Xia Ruoshui, whom Chen Fan had met this afternoon. Why was Xia Ruoshui here? Was she here to talk to him about the financial building? Chapter 5. Xia Ruoshui took the initiative to ask Chen Fan out. My beautiful female CEO neighbor. On the other side, after getting out of the car, Xia Ruoshui also noticed Chen Fan standing in the distance, and was also a little surprised. President Xia, I didn't expect to see you again. Chen Fan said hello. President Chen. Xia Ruoshui nodded slightly. President Xia, what are you doing here? Chen Fan asked curiously. Oh, I live in Villa 9. Xia Ruoshui explained. Ha? Xia Ruoshui lives in Villa 9, so she is my neighbor. I live in Villa 8, so we will be neighbors from now on. Chen Fan said. You live in Villa 8? Xia Ruoshui immediately looked at Chen Fan in surprise, and her face moved for the first time. It is said that the owner of Villa 8 is a mysterious big shot, so is it this Mr. Chen? Xia Ruoshui guessed inwardly. After a few brief words with Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui returned to the villa. After putting down her bag, Xia Ruoshui looked out the window and saw Chen Fan still in the courtyard. She couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly is this Mr. Chen? In the evening, after dinner, Chen Fan was checking his phone. Ding dong. There's a message. Does Mr. Chen have time to go for a walk in the villa area with me? The message was from Xia Ruoshui. Chen Fan was very surprised when he read the message. Xia Ruoshui was in Jiangzhou and was known for being cold and aloof, but this time she had taken the initiative to ask the guy she had just met out for a walk. That was unusual. Chen Fan guessed that Xia Ruoshui had probably found something to ask him about. Sure. Chen Fan replied. He was free at the moment and was curious to know what Xia Ruoshui wanted to talk about. 10 minutes later, they met in front of the villa. After exchanging greetings, they walked together towards the front. As the number 1 villa area in Jiangzhou, Yujing Villa is built at the foot of the mountain, with an abundance of greenery and a stunning view. After walking for a while, Xia Ruoshui finally got straight to the point. I wonder how much Mr. Chen spent on buying the financial building. Hearing Xia Ruoshui's question, Chen Fan asked in return. Why are you suddenly asking this, Mr. Xia? Mr. Chen, I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy the financial building from you. No matter how much you paid for it, I'll give you an extra 300 million. Xia Ruoshui came straight to the point. After all, it was the location of their company. It would be better to rent it than to buy it directly and feel at ease. 2 years ago, the company was in various crises, and Xia Ruoshui could not come up with that much liquid capital in one go. Recently, the company has been booming, and she has been too busy to pay attention to this issue. It wasn't until this afternoon when she heard that Chen Fan had bought the financial building that she thought about this issue. President Xia, I'm sorry, but I don't plan to sell the financial building for the time being. Chen Fan shook his head. In theory, Xia Ruoshui has an extra 300 million, and the price is not low, but the problem is that the financial building is Chen Fan's first and only property so far. If he sells it, Chen Fan will really have no other property in his hands, and will only have money left. That's a pity. Xia Ruoshui was a little disappointed. In that case, if Mr. Chen wants to sell the financial building one day, can he contact me first? Xia Ruoshui changed his line of thinking. That's no problem. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The two men walked and chatted, when suddenly, from a corner ahead, a black fierce dog suddenly rushed out. Woof woof woof. The black fierce dog was not on a leash, and it bared its teeth and charged straight at Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui's face suddenly turned white and she panicked. Just as Xia Ruoshui tried to turn around, in her haste, the heel of her right high heel shoe suddenly broke. Xia Ruoshui fell to the right. At that moment, Chen Fan was standing to her right, and Xia Ruoshui directly crashed into Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan subconsciously embraced Xia Ruoshui's soft and boneless waist. In an instant, Chen Fan felt an indescribable soft jade in his arms. Compared to Xia Ruoshui, who was panicking, Chen Fan was very calm. At the critical moment, he gave the charging fierce dog a hard kick. After being kicked by Chen Fan, the black fierce dog let out a scream and took a few steps back. Woof woof woof. Although it did not move forward, the black fierce dog still stood there, barking furiously at Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui, as if it would not give up. Who dares to hit my son? A slightly overweight middle-aged man quickly ran over. You hit my son? The slightly overweight middle-aged man angrily rebuked Chen Fan. Your son? Chen Fan asked. It's my son, what's wrong? The slightly overweight middle-aged man asked in return. Oh, so your son is a dog? Chen Fan slowly spoke. You! The slightly overweight middle-aged man instantly became furious. You hit my son, you have to take him to the hospital for a checkup. If there is anything wrong with him, I will make you pay. And you have to bow and apologize to him. The slightly overweight middle-aged man looked at the fierce dog with great concern and threatened Chen Fan sternly. Sir, you walked your dog without a leash. If this gets out of hand, according to the public security punishment law, you will be held responsible. Xia Ruoshui had also recovered by now. She awkwardly got out of Chen Fan's arms and said sternly to the slightly overweight middle-aged man. Ha, what public security punishment law? To me, it is useless. The slightly overweight middle-aged man looked fearless. Anyone who can live in Royal Scenic Villa is either rich or noble, and this slightly overweight middle-aged man's identity is probably also extraordinary. Who are you to dare threaten me with some public security punishment law? The slightly overweight middle-aged man asked in return. I am Xia Ruoshui, the president of the Xia Group. Xia Ruoshui replied coldly. Xia Ruoshui, you are Xia Ruoshui of the Xia Group? After learning Xia Ruoshui's identity, the slightly overweight middle-aged man's face changed slightly, but he still said arrogantly. Ha, others are afraid of your Xia Group, but I'm not. Today, if this kid doesn't bow and apologize to my son, this isn't over. The slightly overweight middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan and said resolutely. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoshui sneered. If you're not afraid of me, are you afraid of Mr. Chen? This kid? I don't care who he is, even if he is the king of heaven, he must apologize to my son now. The slightly overweight middle-aged man looked indifferent. Mr. Chen is the owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa. Xia Ruoshui said slowly. In an instant, the expression on the slightly overweight middle-aged man's face froze, and his body could not help but tremble. He is the owner of the legendary Villa 88? The slightly overweight middle-aged man swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and looked at Chen Fan in shock. I am the owner of Villa 8, what, is there a problem? Chen Fan asked in return. Upon receiving a positive response, the slightly overweight middle-aged man almost blacked out from fear and fainted. Mr. Chen, I was wrong, it was my fault for being blind and offending you. The next second, the slightly overweight middle-aged man's attitude towards Chen Fan changed 180 degrees. He repeatedly bowed to Chen Fan to apologize, with the utmost humility. Chapter 6 Xia Ruoshui's Secret, Intimate Contact. The owner of Villa 8 is a top-level big shot in legend. A big shot of this level is someone he absolutely cannot offend. Facing the formerly arrogant but now servile middle-aged man, Chen Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect the identity of the owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa to be so intimidating. Who exactly was the former owner of this Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa? What, you don't want me to apologize to your son? Chen Fan asked in return. Mr. Chen, it's my fault. Who are you to apologize to this thing? It was me who walked my dog without a leash, and I was blind and rude to you. The slightly overweight middle-aged man apologized repeatedly. It's not that I mind, but you startled Mr. Xia. Chen Fan looked over at Xia Ruoshui next to him. Oh? The slightly overweight middle-aged man immediately understood, and immediately bowed to Xia Ruoshui to apologize. President Xia, it was me who let my dog off the leash. You were right to teach me a lesson. It was all my fault. I apologize to you. I will never walk my dog in the villa area again, and I will never scare you again, I promise. Finally, the slightly overweight middle-aged man repeatedly promised. President Chen is handsome and charming, and President Xia is beautiful as a flower. President Chen and President Xia are really a perfect match, a natural pair. Zhao has offended your date, and I was blind. Afterwards, Zhao will definitely personally apologize at your door. The slightly overweight middle-aged man said flatteringly again. The slightly overweight middle-aged man mistakenly thought that Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were a couple who had gone out on a date. Xia Ruoshui was about to correct him, but the slightly overweight middle-aged man spoke again. President Chen, this is my business card, please accept it. Saying this, the slightly overweight middle-aged man took out a business card made of gold and respectfully handed it to Chen Fan with both hands. His business card was made of more than 20 grams of gold, and the value of the gold on this business card alone was more than 10,000. Chen Fan took the business card and looked at it. Chairman of Zhengzhou Qianbai Industrial Group Zhao Lingyong. Qianbai Industrial Group? Chen Fan had some impression of this Zhao Lingyong. It seemed that Qianbai Industrial Group's assets were only about 10 billion, which was much worse than Xia Ruoshui's Xia Group. And the reason why the slightly overweight middle-aged man was not afraid of Xia Ruoshui just now was mainly because he was the brother-in-law of Jiangzhou's top big shot, Sun Yongtai. Sun Yongtai was a big shot in their Jiangzhou who could make the ground tremble with just a single step. Relying on his status as Sun Yongtai's brother-in-law, Zhao Linyong is almost unrivaled in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chen, if there is anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know. I am always willing to do your bidding. The slightly overweight middle-aged man, Zhao Linyong, wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with Chen Fan, the owner of Villa 8. Chen Fan nodded and put the business card away. By the way, when Mr. Chen and President Xia get married, Zhao will definitely come with a big gift to congratulate you. Goodbye President Xia, goodbye Mr. Chen, I'll leave you two alone. Goodbye. After saying this, the slightly overweight middle-aged man quickly left. Xia Ruoshui let out a sigh of relief only after the slightly overweight middle-aged man had left with his fierce dog. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan with gratitude. Just now, the fierce dog suddenly rushed over. Xia Ruoshui panicked. If it wasn't for Chen Fan, she almost fell, and without Chen Fan, she really didn't know how to deal with such a fierce dog. You don't have to be so polite. Chen Fan said. Is General Xia afraid of dogs and other animals? Just now, Xia Ruoshui's performance was a bit exaggerated. Xia Ruoshui explained, when I was a child, I was bitten by a dog and have always had psychological scruples. I'm very afraid of dogs, especially large, fierce dogs. I see. Chen Fan nodded, and Xia Ruoshui's behavior just now made sense. Mr. Chen, can you keep a secret about my fear of dogs? Xia Ruoshui whispered. The president of the mighty Xia Group is actually afraid of dogs. If this gets out, it won't look good. And besides her family, Chen Fan was the first outsider to know about her fear of dogs. No problem. Chen Fan agreed. President Chen, let's go back. After saying this, Xia Ruoshui turned around and tried to go back, but just as she took a step, she suddenly gasped and her body tilted to the side. Chen Fan quickly grabbed Xia Ruoshui's arm and supported her. President Xia, what's wrong? Chen Fan asked. My heel just broke, so I think I twisted my ankle. Xia Ruoshui looked at her slightly swollen ankle and said helplessly. Ah, why don't I take you to the hospital to get it checked out? Chen Fan suggested. That's not necessary, I have a first aid kit at home, I'll just apply some pain relief cream and it should be fine. Xia Ruoshui shook her head. In that case, I'll help you walk back. Chen Fan took Xia Ruoshui's arm and they walked forward. However, after just a few steps, Xia Ruoshui's expression became even more painful, and she simply could not walk anymore. For a moment, the two of them were stuck in the same place. If you don't mind, Xia, why don't I carry you back? Chen Fan asked tentatively, as this should be the best solution for now. No, that's not a good idea. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Ruoshui's face suddenly flushed with red. She had never been carried by a man before, and naturally felt embarrassed. But can you insist on going back, Xia? Chen Fan asked. Hearing what Chen Fan said, Xia Ruoshui was silent. It was just a small injury, and rubbing some medicine on it would be fine. If she continued to insist on walking, the injury would definitely get worse, and she would have to rest for a long time. If she rested, what would happen to the company? Besides, it wasn't far from home. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chen. Xia Ruoshui gritted her teeth and agreed. After saying that, Xia Ruoshui closed her eyes in embarrassment. Chen Fan picked up the fragile Xia Ruoshui in a princess carry, and in an instant, a faint, sweet fragrance entered Chen Fan's nose. In Chen Fan's arms, Xia Ruoshui's heart beat faster, and her face flushed. This was the first time she had been so close to a boy, and she had been studying since she was in school. After graduating from university, she had gone straight to work in a company and had never been in a relationship. At the moment in Chen Fan's arms, Xia Ruoshui's head was a little confused and blank. Chen Fan headed towards Xia Ruoshui's villa. A few minutes later, the two arrived at their destination, and Xia Ruoshui, in Chen Fan's arms, entered the villa's door code. Chen Fan carried Xia Ruoshui into the villa. Ya! Entering the living room, Chen Fan was just about to put Xia Ruoshui on the sofa when suddenly, a scream came from somewhere. The next second, on the stairs on the second floor, a pretty girl who looked 70-80% like Xia Ruoshui but younger than her opened her mouth wide and looked at Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui with shock on her face. What are you doing, sister, with this guy? Oh my, is this something she should be watching at her age? This is so exciting. Chapter 7. Chen's family was surprised that Chen Fan had not returned on his knees. He had run into Pu Xin's ex-girlfriend. And her sister. Sorry to disturb you. The pretty girl quickly spoke. Pretend I didn't see anything. Go on, continue. After saying this, the pretty girl turned around sharply and quickly fled back to her room on the second floor. However, after returning to her room, she did not close the door, but peered through the crack, wide-eyed and full of curiosity, looking down at the downstairs. Xia Mengmeng, don't peek, go to my bedroom and get the first aid kit. Xia Ruoshui shouted. Okay. Hearing her sister's words, Xia Mengmeng had no choice but to obediently come out of her room and honestly get the first aid kit. 2 minutes later, Xia Mengmeng came downstairs. Sister, I really went back to my room this time. You and brother-in-law continue, I won't disturb you. Mengmeng Xia said with a serious face. Brother-in-law? Hearing Xia Mengmeng's address to Chen Fan, both Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan were embarrassed. Mengmeng, what are you thinking about day after day? This is President Chen, my neighbor. Just now, I sprained my foot, and President Chen carried me back. Xia Ruoshui explained. Ah, is that so? Xia Mengmeng looked at Xia Ruoshui's slightly swollen foot, her face immediately showing an embarrassed expression, and she stuck out her tongue. Compared to the mature and intellectual Xia Ruoshui, Xia Mengmeng is more lively and playful. Sister, let me help you apply medicine. Quickly, with Xia Mengmeng's help, Xia Ruoshui applied medicine to her ankle, and the situation improved slightly. I think it should be better tomorrow, and it won't delay work. Xia Ruoshui let out a sigh of relief. Oh, right, Mr. Chen, I forgot to introduce you. This is my younger sister, Xia Mengmeng. Xia Ruoshui suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced his sister to Chen Fan yet, so he spoke up immediately. I thought she looked familiar just now, as if I had seen her somewhere. Chen Fan said. Ah, you've seen me? Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. Yes, aren't you the Jiangzhou University campus queen? Chen Fan nodded. Upon hearing Chen Fan say this, Xia Mengmeng's eyes widened. Although she didn't like this title of campus flower very much, he really did know her. How do you know? Oh, I'm a sophomore at Jiangzhou University. Chen Fan said. Ha? Upon hearing Chen Fan say this, both of Xia Ruoshui's sisters were extremely surprised. Chen Fan's answer was something neither of them had expected. A sophomore? Mr. Chen is so young and accomplished, and he is only a sophomore? This is amazing. Xia Ruoshui felt emotionally. When she was a sophomore, she was nowhere near as accomplished as Mr. Chen. For a moment, Xia Ruoshui admired Chen Fan a little. So he is a senior. Xia Mengmeng also said hello. She is a freshman at Jiangzhou University, and she never expected to meet a senior here. The two sides got to know each other a little and exchanged contact information. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen, tonight. Xia Ruoshui said sincerely, if it weren't for Chen Fan tonight, there would really be a lot of trouble. After a few brief words with Xia Ruoshui and her sister, Chen Fan left. On the other side, several core members of the Chen family had come to the Chen villa. This is the second day, and that bastard Chen Fan hasn't even come back to beg for our forgiveness? Second cousin Chen Haoyu said incredulously. Chen Fan's bank card is estimated to have 300 to 400 yuan left on it, which is enough for 3 to 4 days of living. It's only been 2 days, so it's reasonable that he hasn't returned. Eldest aunt Chen Yuzhen spoke up. I'm sure that in 5 days at most, after 5 days, Chen Fan will definitely come crying to beg our forgiveness and return to the Chen family. Chen Yuzhen said with absolute conviction. 5 days is too long, I guess it'll be 4 days at most. Chen Fan, that bastard, actually dared to sever ties with us. When he comes back and begs us, we must humiliate him so badly that he knows he is nothing in the Chen family. Yes, when he was a Chen, he could still hang around outside, but now that he has severed ties with our family, outside, he is just a waste, a piece of trash. By then, when he is penniless and poor, he will know how good our family is. At that time, I think Chen Fan will. The Chen family members discussed how Chen Fan's life would be poor and miserable afterwards. But Chen's grandfather, who was sitting there, couldn't stand it anymore. He had originally thought that Chen Fan, that little brat, would come back crying today, begging for forgiveness on his knees, but he never expected that Chen Fan would not have even a word of news until now. He had promised Miss Su that he would make Chen Fan willingly marry her in just 2 months, and time was running out. No, he had to add fuel to the fire. How you are also at Jiangzhou University. Tomorrow, go find Chen Fan. Chen Shanhai looked at Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. I understand, Grandpa. Tomorrow, I will definitely take good care of Chen Fan. Chen Haoyu nodded. What Grandpa meant was to let him go and cause trouble for Chen Fan, make things difficult for him, and make him go back to the Chen family. Time flew. The next day, at noon, Chen Fan was waiting for someone in front of the school cafeteria. A few minutes later, Song Manyu and her best friend Han Inger walked towards the cafeteria together. Hey, Manyu, isn't that your boyfriend Chen Fan? Han Inger said, pointing to Chen Fan not far away. Let me correct you, he's my ex-boyfriend. I was blind before to find him as my boyfriend. Song Manyu said sternly. Yes, he's your ex-boyfriend, but what's he doing in front of the cafeteria? He's not waiting for you, is he? Han Inger guessed. Han Inger's words were the same as Song Manyu's guesses, so Song Manyu angrily came to Chen Fan and said coldly. Chen Fan, we have already broken up, and there is absolutely no way we can get back together. If you still have any face left, then stop pestering me. Unless you go back to the Chen family, or become a billionaire yourself, otherwise, even if the sky falls, there is no way we can get back together. After breaking up, you stand in front of me at the restaurant door, begging for my forgiveness. What kind of childish tactic is that? It's ridiculous. Song Manyu's words immediately attracted the attention of the students entering and leaving the cafeteria. Something interesting is about to happen? In an instant, more and more people gathered nearby. Upon hearing Song Manyu's words, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Why is she so confident? And sorry, he does currently have billions, although it's a bit less, only a few billion, but this is, on the third day of severing ties today, the reward has not yet been issued. Let me correct you, I'm waiting for someone here, not for you, and I'm definitely not begging for your forgiveness. Chen Fan calmly replied. Huh, waiting for someone else? Who else are you waiting for besides me? Don't lie to yourself. Song Manyu didn't believe a word Chen Fan said. But before Song Manyu's words had even finished falling, a clear voice came from somewhere. Chen Shuayuan is waiting for me. The next second, a stunning figure walked over. Chapter 8, Severing Ties on the Third Day, a reward of 10 billion group shares. A girl's voice? Seeing someone actually contradicting herself, Song Manyu turned her head with disdain. She just didn't believe it. Chen Fan had already severed ties with the Chen family, and there would still be a girl willing to have dinner with him. Even if there was, she would definitely not look good, and she could never compare to herself. However, when Song Manyu turned her head and saw clearly the girl walking over, she instantly froze in place. She couldn't believe her eyes. Not only Song Manyu, but everyone else at the scene was also stunned when they saw the girl walking over. They weren't dreaming. The person who had come was none other than the famous Jiangzhou University campus beauty, Xia Mengmeng. Song Manyu's appearance can only be considered class flower level, and among ordinary girls, she is considered very pretty, but if she stands next to Xia Mengmeng, she will be lost in the crowd and be very ordinary. Senior Chen, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go have dinner together. Xia Mengmeng came to Chen Fan and said a little embarrassed, just now the teacher dragged a little class, she came a few minutes late. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more confused. What's going on? Why is Xia Mengmeng meeting up for dinner with an unremarkable-looking guy? It's unbelievable, it's just unbelievable. You see, although Xia Mengmeng is only a freshman, she has attracted countless guys because of her stunning looks and her lively personality, including all kinds of rich and handsome guys, the student council president of other departments, etc. But no matter how outstanding the guys are, they have never won Xia Mengmeng's favor. But now, how is Xia Mengmeng going out to dinner with a guy? This is so abnormal. And the person who was most shocked at the scene was Song Manyu. At this moment, she finally believed what Chen Fan had just said was true. Chen Fan was indeed not waiting for her, but for Xia Mengmeng. Compared to Xia Mengmeng, she was nothing at all. But this made her even more furious and even more unbelievable. She had just broken up with Chen Fan, and he had already hooked up with the school beauty queen? Why was this happening? Chen Fan didn't have the strength to do this. Could it be that Xia Mengmeng didn't know that Chen Fan had severed his ties with the Chen family? Song Manyu guessed. Yes, that was very likely. Just as Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng were about to enter the school cafeteria, Song Manyu quickly spoke up. Xiao Flower Girl, you don't know that Chen Fan has severed his ties with the wealthy Chen family, do you? Chen Fan is now completely unrelated to the Chen family, so even if you were to be with him, you would not be able to marry into the family. Song Manyu looked like the kind of person who would expose Chen Fan's plot and rescue the kind Xia Mengmeng from Chen Fan's deception. Really? However, to Song Manyu's surprise, Xia Mengmeng's expression was extremely calm. I really don't know anything about what happened between Senior Chen and the Chen family, Xia Mengmeng said nonchalantly. And even if Senior Chen has severed ties with the Chen family, so what? Do you think I care? Hearing Xia Mengmeng's words, no one dared to argue. It was said that Xia Mengmeng also had a very influential background, and was probably not inferior to any Chen family. This. Song Manyu froze on the spot. Not everyone is like you. In the end, Xia Mengmeng snubbed Song Manyu with a hint of meaning, and then entered the school cafeteria with Chen Fan. In the same place, Song Manyu's toes dug into the ground, and she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into, feeling extremely embarrassed. Damn it! Song Manyu clenched her fists, and her heart resented Chen Fan even more. She really couldn't understand why Xia Mengmeng, the school flower with such an awesome identity and background, would hang out with Chen Fan. This is abnormal. A deep sense of jealousy welled up from the depths of Song Manyu's heart. Chen Fan must have used some other means to deceive the kind-hearted Xia Mengmeng, which is why Xia Mengmeng is defending Chen Fan like this. No, she must find a way to separate Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, so that Xia Mengmeng can see the true face of this good-for-nothing Chen Fan. Song Manyu planned in her heart. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng also bought their lunch and found a corner to sit down. Senior Chen, how did you and my sister meet? After sitting down, Xia Mengmeng stared at Chen Fan with her big, wide eyes, looking at him like a curious baby. She had been the one to message Chen Fan and ask him to meet her in the cafeteria for lunch. As for the reason, it was very simple. She wanted to find out from Chen Fan about his relationship with her sister. Although her sister had explained last night that she and Chen Fan were not related, Xia Mengmeng only believed part of it. She believed what her sister said, that her sister and Chen Fan were not lovers, but she did not believe that they were just ordinary friends who had just met. She understood her sister Xia Ruoshui's cold and indifferent personality. If she did not have the slightest favorable impression of Chen Fan in her heart, even if her ankle was injured, even if the injury was serious, her sister would never have agreed to let Chen Fan carry her back to the villa. Therefore, Xia Mengmeng guessed that her sister and Chen Fan must have a complicated relationship. This piqued the curiosity of the extremely curious Xia Mengmeng. I am the owner of the financial building in the city center, and your company rents my financial building. Chen Fan replied. Xia Mengmeng asked several questions in a row, and Chen Fan's answers did not give her any unexpected gains. Chen Fan and her sister really did seem like ordinary friends. These two people are keeping a tight lid on things, Xia Mengmeng muttered to herself. But the more normal they seem, the more suspicious they are. She won't give up. After dinner, when Xia Mengmeng learned that Chen Fan had no classes in the afternoon and was going back to the villa, she immediately offered to take Chen Fan's ride, as she needed to go to her sister's house. Chen Fan agreed, and Xia Mengmeng went to the university dormitory to pick up some things first. They agreed to meet at the school gate. Chen Fan went to the parking lot to get his car first. On the way to the parking lot, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Fan's ear. Ding! Severance Day 3, reward 12% of the shares of the Tingfei Group, the 10 billion group, and become the third largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group. Ha! Chen Fan's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't expect that on this third day, the system would reward him with shares of the 10 billion group. He had gone from being an abandoned young master of a wealthy family to becoming the third largest shareholder of the 10 billion group. This reward was really timely. He was currently lacking in industry. The Tingfei Group is one of the major companies in Jiangzhou, with a strong financial position and a market value of a little over 10 billion yuan. The system has rewarded him with 12% of the shares in the Tingfei Group, which is conservatively estimated to be worth 1.2 billion yuan. Together with the previous reward, his current net worth has exceeded 3.5 billion yuan. In just 3 days, his net worth has increased from a few 100,000 yuan to over 3 billion yuan. This is an incredibly fast rate of increase. Before, Chen Fan didn't have a clue. The system's challenge to bankrupt the Su family in Jinling had a 100-day deadline. At the current rate, it seems that it won't take that long for him to put the Su family under his feet. That's really good. While thinking about this, Chen Fan arrived in front of the school parking lot. Just as he was about to enter the parking lot, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 9, Important Discovery. This person was none other than Chen Fan's second cousin, Chen Haoyu. At the same time Chen Fan noticed Chen Haoyu also noticed Chen Fan. "Hey, I didn't expect to run into you here." Chen Haoyu had a playful smile on his face. He and his friends had just returned to school and were about to go find Chen Fan and cause trouble for him, as his grandfather had instructed. But they ran into Chen Fan in the parking lot. What a coincidence! They saved themselves the trouble of looking for Chen Fan. "Brothers, do you know who this is?" Chen Haoyu looked at the 3 or 4 younger brothers next to him and asked smugly. "Isn't this Chen Fan? He is Brother Yu's cousin, right?" The younger brothers answered in a low voice. "You are wrong. This is my former cousin, the current Chen Fan, who has taken the initiative to sever his relationship with our Chen family, and he has no relationship with me at all," Chen Haoyu said loudly. "What? He severed ties with the Chen family of his own accord? Is he crazy?" "Yes, is there a hole in this kid's head?" The younger brothers looked at Chen Fan like they were looking at a mental patient. They had always dreamed of becoming part of a wealthy family, but here Chen Fan had severed ties with his own family of his own accord. If he wasn't crazy, who would do such a thing? "So, Chen Fan, it's been 3 days since you severed ties with our family, do you regret it?" Chen Haoyu asked proudly. "Regret it? Severing ties with your Chen family was the most correct choice I have ever made in my life," Chen Fan answered with a smile. In the few days since severing ties with the Chen family, his personal wealth has skyrocketed by more than 3 billion yuan, and this is only the 3rd day. His wealth will continue to grow until it surpasses that of the Chen family and even the Su family of Jinling. Moreover, even if the Su family incident had not happened, according to Chen Fan's position in the Chen family, he would not have received much of the inheritance. Take Chen Haoyu in front of him as an example. Although he is acting cocky now, he is just an ordinary member of the younger generation of the Chen family. Even if Chen Haoyu receives the biggest share of the inheritance, it will not exceed 1 billion yuan. Chen Fan, you can keep your mouth shut." Chen Haoyu sneered. He didn't believe Chen Fan's nonsense. "And the most correct choice? Ridiculous. Cut off ties with our Chen family, now you can't even come up with 1,000, no, even 500, and become a true poor person, pitiful." Chen Haoyu spoke with contempt. "By the way, Chen Fan, thanks to you, Grandpa gave me a new car. See, my new car, a Maserati Gran Turismo, costs more than 2 million yuan. How about that, are you jealous?" Chen Haoyu pointed at a brand new sports car next to him and showed it off to Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Haoyu's Maserati Gran Turismo and didn't say anything, but walked deeper into the parking lot. "Do you think Chen Fan is stupid for breaking off relations with our family?" Chen Haoyu asked his younger brothers. "Of course. This is not just stupid. There is no one in the whole world as stupid as him." The younger brothers hastened to agree with Chen Haoyu. "If you, Chen Fan, break off relations with our family, you won't be able to drive even a 500,000 yuan piece of junk car, let alone a 2 million yuan luxury car." Chen Haoyu watched Chen Fan walk away, thinking that Chen Fan had chickened out, so he shouted out loud on purpose. But before his voice had even died down, the next second, Chen Fan got into his own Lamborghini worth over 10 million yuan that was parked deep in the parking lot and started the car. Seeing this, Chen Haoyu was shocked. "Is this the Lamborghini Aventador?" Chen Haoyu said in a trembling voice. "Is he hallucinating? This is a top luxury car with a floor price of over 10 million yuan. Compared to it, his Maserati is just a joke." With a gritted teeth, Chen Haoyu gave himself a hard slap. Pop! A crisp sound came, and Chen Haoyu felt a sharp pain in his face. He wasn't dreaming, he wasn't hallucinating. Even Chen Haoyu was like this, not to mention his little brothers. At the moment, Chen Haoyu's little brothers were so shocked that they could no longer speak. Immediately afterwards, in Chen Haoyu's horrified gaze, Chen Fan slowly drove past him in the Lamborghini Aventador worth over 10 million yuan. How could this be? How could this be? Chen Haoyu was dumbfounded. In his imagination, after breaking off ties with the Chen family, Chen Fan would have become worse and worse, and would be penniless and destitute. But now Chen Fan is driving a Lamborghini Aventador, a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan. This kind of luxury car is not even owned by the cousin of the eldest uncle, who was the best of the younger generation of the Chen family. What's going on? How is it that after leaving the Chen family, Chen Fan is getting better and better, which doesn't make sense? Especially when he thought about just now, how he mocked Chen Fan and bragged about his Maserati in front of Chen Fan, Chen Haoyu felt even more embarrassed. Now, he had really lost face. Standing in the same place, Chen Haoyu was completely disoriented, while Chen Fan went to the front of the school gate and picked up Xia Mengmeng. The two of them went straight to the villa in Yujing Mountain Villa. On the way there, Chen Fan received a call from Zhang Xingde, the president of the Ascent Group. Zhang Xingde first congratulated Chen Fan on becoming the third largest shareholder of their Ascent Group, and then invited Chen Fan to drop by the group sometime to get to know each other. Well, let's do it this way. President Zhang, I'll come by tomorrow afternoon. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided. Okay, President Chen, we have an appointment. See you at the group tomorrow afternoon. Both parties agreed on the time and place. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at Royal Scenic Villa. Xia Mengmeng said goodbye to Chen Fan and went to the villa of her sister Xia Ruoshui next door, while Chen Fan parked the car and returned to his own villa. Today, he had some time, so he wanted to study his system in detail. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan made an incredibly important discovery. Chapter 10. Knowing Chen Fan's current situation, the Chen family was shocked. His system seems to be able to be upgraded. Instantly, Chen Fan became excited. It's great that it can be upgraded. Now the various rewards from the system are very generous, and after the upgrade, the rewards will be even more terrifying. Just as Chen Fan was surprised, the voice of the system came. Ding! Do you want to enable upgrade mode? Yes. No. What will happen after the upgrade system is enabled? Chen Fan asked. Once the upgrade mode is enabled, when the system issues a task, it will award experience points of different amounts based on the difficulty of the task, in addition to the normal rewards. Once the experience points reach a certain amount, the system will level up. After the system is upgraded, the value of the system's daily rewards and task rewards will increase by several times, or even 10 times. Several times, or even 10 times? After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan's breathing became a bit rapid. You have to know that after he severed his relationship with the Chen family, the daily reward from the system was already as high as about 1 billion. If the system can be upgraded, won't the daily reward become tens of billions, or even more? This is terrifying. And this is only an upgrade of one level. If he can upgrade 2 or even 3 levels, then the daily reward will be more than 10 billion. With a terrifying daily reward of 10 billion, trampling the Su family of Jinling underfoot would be trivial. Chen Fan might even be able to ascend to the throne of the world's richest man in a few years, or even less time, and become the richest man in the world. What if I turn on the upgrade mode and fail to complete the task? Will there be any punishment? Chen Fan asked cautiously. There won't be any, the system's voice came. Chen Fan instantly made a decision. Turn on the upgrade mode. Activating the upgrade mode will make his life more exciting in the future. As long as Chen Fan works hard, his wealth will increase at a terrifying rate. By then, not only will he be able to outdo the Su family of Jinling, he will be able to stand at the pinnacle of the Dixia Empire and outdo even the number 1 family of Dixia. And even if the task is not completed, the system will not punish him. Activating the upgrade mode is simply beneficial in every way. Fortunately, he discovered the system's upgrade mode today, otherwise he would really have lost a lot. System upgrade mode enabled. Current system level 1500 requires 1500 experience points to upgrade to level 2. The system's voice came again, and Chen Fan successfully activated the upgrade mode. 1500 experience points is not a lot to upgrade. Chen Fan muttered. Now I am a level 1 system, and I get 1 billion rewards every day. If I later upgrade to level 3, 4, or even higher, how terrifying will the daily rewards be? Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate for a moment. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly received a message. Chen Fan picked up his phone and saw that it was from Xia Mengmeng. She was going to Xia Ruoshui's Xia Group and asked if Chen Fan wanted to go with her. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came through. Ding! Temporary mission released, promise Xia Mengmeng to go to Xia Group together and take a look at your own financial building. Mission time, 2 hours. Mission reward, one of the world's top 7 limited edition watches, the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master String Sound Watch. Reward, 53 experience points. Ha! A mission so soon? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that as soon as he had activated the system's upgrade mode, the next second the system would issue a mission. Sure enough, after activating the upgrade mode, the reward for the mission was extra experience points. As long as he completed the challenge, Chen Fan would be able to gain 53 experience points, one step closer to level 2 of the system. And the reward for this mission was still a world-class watch limited to only 7 pieces in the world, which made Chen Fan very excited. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Having a watch that matches your status is sometimes very important. Patek Philippe is the world's top luxury watch brand, recognized as the king of watches and a symbol of status and status. Patek Philippe is loved by royal families, politicians, and the rich from all over the world, and the cheapest Patek Philippe watch costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this time, the system rewards one of the most precious watches in Patek Philippe. With curiosity, Chen Fan looked up this Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime wristwatch online. It turned out that this was specially released by Patek Philippe to commemorate the 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe. Although there are a total of 7 pieces, only 6 are sold to the public. It is not impossible to consider it a watch with a global limited edition of 6. Okay, let's go together. Chen Fan sent a message to Xia Mengmeng. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan drove and took Xia Mengmeng straight to the Xia Group. On the other side, Chen Haoyu also hurried back to the Chen family. At this moment, in the Chen family villa, in addition to Chen's father, Chen Yuzhen and others were also there. How is it, Haoyu? How did things go? That little bastard Chen Fan left our Chen family, is he not doing badly now? Seeing Chen Haoyu return, the old master Chen casually asked. That's for sure. Leaving our Chen family, that little bastard Chen Fan will definitely become more and more miserable every day. The Chen family members all agreed. Hearing this, Chen Haoyu's face paled, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Grandpa, I didn't complete your task. Ha? Chen's grandfather frowned, determined to goad Chen Fan into misery and make him suffer. Could Chen Haoyu not even handle such a trivial matter? Just as Chen's grandfather was about to express his dissatisfaction, Chen Haoyu suddenly shocked everyone with his words. Grandpa, Chen Fan is not only not down and out, but he is doing even better. I saw him with my own eyes driving past me in a Lamborghini worth over 10 million yuan. Ha? What? You're not joking, right? Chen Fan is driving a luxury car worth over 10 million yuan? Chen Yuzhen asked incredulously. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Chen Haoyu nodded. In an instant, the entire Chen family fell into a deathly silence. The development of events was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically, after breaking off relations with the Chen family, Chen Fan would definitely become more and more destitute, so how could he be getting better and better, and even driving a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan? This is impossible, impossible. The faces of the Chen family members were full of shock, confusion, and doubt. Of all the people at the scene, Grandpa Chen had the most unpleasant expression, as he didn't want to believe what Chen Haoyu had just said. How could Chen Fan, that little brat, get better and better? Why? This is so unreasonable. There is definitely something fishy going on here. In the mind of the old master Chen, Chen Fan is the most ordinary and mediocre of the younger generation of the Chen family, destined to achieve nothing in the future, and the worst of the Chen family. Therefore, the old master Chen did not hesitate to sacrifice Chen Fan to forge an alliance with the Su family of Jinling. But now he is being told that Chen Fan has bought himself a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan. Doesn't this show that his judgment is poor? No, it's impossible. He would never have misjudged Chen Fan. He still firmly believes that Chen Fan is destined to be mediocre and will never achieve anything. Chen Haoyu suddenly spoke up and added. By the way, Grandpa, on my way back, I heard something about Chen Fan. Chapter 11, Chen Leoi's Poisonous Scheme. Oh? What is it? Chen Leoi asked curiously. Grandpa, I heard that Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, the campus beauty of Jiangzhou University, had lunch together in the cafeteria. Chen Haoyu replied. What? Chen Leoi's brows furrowed. I see. A few people in the Chen family were still in a daze because Chen Fan drove a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars, when Chen Leoi suddenly spoke up. What's wrong, father? Chen Yuzhen asked. I understand why that little brat Chen Fan can drive a multi-million-dollar car. The old master Chen looked as if he had seen through Chen Fan's little trick. This sentence instantly piqued the curiosity of the several people present in the Chen family, and they looked at the old master Chen one after the other. It's very simple, how you? The school beauty you mentioned, her surname is Xia, right? Grandpa Chen looked at Chen Haoyu. Yes. If there are no unexpected circumstances, this so-called school beauty should be the young mistress of the Xia Group. Grandpa Chen spoke. He had heard before that the boss of the Xia Group had two young mistresses. The elder one had already taken over the company, and the younger one seemed to have just started university and was from Jiangzhou. What? The daughter of the Xia Group? Everyone was amazed. Although they, the Chen family, were no less wealthy than the Xia Group's daughter, if you counted strictly, they were far less wealthy. The Xia Group's boss only had two daughters, and the Xia Group would definitely be theirs in the future. But the Chen family was different. They were a large family, and when the old master passed away in the future, there would be so many of them, and each person would definitely not get much money. Grandpa, there seems to be a rumor at school that Xia Mengmeng is the youngest daughter of the Xia Group boss. Chen Haoyu confirmed Chen Laozi's guess from the side. I guess that luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars should be the Xia Group's daughter's. Chen Fan doesn't know how he met the Xia Group's daughter and borrowed the car from her, and deliberately flaunted it in front of you. Chen Fan wanted to use this to prove that he was living better after severing his ties with our Chen family. Chen's grandfather sneered. But the more Chen Fan does this, the more it shows that after breaking off his relationship with our Chen family, he is living a worse life and can only rely on other people's charity and pretensions to prove himself. Haoyu, Yuzhen, come here, I'll teach you how to deal with Chen Fan. Chen's grandfather had an idea. Chen Haoyu and Chen Yuzhen's eyes immediately lit up. They could not bear to see Chen Fan living a better life than theirs. The worse Chen Fan's life got, the better they would feel, until he was living on the streets, unable to feed himself. Now that the old man had a plan for Chen Fan, they naturally gave their full support. So the two hurried over to listen to the old man's orders. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng also arrived at the Xia Group and went to Xia Ruoshui's office. In the office, Xia Ruoshui was meticulously handling things. Just then, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng arrived. After my sister came in, Xia Mengmeng gave Xia Ruoshui a big bear hug. Hey, President Chen, Mengmeng, why are you here? Sister, I'm free this afternoon and I came to see you, and President Chen wanted to come and visit the company. Xia Mengmeng explained. President Xia, I just bought this building not long ago, so I came to visit today when I had some time. Chen Fan nodded. Of course, Chen Fan's more important reason was to complete the system mission and get the globally limited edition Patek Philippe watch, as well as experience points from the system. That's right, then I'll show President Chen around. Xia Ruoshui got up. Just as Xia Ruoshui was about to personally show Chen Fan around, a senior executive of the Xia Group rushed in, shouting, Oh no, Mr. Xia, there's been an accident. Chapter 12, the globally limited edition Patek Philippe is in hand, and a new task is issued. What's wrong? Xia Ruoshui frowned slightly and asked. The company executive was about to report, but suddenly noticed Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng in the room and hesitated. It's fine, go ahead. Xia Ruoshui spoke. President Xia, this is company confidential information, why don't you come out and I'll tell you? Seeing this, Chen Fan spoke. President Xia, since you have something to do, I'll just take a tour on my own. This is someone else's company confidential information, and it's understandable that this senior executive doesn't want to tell me in front of him. And now it's more important to complete the system's task and go visit my own financial building. Okay, Mengmeng, you take Mr. Chen on a tour of the building while I finish up here. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui asked Xia Mengmeng to temporarily take over for her. Okay. Xia Mengmeng nodded, as she was fed up with company matters and didn't want to stay here. Afterwards, under Xia Mengmeng's guidance, Chen Fan began to tour his own financial building. After Chen Fan left, the company's senior executive spoke. President Xia, our raw material supplier, Nanto Corporation, suddenly announced that they are canceling their partnership with us. What? Xia Ruoshui looked a little panicked. The Nanto Group is an important raw material supplier for them, and now suddenly they are canceling their partnership with the group, which will cause huge losses to their group. Nanto Corporation and we have been working well together for such a long time, so why would they suddenly cancel their partnership with us? Xia Ruoshui said, puzzled. Suddenly, Xia Ruoshui's gaze hardened, and he guessed. Could it be Yum Group's doing? In recent times, the conflict between their Xia Group and their old rival Yum Group has become increasingly deep. As an old company in Jiangzhou, Yum Group has a very strong foundation and is slightly stronger than their Xia Group. But if the Xia Group wants to continue to develop, they cannot avoid this battle with Yum Group. Recently, Xia Ruoshui has been preparing for the battle with Yum Group. Since they are actively preparing on their side, the Yum Group will definitely not let this go. It is very likely that the Yum Group is behind this. The senior management nodded. Facing the problems of the Nanmao company, Xia Ruoshui became anxious. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the more detrimental it will be to the Xia Group. You immediately contact the Tingfei Group, Guifeng Company, and Xianlin Group and ask them if they are willing to cooperate with us. We need to find new partners as soon as possible. Xia Ruoshui immediately began to make arrangements. Yes. The company's top management nodded, and then went into action. On the other side, after visiting the building for a while, the voice of the system came. Ding. Promise Xia Mengmeng to go to the Xia Group together and take a tour of his financial building. The task is complete. Congratulations on obtaining one of the world's top 7 limited edition watches, the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime watch. The watch has been placed in your villa study, please check. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. The task is complete, and you have successfully obtained this top-of-the-line Patek Philippe watch, limited to only 7 pieces worldwide, as well as 53 experience points. Chen Fan was quite satisfied. Now, with 1,447 experience points left, the system can be upgraded. After visiting for a little while longer, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng returned to Xia Ruoshui's office. At the moment, Xia Ruoshui was dealing with matters in a serious manner. What on earth happened, sister? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but ask. Xia Ruoshui didn't hide anything and told her directly. This wasn't a big secret, and Xia Ruoshui also trusted Chen Fan's character, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Yum Brands Group? Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan's gaze turned cold. The chairman of Yum Brands Group, Yum Brands, was very, very close to Chen Laozi and Yum Brands Group and the Chen family could be considered allies. I didn't realize that Xia Ruoshui and the Yum Group were also competing with each other. Chen Fan felt a sense of emotion in his heart. At this moment, Chen Fan thought of an important matter. A few hours ago, he had obtained shares in the Ascend Group and had also become the 3rd largest shareholder of the Ascend Group. Just then, the voice of the system came again. Ding. Temporary mission released. Help Xia Ruoshui solve this crisis and incidentally deal a blow to the Yum Group from the side. Mission time, 48 hours. Reward, 1 random skill selection card. You can choose any skill. After using the random skill selection card, you will master that skill completely. Reward, 58 experience points. Just as Chen Fan was studying this system task, the senior executive barged in suddenly. He was extremely flustered at the moment, and already couldn't care less about the presence of an outsider like Chen Fan. He spoke directly. President Xia, as you instructed, I contacted several other companies, but it seems they have all refused, as if they had agreed among themselves. I suspect Yum Brands has contacted them in advance and bribed them not to cooperate with us, completely blocking our way out. After hearing this even worse news, Xia Ruoshui's face became even more solemn. Damn Yum Brands! For a moment, she was also at a loss. President Xia, what raw materials does Nanmao mainly provide to you? In what ways do you cooperate with Nanmao? At this time, Chen Fan spoke up and asked Xia Ruoshui several specific questions about their Xia Group's cooperation with Nanmao. Although Xia Ruoshui didn't know why Chen Fan wanted to ask this, he still explained it to Chen Fan in detail. After listening, Chen Fan gave a mysterious smile and said lightly, President Xia, I may be able to help you with this matter. The Yum Group has extraordinary ties with the Chen family. If there is ever a day when he and the Chen family come to blows, the Yum Group will definitely not hesitate to stand on the Chen family's side. Now if he steps forward himself, he can not only complete the task and receive a generous reward, he can also help Xia Ruoshui and suppress the Yum Group a bit, which is a triple win. Ha! Mr. Chen has a solution? Immediately, Xia Ruoshui's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chen Fan with great excitement. Well, I have some connections within the Ascend Group. Chen Fan nodded. Ha! This Mr. Chen, are you sure you can convince the Ascend Group? I just contacted a vice president of the Ascend Group, and the other party clearly rejected me. The senior executive of the Xia Group expressed deep skepticism at Chen Fan's words. Even if this Mr. Chen has connections within the Ascend Group, can he compare to that vice president of the Ascent Group? Chapter 13 How come the Jiangzhou big boss looks like a little sheep in front of Chen Fan? I naturally made sure. Chen Fan nodded, and as the third largest shareholder of the Ascent Group, he was still very confident in handling this matter. Give me half a day, and I'll help President Xia get it done. The senior executive wanted to say something else, but Xia Ruoshui stopped him. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your hard work. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan with gratitude in his eyes. It's nothing. Chen Fan spoke calmly, then took out his phone and called Zhang Xingde, the president of Tengfei Group, to invite him to dinner that evening. Dinner tonight, no problem? Zhang Xingde agreed immediately. We'll meet at Wangjiang Pavilion at 6 o'clock tonight. Chen Fan nodded. Wangjiang Pavilion was the most top-notch restaurant in Jiangzhou, without equal. Okay. The two parties made an appointment. Time flew. At 6 p.m., Chen Fan arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Looking at the huge, antique Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Fan felt a little emotional. Even though he had once been a member of the Chen family, he had never eaten at Wangjiang Pavilion. Instead, it was only after he severed his ties with the Chen family that he came to Wangjiang Pavilion for the first time. As the top restaurant in Jiangzhou, Wangjiang Pavilion's per capita consumption, excluding drinks, is as high as tens of thousands of yuan, and if you add in the drinks, a meal could cost as much as 100,000 yuan, or even several 100,000 yuan, which is unaffordable even for the average tycoon. As soon as Chen Fan sat down, Zhang Xingde hurriedly arrived with the two vice presidents of the Tengfei Group. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the three of them were extremely surprised. They never expected Chen Fan to be so young. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them enthusiastically shook Chen Fan's hand and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is young and accomplished. After the food was served and they had chatted for a while, Chen Fan got straight to the point. Cooperation with the Xia Group? Although Zhang Xingde was a little surprised to hear Chen Fan say this, he nodded with a smile. No problem, cooperating with the Xia Group is a good thing for us. I'll say right here that the Xia Group's strength is obvious to all in Jiangzhou. Cooperating with the Xia Group is naturally a good thing for their Tengfei Group. There is no reason for him not to agree. Just as Zhang Xingde was about to agree, Zhu Yunjie, the vice president on his left, immediately whispered in Zhang Xingde's ear. President, you must not agree. Zhu Yunjie was the vice president of the Tengfei Group who had previously rejected the senior management of the Xia Group. Why? Zhang Xingde asked in puzzlement, why couldn't they agree to such a good thing? We are not allowed to cooperate with the Xia Group because President Feng specifically ordered it. Zhu Yunjie explained. President Feng, the second largest shareholder of their Ascent Group, has a higher status in the group than Chen Fan. What? Zhang Xingde's eyes narrowed. How is it that the second and third largest shareholders of the company are involved in this matter? For a moment, Zhang Xingde was at a loss. If he agreed, he would offend President Feng. If he didn't agree, he would offend President Chen. He would be damned if he did and damned if he didn't. Vice President, is there something you can't say to my face? Chen Fan spoke, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, the group cannot agree to your request. Zhu Yunjie spoke directly, confronting Chen Fan. Zhu Yunjie was the right-hand man of the CEO Feng, and was not afraid of Chen Fan, the third largest shareholder. You are not in a position to decide whether the group can agree or not. Chen Fan responded coldly. Zhang Xingde tried to smooth things over, but Zhu Yunjie spoke directly and slightly threateningly. President, don't forget that President Feng's shares are similar to those of the largest shareholder, President Jiang. If one day, President Feng acquires a little more shares, he will become the new largest shareholder. In contrast, this Mr. Chen. Hey! Zhang Xingde let out a sigh. Zhu Yunjie was right, there was no other way, he could only offend Mr. Chen. Seeing this, a smug smile flashed across Zhu Yunjie's face. But before Zhang Xingde could say anything, a sudden exclamation was heard. President Chen, you're here too. The next second, a slightly plump middle-aged man quickly walked over, then with a flattering face, shook hands with Chen Fan and greeted him. When Zhang Xingde and Zhu Yunjie saw the appearance of this slightly plump middle-aged man, their faces changed. Zhao Linyang? Why is he here? The slightly overweight middle-aged man was none other than the overbearing man who had been walking his dog without a leash when Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui had been walking in the villa at Yujing Mountain Villa. After confirming Zhao Linyang's identity, Zhang Xingde and the others hurriedly got up and respectfully greeted Zhao Linyang. Mr. Zhao. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." However, Zhao Linyong seemed to have not heard, completely ignoring the three of them and continuing to chat with Chen Fan in a slightly flattering manner. Even though Zhao Linyong was so rude, Zhang Xingde and the others did not dare to say a word of complaint. Not to mention Zhao Linyong's terrifying identity as the brother-in-law of Sun Yongtai, the big boss of Jiangzhou, they could not afford to offend Zhao Linyong himself. Zhang Xingde and Zhu Yunjie looked at Zhao Linyong, who kept fawning over Chen Fan, and for a moment they were in a daze. They couldn't be wrong, could they? Zhao, the boss of Jiangzhou, who had always been known for his arrogance, was now acting like a little lamb in front of Chen, and he was even trying to curry favor with Chen. It was unbelievable. In addition to their shock, they thought of something terrifying. If Zhao could act like this, then Chen must be someone with an even more powerful identity. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. "President Chen, I have agreed to cooperate with the Xia Group, and no one can stop it, no matter who comes today." Zhang Xingde immediately expressed his position, then looked at Zhu Yunjie meaningfully. Seeing Zhao Linyong like this, and thinking that this President Chen had acquired their group's shares worth billions of dollars at such a young age, Zhang Xingde was more and more certain that Chen Fan was no ordinary person, so he immediately made a decision. In an instant, Zhu Yunjie was embarrassed and fidgety. "Vice President Zhu, our branch office in the field hasn't been doing well lately, so please go and give them some guidance." To show his sincerity and position, Zhang Xingde demoted Zhu Yunjie to the branch office in the field. Compared to President Chen, the second largest shareholder Feng was nothing. Even if Feng came, he would have to be respectful when he saw Zhao Linyong. Plop! Zhu Yunjie's body softened, and he directly slumped in his chair. His career was completely over. President Zhang was decisive. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. The matter was settled. After saying this, Chen Fan took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xia Ruoshui, asking her to immediately send someone to sign a contract with Zhang Xingde. On the other side, Xia Ruoshui was still anxiously waiting in her office. "President Xia, don't get your hopes up. A cooperation with the Ascend Group is highly unlikely," the previous senior executive said. "This is a matter for the prestigious Yum Group, and it is absolutely impossible for the young Mr. Chen to solve it easily. The chance of Mr. Chen being able to make Ascend Group cooperate with us is less than 1%. Is that so?" Xia Ruoshui asked back. Unlike this senior executive, Xia Ruoshui believed in Chen Fan. Xia Ruoshui's voice had not yet fallen, and news of Chen Fan came. Chapter 14, the mission is complete. Has President Xia already been won over by President Chen? Xia Ruoshui opened her phone and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her face, which was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Seeing this, even the senior executive in the office, who was a woman, was a little lost. This was the first time she had seen President Xia smile, and it was so beautiful. "Director Zhou, what did you just say?" Xia Ruoshui looked at the company executive. "Me?" The company executive thought for a moment before responding, not understanding why. "I said that the possibility of Mr. Chen getting Ascend Group to cooperate with us was less than 1%. What's the matter, President Xia?" "Director Zhou, your prediction was inaccurate, and this 1% just happened." Xia Ruoshui spoke slowly. "President Chen really did it." "What?" "President Xia, do you mean that President Chen has convinced Ascend Group to cooperate with us?" Director Zhou was stunned, her jaw dropped. "Yes, and just now, President Chen messaged me, asking me to send someone over, so that we can sign the contract right now." Xia Ruoshui added. "We can sign the contract right now?" Director Zhou was dumbfounded. This was the last thing she would have expected. "President Chen, this is awesome. You went over there just a few hours ago, and you managed to convince Ascenda's group and easily dispel Yum Group's conspiracy. Why don't I go over there and sign the contract, and apologize to President Chen in passing? It's my fault for underestimating President Chen." Director Zhou volunteered. "I'll go myself, but you can come along if you want." Xia Ruoshui decided. President Chen personally helped them settle this matter, so naturally she had to go over there in person to express her gratitude to President Chen. After saying that, Xia Ruoshui and Director Zhou set off for the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. On the other side of the restaurant, Chen Fan and Zhao Linyong were chatting. As they talked, they got onto the subject of Wangjiang Pavilion. The owner of Wangjiang Pavilion has really made a fortune. Wangjiang Pavilion is practically a money printing machine. Zhao Linyong said, salivating at the thought of Wangjiang Pavilion. "Oh, is Wangjiang Pavilion really that good?" Chen Fan asked, surprised. Actually, making money is not the most important thing about Wangjiang Pavilion. The most important thing is that Wangjiang Pavilion is the top restaurant in Jiangzhou. If you have any important business dinners or other events, the rich and powerful people in Jiangzhou like to come here. Over time, many of the powerful people and rich people in Jiangzhou have become members of Wangjiang Pavilion, and over the years, Wangjiang Pavilion has accumulated a very large network of contacts. Zhao Lingyong spoke. This network of contacts is what he really covets. After listening to Zhao Lingyong, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he also had an idea about Wangjiang Pavilion. Now that he has the system, his assets are growing rapidly every day. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a matching network of contacts, which is Chen Fan's shortcoming. If he could have a matching network of contacts, Chen Fan would be in his element. If only he could take over Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. Just as Chen Fan and Zhao Lingyong were chatting, Xia Ruoshui and director Zhou arrived. Chen Fan introduced the two sides, and under the witness of Chen Fan and Zhao Lingyong, Xia Ruoshui formally reached a long-term cooperation with the Ascent Group. Xia Ruoshui's troubles were easily resolved, and the Yum Group's conspiracy was cracked. Just then, the voice of the system came. Ding! Help Xia Ruoshui solve this difficulty and take advantage of the situation to hit Yum Group from the side. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining a random skill selection card. You can choose a skill at random and master it thoroughly to become a master. Congratulations on receiving 58 experience points. The task is complete, and you have obtained a random skill selection card. In fact, when Chen Fan first saw the reward for this task, he was a little surprised, but this is also good news. It shows that the system not only rewards specific assets, but also rewards skills. Master-level skills are priceless, especially some very powerful skills that can play an important role in special moments. Now that the task is complete, Chen Fan can pick any skill he likes. This reward is no less valuable than a Patek Philippe. As for what skill to learn, Chen Fan has to think about it. After the contract was signed, Zhang Xingde and Zhao Lingyong left. Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui and director Zhou were left alone. Mr. Chen, I apologize for what happened earlier. Director Zhou spoke sincerely. Mr. Chen, is there something I should know? After a moment's hesitation, Director Zhou could not help but ask. Oh, what is it? Mr. Chen, how did you manage to get Ascent Group to cooperate with us, and this is only after just 3 or 4 hours? Upon hearing this, even Xia Ruoshui could not help but look at Chen Fan. She was also very curious. Well, the reason is very simple, because I am the third largest shareholder of Ascent Group. Chen Fan replied indifferently. A shareholder of Ascent Group? Mr. Chen is actually still a shareholder of Ascent Group? Director Zhou was full of awe and surprise. Mr. Chen is awesome. It was getting late, and Director Zhou was planning to see Xia Ruoshui back home, but Xia refused. No need, Director Zhou, you go ahead, I'll just take Mr. Chen's car. Ha! Director Zhou froze upon hearing Xia Ruoshui's words. What? Did she hear that right? Mr. Xia is taking Mr. Chen's car home of his own accord. Holy shit, there's something going on. Director Zhou looked at Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui again, her face full of curiosity. In Jiangzhou, President Xia was famous for being aloof, and he had a deep sense of distance not only with men, but also with women. But now, President Xia actually wanted to take Chen's car back. This was not President Xia's style. No, these two definitely have a problem, and their relationship is most likely not ordinary. Could it be that President Xia has already been taken by President Chen? Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow, if this news gets out, I don't know how many young geniuses in Jiangzhou will hate Chen so much that they want to strangle him to death. In that case, Director Zhou tactfully left. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui walked out of the restaurant. Chen Fan was just about to go back, but Xia Ruoshui suggested taking a walk along the river. Wangjiang Pavilion is built right on the river. President Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Xia Ruoshui said. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen, she would have faced a huge problem, and at this critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I owe Mr. Chen a favor, so in the future, if Mr. Chen has any problems, you can also come to me, and I will never refuse. Xia Ruoshui gave Chen Fan a promise. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and Xia Ruoshui's words were unexpected even to him. The promise of the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou and the owner of the multi-billion-dollar Xia Group was not of ordinary value. The two continued walking along the riverbank. Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan had a lot to chat about, and before they knew it, their relationship had grown closer. Afterwards, Xia Ruoshui took Chen Fan's car back. After returning to the villa, Chen Fan couldn't wait to go into the study, where the Patek Philippe watch he had just received today, one of only 7 in the world, was. When he arrived in the study, he saw from afar that there was an additional mysterious wooden box on the desk. When Chen Fan went over to open it, an incredibly exquisite watch caught his eye. This was the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime wristwatch that he had been rewarded with by the system. Chen Fan put it on and was very satisfied with this Patek Philippe. A watch of this caliber is among the best in the entire country, not to mention Jiangzhou. On the third day of severing ties, he was rewarded with a generous amount of shares in the Tingfei Group. Tomorrow, on the fourth day, he wondered what kind of reward he would get. Chen Fan was quite looking forward to tomorrow's reward, and hoped that the system would not disappoint him. Chapter 15. On the fourth day of severing ties, the reward was a top-class restaurant. In another luxurious villa in Jiangzhou, 2 elderly men in their 60s and 70s were chatting. One of them was Qin Shanhai, the patriarch of the Chen family, and the other was Kong Baisheng, the chairman of the current Yum Group. Old Chen, I heard that one of your family members is a scum who publicly severed ties with your family? Kong Baisheng looked on with interest. Humph, that little brat will regret it. Grandpa Chen spoke with a gloomy face. If you are not in a position to step forward, do you want me to teach this bastard a lesson? Kong Baisheng asked of his own accord. No need. If I can't even handle this, what's the point of me being the head of the Chen family? Grandpa Chen directly refused. He estimated that at most, in 7 days, Chen Fan would come back crying and on his knees begging for forgiveness. Unfortunately, if it weren't for that little brat from the Xia Group messing things up, it would only have taken 3 days. Tomorrow, Chen Fan's relationship with the schoolflower will break up, and Chen Fan the little brat will suffer even more. Thinking about his previous plan and the instructions he gave Chen Haoyu, Chen's grandfather was very confident. Seeing Chen's grandfather say this, Kong Baisheng didn't continue to speak. He was just teasing, and had no intention of actually stepping in. After all, a junior like Chen Fan is not qualified enough for him to step in. Isn't it good to be the heir of a wealthy family? How could they sever ties with you? I really don't know if your grandson's brain is stuffed with water or if he's been kicked by a donkey. Kong Baisheng spoke with disdain. If he had a grandson like that, he would definitely break the other person's legs. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Kong Baisheng picked up the phone in surprise. Chairman, your plan against the Xia Group has been cracked, and the Xia Group has found a new supplier. The general manager of the Pineapple Group reported anxiously. What? How is this possible? Kong Baisheng looked as if he had seen a ghost and no longer had the composure he had earlier. He guessed that the Xia Group would solve the problem. After all, it was just a matter of a supplier, not some super big problem. The problem is that he only settled the Xia Group's partner, Nanmao Company, today, and it's only been a few hours, and the Xia Group has solved the problem. Are you kidding? He had previously guessed that Xia's group would take 10 days, or a week or so, and bleed a little to get it done, but it turned out that they solved it in less than 7 hours. Didn't you previously warn other companies not to cooperate with Xia's group? Kong Baisheng questioned. I did warn them, but that Tingfei Group actually disobeyed us. The general manager was also helpless. How dare they disobey us? We should teach this Tingfei Group a lesson and show them what happens when they go against the wishes of the Baisheng Group. Kong Baisheng ordered. At this moment, Kong Baisheng was so angry that his face turned white. The plan against the Xia Group had gone bankrupt, and he had to formulate a new plan. What's the matter, Kong? It seems like you've got problems here too. Do you need any help? This time, it was Grandpa Chen's turn to speak. No, I don't believe it. I can't handle the Xia Group. Kong Baisheng said with a gloomy face. He was going to be ruthless. Seriously, if you need help, just ask. I'm also very unhappy with this Xia Group. Grandpa Chen agreed. After all, they were allies, and they would all prosper or perish together. After that, Kong Baisheng went to arrange the follow-up, and Grandpa Chen left. Time flies. The next day, at noon, just after class, the voice of the system came. Ding! Severance Day 4, reward 100% ownership of Jiangzhou's most high-end restaurant, Wangjiang Pavilion, and become the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Wangjiang Pavilion is worth about 1.1 billion in total. Chen Fan immediately froze upon seeing this system reward. Holy cow, you're not kidding. I only started thinking about Wangjiang Pavilion yesterday, and today the system has given it all to me. Instantly, a huge feeling of joy welled up in Chen Fan's heart. This is great. The system is awesome. With Wangjiang Pavilion, my net worth will increase by another 10 billion, and it has now exceeded 4.6 billion. If I add my luxury car, luxury home, and the globally limited edition Patek Philippe, I estimate it will reach 4.7 to 4.8 billion. With only the last 200 million to go, his net worth will break the 5 billion mark. That's not the most important thing, though. According to Zhao Linyon, the most valuable thing about Wangjiang Pavilion Restaurant is the extensive network of connections it has accumulated. Now that Chen Fan has become the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, he will also inherit this huge network of connections, which will just happen to complement his own shortcomings and make him feel right at home. Today's system reward is really great. Chen Fan walked out of the teaching building with a smile on his face, only to unexpectedly run into Xia Mengmeng at the bottom of the stairs. Senior Chen, you were looking for me? Xia Mengmeng came up to him. Ha? Chen Fan looked confused. He hadn't been looking for Xia Mengmeng. No? Chen Fan shook his head. No, you didn't. You asked someone to notify me that you had something to discuss with me and told me to come to this teaching building to find you. Xia Mengmeng was equally confused. Just as the two were in a daze, Chen Haoyu walked over with his men. Xia Mengmeng was the one he sent to spread the false news and trick her here, just to expose Chen Fan's merciless true face in front of Xia Mengmeng's face. Xia Mengmeng, you've been cheated by Chen Fan. Just arrived, Chen Haoyu said with a contrived expression. Ha? Xia Mengmeng was puzzled. Chen Fan is a scumbag who cheated on your feelings. He's not a good man. Chen Haoyu continued. Xia Mengmeng was even more confused. She looked at Chen Fan, meaning that the guy in front of her was out of his mind. Let him perform, just treat it like watching a clown. Chen Fan whispered to Xia Mengmeng, he wanted to see what Chen Haoyu could come up with. You say I am heartless and ruthless, come on, tell me, how am I heartless and ruthless? Chen Fan asked in return. Chen Haoyu was just about to follow his own script, but since Chen Fan had asked, he immediately answered without hesitation. You have sacrificed our Chen family to a dangerous position for your own interests, without regard for the slightest bit of family affection. What else can you be if not ruthless and heartless? Chapter 16, Chen Fan doesn't deserve to eat here after running into the Chen family at Wangjiang Pavilion? He was telling the truth. If Chen Fan didn't marry into the Su family, once the Su family took their anger out on them, the Chen family would be the first to suffer. The anger of the Su family of Jinling was not something that they, a small Jiangzhou noble family, could bear. So, Chen Haoyu put all the blame on Chen Fan. Miss Xia, you say that Chen Fan is not ruthless? Chen Haoyu looked at Xia Mengmeng. What do you mean for my benefit? It's obviously for your benefit that you want to sacrifice my life. For the sake of your so-called family interests, you want me to marry a pregnant woman. Ha, if you're so selfless, why don't you go ahead and do it? You're so great, if you marry her, won't the Chen family's crisis be solved? Chen Fan retorted. In an instant, Chen Haoyu was speechless. He's not stupid, so why would he marry a bitch like Su Junyao? After hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Mengmeng also understood, especially after hearing the words alliance marriage. Xia Mengmeng's emotions were even more touched, and she directly rebuked. Is this what you call being heartless and ruthless? If I were Chen Shui, I would not only sever ties with your Chen family, I would probably set a fire and burn the Chen family to the ground. Xia Mengmeng went on to rebuke Chen Haoyu several times. Chen Haoyu was stunned. Ah, Xia Mengmeng's reaction was so emotional. This is not quite what he expected. Senior Chen, your choice to sever ties with the Chen family was absolutely correct. With that, Xia Mengmeng grabbed Chen Fan and left. Chen Haoyu was at a loss for words. What's going on? He wanted to break up Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, but now it seems that not only has he failed to achieve his goal, but he has also made Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng's relationship a little better. He has instead helped Chen Fan. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chen Haoyu yelled angrily in his heart. On the other side, Chen Fan had already driven and was taking Xia Mengmeng to Wangjiang Pavilion. He was treating today. After all, dining at Wangjiang Pavilion as a guest and as the boss are two very different experiences. On the way, Xia Mengmeng's mood was a little low. Senior Chen, if you and my sister were already together, that would be great. Xia Mengmeng suddenly spoke. Ha? Hearing this, even Chen Fan, who was driving, was taken aback. Senior Chen, actually I can understand you, the situation of our Xia family is even more complicated than your Chen family. Xia Mengmeng whispered. Why was she so emotional just now? It's because most of these women from wealthy families cannot escape the fate of marriage. She is still young and it's okay, but her sister is different. Don't look at her, she is known as the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou, and she has done so much. But in front of the huge Xia family, the Xia Group in Jiangzhou is nothing. Strictly speaking, the Xia Group in Jiangzhou is just a branch company. Their family headquarters is not here. Unless my sister can make the Xia Group go further, then I won't be able to make decisions about her marriage in the future. Last holiday, she vaguely heard that the family elders have begun preparing for my sister's marriage alliance. The other party seems to be an even more powerful family. If the elders of the two families make up their minds, then my sister will be in danger. That's why Xia Mengmeng just said that it would be great if Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were already together. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng arrived in front of Wangjiang Pavilion. Just as Chen Fan and his friends were parking, Chen Yuzhen arrived in front of Wangjiang Pavilion with a few friends. Sister Chen, we came suddenly, will there be a seat at Wangjiang Pavilion? One of her friends asked. Seats at restaurants like Wangjiang Pavilion are very popular. Oh, even if there are no other seats at Wangjiang Pavilion, there has to be one for me. Chen Yuzhen said with great pride. I'm a senior member of Wangjiang Pavilion. I spend millions every year at Wangjiang Pavilion. While Chen Yuzhen was bragging in front of the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng also walked over. From afar, Chen Yuzhen saw Chen Fan and was first taken aback, then with a mean voice, she sarcastically said. Ouch, a restaurant of this level is Wangjiang Pavilion, is it also a place that a poor bum like you can come to? Chapter 17 shocked Chen Yuzhen, what kind of person are you to compare yourself to President Chen? Not to mention that Chen Fan has now severed his ties with the Chen family, even when he was still in the Chen family, he could not afford to spend in a restaurant like Wangjiang Pavilion. Now seeing Chen Fan in front of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Yuzhen felt like it was a huge irony. Chen Fan gave a cold smile and said, This is not a place I can come to, so do you think you can come? Seeing Chen Fan say this, Chen Yuzhen's face revealed a smug smile, and she spoke proudly. Of course. I come to Wangjiang Pavilion at least 5 times a month. You tell me if I can come here. You might have been able to before, but today, you won't be able to get in the door of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan spoke slowly. As he spoke, Chen Fan casually sent a text message. I won't be able to get in the door of Wangjiang Pavilion today. What kind of international joke is this? Who do you think you are? You're killing me, ha 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 ha. Chen Yuzhen laughed until she fell over, as if she had heard the funniest joke ever. Yes, how dare he say that Chen would never be able to enter the Wangjiang Pavilion? Is this kid crazy? In Jiangzhou, is there anywhere that even our Yuzhen can enter? Chen Yuzhen's companions couldn't help but speak out, sarcastically addressing Chen Fan. Chen Yuzhen straightened her back and looked at Chen Fan with conviction. Chen Fan, now, I'll show you how I entered Wangjiang Pavilion in an above-board manner. As for a pauper like you, you're only worthy of smelling the aroma in front of Wangjiang Pavilion, and you'll never be able to enter for the rest of your life, and you'll only be worthy of eating at those roadside stalls that even dogs won't eat for the rest of your life. Let's go. After saying this, Chen Yuzhen held her head high, walked with a strut towards Wangjiang Pavilion. Before Chen Yuzhen could even walk in, the welcome staff standing in front of the Wangjiang Pavilion gate stepped forward. I'm sorry, madam, but we're fully booked this afternoon. If you'd like to come again, you can make a reservation in advance, said the welcome staff apologetically. Hearing this, Chen Yuzhen's companions were suddenly embarrassed. Chen Yuzhen, on the other hand, looked calm, as if she had expected this. Don't worry. Chen Yuzhen glanced at her companions, then confidently took out a special card from her bag. You see, I am your Wangjiang Pavilion senior member, Chen Yuzhen, with privileges such as no waiting in line and no need to make a reservation. Chen Yuzhen domineeringly threw her Wangjiang Pavilion senior membership card at the staff member. Senior member? Hearing these words, the face of the welcome staff member instantly changed. What, do you mean I can go in now? Chen Yuzhen asked. Yes, of course you can. You are a premium member, so of course you have this privilege. I was blind earlier. The staff politely bowed and made an inviting gesture. Chen Yuzhen's smile grew even wider when she saw this. Chen Yuzhen turned her head and said to Chen Fan with great satisfaction. Little thing, see, I'm going to go into the Wangjiang Pavilion to eat now, and you can only watch from the outside and never get in for the rest of your life. After saying this, Chen Yuzhen took a big step and planned to enter Wangjiang Pavilion. Unfortunately, before her foot could touch the ground, a man in his 30s in a suit stopped her directly from the inside. "Hey, Manager Zhao, what are you doing?" Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise after taking a good look at the man's face. This man in a suit was none other than the lobby manager of Wangjiang Pavilion. "What are you doing, Ms. Chen?" Manager Zhao asked in return. "Me? I naturally went in to eat, what else could I do?" "Manager Zhao, don't block the way here, it's getting late." Having said that, Chen Yuzhen wanted to go in again, but once again, she was stopped by Manager Zhao. Then, in the questioning eyes of Chen Yuzhen, Manager Zhao coldly announced, "Ms. Chen Yuzhen, I'm sorry to inform you that you cannot go in today." "What? What did you say?" Chen Yuzhen was furious. In front of Chen Fan, that little thing, and her own companion, this Manager Zhao actually wouldn't let her in. "Why? Why, there's no why, you just can't go in, and if you absolutely need an answer, you can take it that there's no place for you inside." Manager Zhao shrugged and replied arrogantly. At that moment, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng also walked over. "Why? I told you, you won't get in today. Do you believe me now?" Chen Fan said indifferently. In an instant, Chen Yuzhen's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Fan walked up to Manager Zhao and whispered a few words. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the arrogant Manager Zhao immediately revealed a flattering smile. "Please come in quickly." Manager Zhao respectfully invited Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng to come in. "Chen Yuzhen, we are going in, and you can only watch from the outside." Chen Fan returned Chen Yuzhen's words to her exactly as they were. Chen Yuzhen instantly exploded with anger. The next second, with Chen Yuzhen's flustered expression, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng leisurely stepped into Wangjiang Pavilion to go eat. Chen Yuzhen and the others were still stopped outside. "You said there were no more seats inside, but how come he can go in and there are seats for him, but not for me?" Chen Yuzhen pointed at Manager Zhao and shouted. Manager Zhao was amused by Chen Yuzhen's words. "Who do you think you are to compare yourself to Mr. Chen? Who are you?" Manager Zhao scolded back without any courtesy. "Who am I?" "I am Chen Yuzhen, a senior member of your Wangjiang Pavilion." Chen Yuzhen replied. "Oh, yes." Chen Yuzhen reminded him, and Manager Zhao remembered. He then took Chen Yuzhen's VIP card from the receptionist and took out a pair of scissors from his pocket. In front of Chen Yuzhen and everyone else, Manager Zhao neatly cut Chen Yuzhen's VIP card in half. "From now on, you, Chen Yuzhen, are no longer a premium member of our Wangjiang Pavilion. Moreover, from now on, you are on our Wangjiang Pavilion blacklist and can never enter Wangjiang Pavilion to eat again." Manager Zhao's words fell like thunder in Chen Yuzhen's ears, and she froze in her tracks. "What's going on? Being blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion, we have to stay away from her." Several guests who had just finished eating at Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant and were leaving heard Manager Zhao say this, and they all started talking. Being blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion would definitely become a huge laughingstock in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society. Chen Yuzhen's face was completely ruined. "Why?" Chen Yuzhen yelled. "Why can Chen Fan go in, but she can't? Her Wangjiang Pavilion membership card has even been cancelled, and she has even been blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion." Chen Yuzhen was furious. Today, she had truly lost face. Especially in front of Chen Fan, whom she despised the most, how could she stay in Jiangzhou in the future? After throwing a tantrum for a while, Chen Yuzhen calmed down slightly. At this moment, recalling what had just happened, Chen Yuzhen suddenly understood why. Chapter 18 Xia Mengmeng's bold plan, a terrible revenge on Chen Fan. Just now, she had focused all her attention on Chen Fan, ignoring the pretty girl next to him. If there were no accidents, this pretty girl, who was about the same age as Chen Fan, should be the school beauty Xia Mengmeng that Hao Yu had mentioned. And the reason why Chen Fan was able to get in just now, and the reason why she was stopped at Wangjiang Pavilion, her VIP card was cancelled, and she was even blacklisted, was definitely because Chen Fan encouraged that Xia Mengmeng to do it. Xia Mengmeng should be a more powerful diamond member of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Yuzhen attributed everything that just happened to Xia Mengmeng. As for Chen Fan, who got into Wangjiang Pavilion on his own, Chen Yuzhen never even thought about it. What is Chen Fan? An abandoned young man who has severed ties with their Chen family, a waste of space. How could he possibly go to Wangjiang Pavilion on his own? If he wants to do that, Chen Fan can forget about it in the next life. Damn Xia Mengmeng, Damn the Xia Group. Chen Yuzhen said with clenched teeth. Chen Fan, this useless man who lives off others, without Xia Mengmeng, this big tree, you are just trash. And, what's going on with Chen Hao? He was ordered by the old man to break up Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, but now they are having dinner together at Wanjiang Pavilion? Chen Yuzhen muttered discontentedly. Her nephew Chen Haoyu is also a waste. At the moment, Chen Yuzhen no longer had the mood to eat, so she immediately drove away and returned to the Chen family. Chen Yuzhen just arrived at the Chen family and found that the old man was not at home, but Chen Haoyu and another girl were at home. Chen Yuzhen scolded Chen Haoyu unceasingly. Having just been scolded by Xia Mengmeng at school and then by his aunt Chen Yuzhen upon his return home, Chen Haoyu was also extremely frustrated and angry inside. What are you doing? The old man laid it out so well, why didn't you just do as the old man ordered? You. Chen Yuzhen took out all her dissatisfaction and anger towards Chen Fan and vented it all on Chen Haoyu. Auntie, I'm also very helpless. Chen Haoyu defended himself. Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng are not thinking along normal lines at all. I haven't even had a chance to do what Grandpa told me to do when I was lectured by Xia Mengmeng, and I haven't even had a chance to speak. And it seems like their relationship is even better. What are you doing? Chen Yuzhen angrily scolded. Okay, Auntie, Haoyu's abilities are limited, so let me handle the lesson for Chen Fan. At this time, another woman in her 20s in the living room spoke up. The woman's name was Chen Itsue. She was a junior at another university in Jiangzhou this year, Chen Haoyu's older sister, and sort of Chen Fan's former cousin. In the Chen family, Chen Itsue is better than Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu became the president of the student union of a department only because of the Chen family's reputation and connections, while Chen Itsue used the capital given by the Chen family to establish her own personal studio, and her current annual income is as high as tens of millions. Okay, Itsue, if you step in, you can definitely teach that little Chen Fan a lesson. You are the hope of our Chen family. Chen Yuzhen nodded, confident in Chen Itsue's tactics. I never thought that I would be gone for a week and something like this would happen at home. Chen Itsue smiled with disdain. Chen Fan actually severed his ties with our Chen family, who does he think he is? Before, Chen Itsue had never looked down on her cousin Chen Fan, and she had never even spoken to him. She never expected that Chen Fan would now have the audacity to sever his ties with the Chen family. A heartless and ungrateful dog. He just hooked up with the little rich girl from the Xia Group, not Xia Ruoxue, the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou. Does he really think he's invincible? Chen Itsue simply didn't take Chen Fan seriously. If Chen Fan had hooked up with Xia Ruoxue, she would have said nothing and just left. As the president of the Xia Group, Xia Ruoxue can only be countered by the old man stepping in, and their status is not high enough. If Chen Fan can get close to Xia Ruoxue, he might really be able to compete with the Chen family. Unfortunately, Chen Fan only got close to Xia Ruoxue's younger sister, and the other party is only in their freshman year and just has a little money. Chen Fan wants to use Xia Mengmeng's status to compete with the Chen family, ridiculous, ridiculous. Haoyu, this afternoon, I will go to your school with you. Chen Itsue said. Okay, sister, I'm counting on you to help me and our Chen family regain face. Chen Haoyu said excitedly. Chen Haoyu is well aware of the tactics of his own sister. This time, if his sister steps in, Chen Fan will definitely be finished. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng were having dinner at the restaurant in Wanjiang Pavilion. The two of them ate and chatted, and Chen Fan also got a general idea of the situation in the Xia family. Unexpectedly, the Xia family is so big. From what Xia Mengmeng said, the Xia family is probably not inferior to the Su family. Look at them, they are both the daughters of wealthy families. Xia Ruoxue is the president of the Xia family, and Xia Mengmeng is also a good person. And then there is Su Junyao. What a difference! This afternoon, Xia Mengmeng helped her fight Chen Haoyu, and before that, she helped her fight Song Manyu. Chen Fan is very grateful. In Jiangzhou, if there is anything, you and President Xia can also find me. Chen Fan spoke. If other people help themselves, and if President Xia and the others have something going on, Chen Fan naturally won't stand idly by. Well, thank you, Chen Shui. Xia Mengmeng nodded. At first, Xia Mengmeng didn't have much, but suddenly, after looking at Chen Fan and thinking about her sister's situation, a bold plan came to mind. The more she thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Of course, for the time being, it was only Xia Mengmeng's idea, and the specifics would have to be decided later. After eating, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng left Wanjiang Pavilion and returned to school. At noon, because of Kong Bising's order, the Bising Group had also begun to formulate a terrible revenge against the Tingfei Group. Dare to oppose them, the Bising Group, and there will definitely be no happy ending. Time flew. In the afternoon, Chen Itsue confidently arrived at Jiangzhou University with her younger brother Chen Haoyu. Chen Itsue was ready to take action against Chen Fan. Chapter 19, The Chen siblings are on the move. Is Chen Fan's Patek Philippe fake? Chen Itsue and Chen Haoyu had just got out of the car when Chen Haoyu's little brother, who had been waiting in the car park, came over immediately. Brother Yu, I found out that this afternoon, Chen Fan's class, along with other second-year students, are going to attend a lecture. The little brother reported to Chen Haoyu. Very good. Chen Haoyu nodded in satisfaction. Haoyu, I asked you to prepare in advance, are you ready? Chen Itsue asked pointedly. At noon today, Chen Itsue asked Chen Haoyu about Chen Fan's current situation. After Chen Itsue learned something about Chen Fan from her younger brother, Chen Itsue immediately made a plan. Don't worry, sister, I've already made contact. The person will be here in a moment. Chen Haoyu answered simply. This time, Chen Fan can't escape. Without Xia Mengmeng backing him up, I don't know what Chen Fan will do. Chen Haoyu sneered. You're so thoughtful, sister. Just in case, we've chosen to do it when Xia Mengmeng isn't around Chen Fan. This way, their plan is absolutely foolproof. Today, I'm going to make Chen Fan lose face in front of all his classmates and countless Jiangzhou University students and become the laughingstock of countless people. Chen Itsue was very satisfied with her plan. Next to her, Chen Haoyu also clenched his fists and wiped his mouth, eager to get started. Having been defeated twice by Chen Fan, this time, with his sister's help, Chen Fan, just wait and see, you'll become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangzhou University. On the other side, due to the school's arrangements, Chen Fan and many sophomore students came to a large classroom that could accommodate hundreds of people to listen to a lecture. Not long after Chen Fan and the others entered, Chen Haoyu, Chen Itsue, and a suit-wearing man in his 30s carrying a black suitcase also entered through the back door. Chen Itsue gave her younger brother a look, and Chen Haoyu immediately understood, and walked towards Chen Fan in front of him. The plan was starting to come into motion. Isn't this Chen Fan? I didn't expect to run into you here. Chen Haoyu pretended to be surprised to see him and said, what a coincidence. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Haoyu and didn't want to talk to him. But the more Chen Fan ignored him, the more Chen Haoyu came closer. Hey, Chen Fan, you're wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu exclaimed. The words "a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars" immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. In an instant, the gazes of countless people on the scene focused on Chen Fan and Chen Haoyu. The people on the scene were all sophomores, and 10,000 yuan was a huge sum for them, and as for hundreds of thousands, it was absolutely astronomical. Now that they heard that someone was wearing a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, they couldn't help but draw attention. Holy cow, wearing a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's awesome. Who is this guy, so awesome? Who is he? He is from the wealthy Chen family, so it is reasonable for him to wear a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The crowd murmured. But Chen Fan, you have severed all ties with our Chen family, and you even left with nothing. Where did you get the money to buy a Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? You're not wearing a fake watch to show off, are you? Chen Haoyu said with a strange tone. Fake watch? Chen Fan sneered. The Patek Philippe he was wearing was a top-of-the-line watch that the system had rewarded him with as a limited edition of only 7 pieces in the world. How could it be fake? The system could easily reward itself with something worth billions of dollars, so how could a mere watch be fake? What? Chen Fan has severed ties with the Chen family. He's not from a wealthy family, so where did he get the money to buy a watch of this caliber? It's definitely fake. Yes, it must be a fake watch, a fake watch. This kid is so disgusting, he bought a fake watch just to show off in front of us. Exactly, he has severed ties with the Chen family. What's the point of pretending to be rich and handsome, wearing a fake watch? What a joke. Chen Haoyu's arranged little brother shouted in the crowd, deliberately setting the pace. After hearing that Chen Fan was wearing a fake watch to show off, many people at the scene were also incited by Chen Haoyu and his gang, and they scolded Chen Fan one after another. Sorry to disappoint you, but this Patek Philippe of mine is a real watch. Chen Fan said slowly. A real watch? I don't think so. Chen Haoyu shook his head. We can't tell if this is a fake or not. Some people say it's real, others say it's fake, but how can we tell? We're not experts. It's hard to say who's telling the truth and who's not. The crowd murmurs. At the back of the classroom, hearing these voices, Zenitsue glances at the man in the suit, signaling that it's time for him to make his entrance. The man in the suit acts immediately, walking to the front and saying loudly, "Don't worry, everyone, I'm a professional watch appraiser. I can now determine whether this Patek Philippe is real or fake." Zenitsue stood in the distance, arms folded, looking coldly at Chen Fan in front of her, her eyes full of unconcealable smugness. This was her ploy. This afternoon, she learned from her brother that Chen Fan seemed to be wearing a Patek Philippe today, so Zenitsue immediately guessed that Chen Fan's watch must be fake. After all, if it were real, how could Chen Fan, who had severed ties with their family, afford it? So, Zenitsue set up a trap for Chen Fan's fake watch. For this reason, she deliberately asked her brother to find this professional watch appraiser. The purpose was to slap Chen Fan's face in front of everyone. Zenitsue wanted to make Chen Fan lose face in front of his classmates and countless students from Jiangzhou University, so that he, a poor man with no money who had to pretend to be rich, would become the laughingstock of Jiangzhou University. As things stand, it seems that her goal is about to be achieved. It's too easy to fix Chen Fan. It's unbelievable that my younger brother and my sister-in-law have both lost to Chen Fan. How could they lose? Zenitsue's heart soared. It's great to have a professional appraisal certificate. Let's have it appraised. The crowd clamored. What do you say, Chen Fan? You said your watch is real, do you dare to have it appraised? Chun Haoyu asked provocatively. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding. Temporary mission issued, agree to have your watch appraised, and show Chun Haoyu what a global limited edition Patek Philippe is. Mission reward, top-level cooking skills. Mission reward, 37 experience points. Ha? A mission? What's there to be afraid of? Chen Fan casually took off his Patek Philippe watch. The appraiser took out the professional equipment he had brought in a box and began to meticulously appraise it. After a few minutes, the appraiser put down the equipment, stood up seriously, and it seemed that he had a result. In an instant, everyone present held their breath and looked at the appraiser together. Was Chen Fan's Patek Philippe real or fake? Chapter 20, the whole audience was shocked by the terrifying 8-digit price. Chun Haoyu and Zenitsue were both confident that Chen Fan's Patek Philippe was definitely fake. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such trouble to set up such a scheme. Now, they just have to wait for the appraiser they paid a lot of money to announce the result, and then they will fan the flames and spread the news throughout Jiangzhou University, so that Chen Fan will become the laughingstock of everyone and lose face, and ultimately have no face to come to Jiangzhou University again. In this way, not only can Chen Fan be dealt with, but Chen Fan can also be kept away from Xia Mengmeng. This is Zenitsue's plan to kill two birds with one stone. This Patek Philippe is real, and among all Patek Philippe watches, it is still the best. However, the next second, the words of the professional appraiser left Zenitsue and her brother Chen Fan stunned. Really? Chen Fan's Patek Philippe watch is real, are you kidding me? How could this be? The others at the scene were also extremely shocked when they learned that Chen Fan's Patek Philippe was real. They told it like it was. Most of them had thought that Chen Fan's watch was fake. After all, it was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Awesome. He's only a sophomore and already wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, that's amazing. The crowd discussed it among themselves, envious of Chen Fan. You didn't make a mistake in your appraisal, did you? Is this watch really real? Chen Haoyu questioned the appraiser. This Patek Philippe is definitely real, I can guarantee it 100%, but... The appraiser hesitated. In the end, he gritted his teeth and politely looked at Chen Fan. Sir, may I ask which model of Patek Philippe watch you have? He has appraised various famous watches for 7 or 8 years, and has encountered all kinds of top-notch watches, from tens of thousands of dollars to millions. But this one in front of him, to be honest, he really didn't recognize it because he is ignorant. My watch is a Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime. Chen Fan casually replied. Oh, it's a Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime. No, what did you say? The appraiser didn't think anything of it at first, but when you reacted, his face instantly changed. He simply couldn't believe his ears. Is this the sound of the Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime? Is this the legendary Patek Philippe commemorative watch limited to 7 pieces in the world? The appraiser asked with a trembling voice. For a watch of this caliber, not to mention him, even his master is not qualified to see it, so it is normal that he doesn't recognize it. Chen Fan nodded calmly. Ha! The appraiser instantly gasped, deeply shocked. What, Chen Fan's Patek Philippe is not an ordinary model? A watch limited to 7 pieces in the world, Chen Fan is really something. I'm afraid that a watch of this caliber is not just hundreds of thousands, I estimate that it is conservatively worth millions. As for Chen Itsue and her brother, they were also shocked. Appraiser, how much does a watch like this cost? Someone asked curiously. How much? It's hard to estimate a watch of this caliber, you probably have to go to an auction to find out, but I conservatively estimate it to be at least 8 digits. The appraiser thought for a moment and answered cautiously. 8 digits? A 10, 100, 1,000, a million. 8 digits is not tens of millions. And the appraiser hasn't said how many zeros the 8 digits have. Oh my god, Chen Fan's watch is at least 10 million yuan. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. This is like wearing a top-level villa on your wrist. Instantly, the scene erupted. Big brother, you are my idol. Chen Xiao, do you need a little brother? I can be your little brother. Chen, do you have time tonight? I'll take you to the movies. I'm 34D. Countless people flocked to the scene, looking at Chen Fan in admiration. Chen Fan's reputation instantly reached its zenith. Knowing the value of Chen Fan's watch, the Chen Itsue sisters were even more stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. A watch with an 8-digit price tag is terrifying. They are not even qualified to own a watch of this caliber. Why does Chen Fan have such a watch? Especially when they see that now, Chen Fan is not only unashamed, but also famous, and has become a popular figure at school. Chen Itsue and her brother hate him even more. They have just made Chen Fan's reputation. Ding! Agreed to appraise his own watch, letting Chen Haoyu know what a globally limited edition watch was. The task was complete. Congratulations on obtaining top-level culinary skills. Congratulations on obtaining 37 experience points. At this time, the voice of the system came. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of synonyms entered Chen Fan's mind. In an instant, Chen Fan had master-level culinary skills. A few minutes later, the professor of the lecture came, and Chen Itsue and the others reluctantly left. After the lecture, countless people once again surrounded Chen Fan, and even some bold girls sent him secret glances. Chen Fan finally managed to escape from the crowd. There were no more classes, so Chen Fan drove directly back to Royal Scenic Villa. At around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, there was a knock on the door. Chen Fan opened the villa door and saw Xia Ruoxue. Although Xia Ruoxue had changed into very ordinary casual clothes, her stunning beauty was still hard to hide. Chen Fan was a little surprised to see Xia Ruoxue drop by unannounced. Mr. Chen, I'd like to invite you to my house for dinner. Xia Ruoxue invited him a little nervously. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to invite a guy, and it was to her house, so she was inevitably a little nervous. In order to express her gratitude for Chen Fan's help yesterday in resolving the crisis with the raw material supplier, Xia Ruoxue wanted to cook dinner tonight and invite Chen Fan to dinner. Chen Fan happened to be free, so he agreed. Half an hour later, Chen Fan took a nice bottle of red wine from the villa's private wine cellar and arrived in front of Xia Ruoxue's villa. Hearing the knock on the door, Xia Ruoxue, wearing an apron, came to open the door. President Chen is here, please sit down, the food will be ready in a while. Okay. Chen Fan sat down, while Xia Ruoxue went to the kitchen. After a while, there was a clanking sound coming from the kitchen. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan went to the kitchen and saw Xia Ruoxue, who was a bit flustered. Seeing this, Xia Ruoxue said a little embarrassed. I haven't cooked for a few years, I'm a bit rusty. I'm free, I'll help you. Chen Fan said. Today, he has just obtained the top chef skill, so he wants to test it out to see if the system awarded skills are actually useful and how good his level is. Chen Fan notices that Xia Ruoxue has bought a very large Australian lobster and thinks of the lobster from the typhoon shelter he ate at Wangjiang Pavilion before, and suddenly has an idea. Chen Fan starts to clean the lobster in the kitchen. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoxue finishes cooking the stir-fried potato strips in vinegar. Mr. Chen, please try it. Xia Ruoxue took out the chopsticks and handed them to Chen Fan. This was the first dish she had made, and she was looking forward to Chen Fan's comments. Unfortunately, Chen Fan's hands were still busy with the lobster, so he simply didn't have any free hands. It's not very convenient, so let's eat it later. Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Xia Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, then took a chopstick and tenderly fed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Just then, a cry of surprise came out. Chapter 21, Severing Ties on the Fifth Day, a Reward of a Top Shopping Mall. Sister, Chen Shui, I almost fell for your scam. You said you were just casual friends, but I found out. Xia Mengmeng stood in front of the kitchen door, her eyes wide with a small, smug expression. She had just returned to the villa and heard some noise in the kitchen, so she came to take a look. She never expected to see her sister, Xia Ruoshui, take her own chopsticks and feed them to Chen Fan. She knows her sister very well. Given her sister's personality, if she were just an ordinary friend, she would not have done that without any good feelings. Mr. Chen was handling the lobster with both hands, so it was inconvenient, so I fed it to him. Xia Ruoshui explained with a dry cough. Sister, you don't need to explain, I understand. Xia Mengmeng gave a mysterious smile and then took the initiative to leave, leaving the two of them alone. How does it taste? Xia Ruoshui asked with anticipation as she watched Chen Fan taste his first dish. It's okay, I haven't cooked in so long, and this is pretty good for the first dish. Looking at Xia Ruoshui's expectant expression, Chen Fan suppressed the urge to complain. Really? Xia Ruoshui was suddenly thrilled. So she quickly began to make the second dish. Chen Fan's lobster was almost done, and the cooking of the lobster in the typhoon shelter could officially begin. After half an hour, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui each carried 2 plates of food out of the kitchen. Wow! Xia Mengmeng was eager to try. Mengmeng, take a guess, which 2 dishes did I make and which 2 did Mr. Chen make? Xia Ruoshui asked. Okay. Xia Mengmeng picked up the chopsticks, tasted a few dishes, and immediately made a judgment, and she was right. Mengmeng, how did you guess so accurately? Xia Ruoshui asked in puzzlement. Sister, of these 4 dishes, 2 of them are just so-so, not much different from mine, and the other 2 are simply the best lobster in a typhoon shelter and cola chicken wings I've ever had. Mengmeng said, it was so easy to tell the difference. Is there really that big a difference? Xia Ruoshui picked up her chopsticks in surprise and tasted them as well. She first tasted the 2 dishes she had made, and they were just so-so, just edible. But when she tasted a bite of Chen Fan's lobster from the typhoon shelter, her expression instantly froze. Mr. Chen, are you this good a cook? Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan in amazement. It's just so-so. Chen Fan said modestly. He had just tasted it in the kitchen, and it was no wonder that it was a top-level skill rewarded by the system, and it could even surpass the best chef in his own Wangzhong pavilion. Mr. Chen, you're amazing. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan with great admiration. Mr. Chen is young, but he has such amazing cooking skills. Whoever marries Mr. Chen will be very lucky in the future. Unconsciously, Chen Fan's status in Xia Ruoshui's heart rose again. After having dinner at Xia Ruoshui's house and staying for a while, Chen Fan left. The next morning, the voice of the system came. Ding! Severance Day 5, reward 100% ownership of Yongjia Shopping Center. Ha! Yongjia Shopping Center? Today's reward from the system was unexpected. Yongjia Shopping Center was one of the top shopping centers in Jiangzhou, gathering many international luxury brands and famous in Jiangzhou. Unexpectedly, this time, the system actually gave him the entire Yongjia Shopping Center. The value of the Yongjia Shopping Center should be around 1.4 to 1.5 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's net worth not only exceeded 5 billion, but also broke through the astonishing 6 billion. In just 5 days, his net worth broke 6 billion, which was an astonishing speed. Chen Fan's face revealed a satisfied smile. If this pace continues, in 4 days at most, his net worth will exceed 10 billion, and he will become a billionaire. At that time, he will join the ranks of the big shots in Jiangzhou and become the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. Just thinking about it, Chen Fan couldn't help but get excited. According to Chen Fan's estimate, the total assets of the Chen family should be around 40 to 50 billion. If the current pace of his net worth increase continues, in a month or so at most, his net worth alone will surpass that of the entire Chen family. If the system can be upgraded within this month, and by then, it may not even take a month, his personal wealth will surpass that of the Chen family. In less than 2 months, Chen Fan will become the new richest man in Jiangzhou. By then, let's see who will be the one to regret. Just as Chen Fan was planning, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came in. Is this Chen Fan? This is the former owner of Yongjia Shopping Center. I have received the money. When will you have time to sign the transfer contract? asked the former owner of Yangzhou Shopping Center. Can it be around 4:30 this afternoon? Chen Fan asked. No problem at 4:30 this afternoon. The two parties agreed to sign the transfer contract at Yangzhou Shopping Center at 4:30 p.m. On the other side, the news that Wangjang Pavilion had changed owners also spread, which made many bigwigs and tycoons in Jiangzhou extremely surprised. As for who the new owner of Wangjang Pavilion was, no one knew. For a while, everyone was wondering who had bought Wangjang Pavilion, and it became the focus of attention of countless bigwigs in Jiangzhou. At around 2 p.m., a man dressed as a bodyguard in a black suit and sunglasses walked into Wangjang Pavilion. I want to see your boss. The man in sunglasses came straight to the point. Ha? See our boss? Our boss is not here. May I ask what this is regarding? I am the manager of Wangjang Pavilion. Manager Zhao asked in surprise. Give. In the astonished gaze of Manager Zhao, the man in sunglasses took out an invitation and handed it to him in a very formal manner. Manager Zhao took the invitation, opened it, and for a moment, it seemed as if even his heartbeat had stopped. At this moment, he simply could not believe the name on the invitation. Chapter 22 The special invitation from the Jiangzhou Big Shot rewards a private order for a top luxury car. My God, this invitation was sent by that big shot, unbelievable, just unbelievable. Please give it to your boss. After saying this, the man in sunglasses left, and Manager Zhao was about to call his boss and tell him about the invitation. But just as he took out his phone, a waiter hurriedly ran over. Oh no, Manager Zhao, there's been an incident in room 7. The waiter reported anxiously. What is it? Manager Zhao asked hurriedly. The guests in room 7 said our food today was not delicious and asked if we were deliberately targeting them, acting as if they were going to smash things up. The waiter replied. What? Manager Zhao frowned. Manager Zhao, I don't think these two people are here to eat, but rather to deliberately cause trouble. The waiter whispered. Deliberately causing trouble? Let's go and take a look. Manager Zhao followed the waiter to private dining room 7. At the moment, 2 thin middle-aged men were sitting in the private dining room, while 4 or 5 burly men were standing nearby, seemingly acting as bodyguards for the 2 middle-aged men. Excuse me, what's the matter, gentlemen? Manager Zhao asked with a smile as soon as he entered. Your food doesn't taste as good as it did the last time someone invited us to dinner. Do you think we're easy targets and deliberately make the food really bad? That's right, get your boss to come and give us an explanation, otherwise we'll trash the restaurant. The 2 middle-aged men threatened. Ha! Manager Zhao was at a loss for words. There had never been a problem with their food, and the chef today was the same as before. Gentlemen, we apologize for any inconvenience caused. How about this, we'll let you keep your meal for free today. Is that okay? Manager Zhao offered a solution. No, do we lack that little bit of money? Exactly, your boss must come. If your boss doesn't come, we'll trash the restaurant today. The 2 middle-aged men yelled. Okay. Manager Zhao left helplessly. At this moment, he was even more convinced that these 2 middle-aged men were definitely here to stir up trouble, and their goal was to meet their boss. Manager Zhao made a phone call, and the 2 middle-aged men reported the situation of deliberately stirring up trouble to Chen Fan. Stir up trouble? Chen Fan's eyebrows shot up. Just then, the voice of the system came. Ding! Task issued, go to Wangjang Pavilion and see what these 2 middle-aged men are actually up to. Task reward, a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. Reward, 47 experience points. Ha! Chen Fan was both surprised and delighted when he read the task sent by the system. Chen Fan had previously planned to buy another business-class luxury car. After all, his large garage was currently only parked with a Lamborghini, which was a bit too empty. And the Lamborghini could only seat 2 people, so if there were more people, there would be no room. Unexpectedly, the system reward for this task was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it was a private customized model, which was far more expensive than the ordinary Rolls-Royce Phantom. Moreover, sometimes, even if you have the money, you cannot buy a private customized Rolls-Royce Phantom. Okay, I'll go take a look. It happened to be the end of class, and Chen Fan had to leave for Yangzhou Shopping Center. Now he could take a detour and go to Wangjang Pavilion first to take care of things. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the restaurant. Guessing that the other party was going to cause trouble, Chen Fan gathered the more than 20 security personnel in the restaurant as soon as he arrived. A few minutes later, Chen Fan, accompanied by a large group of security personnel from Wangjiang Pavilion, arrived in front of private dining room 7. Before Chen Fan even entered, he heard the rampant voices coming from inside. Why hasn't your boss come yet? Yes, believe it or not, I'll smash up your restaurant. 2 middle-aged men yelled. The 4 or 5 bodyguards were also eager to try, looking as if they were going to smash up the restaurant. But before they could finish speaking, a domineering voice came from nowhere. Who dares to smash up my restaurant? The next second, to the astonished gaze of the 2 middle-aged men, Chen Fan led 20 or so security guards and walked in majestically. Seeing this, the middle-aged men's bodyguards immediately bowed their heads. Despite their large frames, they could only meekly admit defeat in the face of 4 or 5 times their size. Who are you? Me? I'm the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan spoke slowly. You're the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion? Are you kidding? The 2 middle-aged men were stunned and didn't believe Chen Fan's words at all. This kid in front of them is so young, probably not even 20 years old, so how could he be the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion? This is our boss, Mr. Chen. Seeing this, Manager Zhao stepped forward and introduced again. Now, the 2 middle-aged men were completely dumbfounded, and they looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. He really is the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. Holy cow, he's so young. So what if you are the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion? Today we didn't enjoy our meal. If you don't give us an explanation, you will see. One of the tall middle-aged men yelled. Yes, if you don't give us a satisfactory answer, after we go out, we will definitely help you Wangjiang Pavilion publicize it well, so that you will become famous. The other middle-aged man said even more pointedly. For a restaurant, reputation is very important. The tall middle-aged man tried to threaten Chen Fan, but before he could say anything, Manager Zhao ran in. Sorry boss, I just found out that you have arrived. Here is the invitation that was sent to you earlier. Manager Zhao said. Invitation? Who sent it? Chen Fan asked. It was Wei Jingxiong, the boss of the Wei family. Manager Zhao replied. Wei Jingxiong? Hearing this name, the tall middle-aged man, who was about to yell, instantly wilted. Wei Jingxiong, one of the big bosses in their city, Jiangzhou, owns a large security company and has a stake in many entertainment venues in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong is the kind of tyrant who can make the ground tremble with just a single stamp of his foot. He is also someone these people would never dare offend. Oh, Wei Jingxiong, what does he want to invite me for? Chen Fan was even more surprised. He had heard of Wei Jingxiong's reputation. But the two of them didn't know each other. Big Boss Wei invited you to his home for tea tomorrow. Manager Zhao replied. What? Wei Jingxiong invited this kid in front of him to his home for tea. Holy shit, holy shit. The 2 middle-aged men, who were looking for trouble, turned pale at Manager Zhao's words. Who is Wei Jingxiong? He is the big boss of their Jiangzhou. What kind of identity will the guest be if he invites him on his own initiative? Even if his status is not as high as Wei Jingxiong's, it will be similar to Wei Jingxiong's. Otherwise, why would Wei Jingxiong invite him? The more they thought about it, the more frightened the 2 middle-aged men looked at Chen Fan. For a moment, their legs went weak. Okay, I get it. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan took the invitation and then looked at the 2 middle-aged men. In an instant, the 2 middle-aged men knelt directly and spoke out the person behind the scenes. Chapter 23, Holy shit, what's Chen Fan's bank balance? Mr. Chen, we were wrong. To be honest, Mr. Chen, it was Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, who paid us to come here and cause trouble. Yes, Mr. Chen, we are just doing what we are paid to do. Please don't hold it against us. The 2 middle-aged men did not dare to hide anything and directly explained the reason to Chen Fan. Zuixian Lu is the second best restaurant in Jiangzhou, second only to their Wangjiang Pavilion. The owner of Zuixian Lu, Luo Zhixin, saw that Wangjiang Pavilion had a new owner, which was considered a period of turmoil, so he wanted to take this opportunity to ruin Wangjiang Pavilion's reputation and surpass it to become the best in Jiangzhou. If possible, after ruining Wangjiang Pavilion's reputation, it would be even better if he could buy it at a low price. Was it Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, who told you to come? This answer was within Chen Fan's expectations. Good guy, bullying your own head. Chen Fan sneered. This time, he has picked the wrong person to mess with. Manager Zhao, take them directly to the police station. Chen Fan ordered. No, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the two middle-aged men immediately panicked. In the end, these people were taken away by the security personnel of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan then opened the invitation and glanced at it. It was indeed sent by Jiangzhou's big boss, Wei Jingxiong, and it seemed to be handwritten. Tomorrow? Chen Fan muttered, tomorrow is the weekend, let's see. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Go to Wangjiang Pavilion and see what these two middle-aged men are up to. Mission complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. Congratulations, you have gained 47 experience points. The task is complete. A custom-made Rolls-Royce and 47 experience points have been obtained. Chen Fan looked at his total experience points again. Current system level 1195, 1500. I'm only 1305 experience points short of leveling up. This is quite a good pace. Chen Fan was quite satisfied. It's only been 2 or 3 days since he activated the system upgrade mode, and he's already accumulated nearly 200 experience points. Now, he's already gathered nearly 1/7 of the experience points required for the upgrade. This is really fast. At this rate, even a conservative estimate is that the system will definitely be upgraded to level 2 within a month. At that time, the daily rewards from the system will increase a lot, and at that time, it will be even closer to his goal of putting the Jinling Su family under his feet. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Luo Jixin. Chen Fan muttered to himself. He has a lot on his plate right now, and once he's finished with what he's working on, it'll be Luo Jixin's time to suffer. If Luo Jixin is trying to buy his Wangjiang Pavilion, then he'll find a way to buy his Drunken Immortal Restaurant first, and get even with him the way he wants to be treated. If you have any problems in the future, contact me first. After Chen Fan gave manager Zhao some final instructions, he left Wangjiang Pavilion. When Chen Fan arrived at Yangjia Shopping Center, it was only around 4 p.m. Chen Fan and the former owner of Yangjia Shopping Center had agreed on a meeting time of 4:30 p.m., so there was still half an hour to go. Chen Fan took advantage of this half an hour to take a stroll around Yangjia Shopping Center. When he left the Chen family, he only took a few clothes with him, but now he didn't have enough clothes to wear, so he needed to buy some new ones. Chen Fan found the nearest store and walked in. Before long, Chen Fan had selected a large pile of clothes. Just as Chen Fan was about to pay, a surprised voice came. Hey, isn't this Chen Fan? You have severed ties with the Chen family, and you still dare to shop in this kind of luxury store? Do you have any money? A young man walked over and said sarcastically. This young man was named Zhu Pingyu, and he was from the Zhu family, another major family in Jiangzhou. Zhu Pingyu and Chen Fan had always had a poor relationship. Although you are still in the Zhu family, what's the difference between being cut off from the family? Chen Fan responded without any courtesy. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhu Pingyu was instantly enraged. Zhu Pingyu is an illegitimate child and has a very low status in the Zhu family, probably not much better than when he was in the Chen family. After saying that, Chen Fan simply ignored Zhu Pingyu and went to pay the bill. A single item of clothing here can easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, and you've taken so many at once, can you really afford them? Zhu Pingyu sneered. Chen Fan had at least taken a dozen different kinds of clothes and pants, which, conservatively estimated, would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhu Pingyu didn't believe it. Chen Fan, an abandoned young man who had severed ties with the Chen family, could afford to spend so much money. What are you going to do if you don't have enough money later? Zhu Pingyu followed him, planning to go to the theater. A few minutes later, the staff counted. Sir, these clothes of yours cost a total of 1,276,000 yuan. May I ask if you would like to pay by credit card or? The staff said. More than 1 million? Zhu Pingyu was shocked. This is too much, more than 1 million for a few clothes, it's no wonder they're considered luxury goods. Not to mention that Chen Fan alone would have to give up a lot, even he wouldn't be able to come up with this much money. He wanted to see how Chen Fan was going to come up with more than 1 million and pay for it. Compared to Zhu Pingyu's surprise after hearing the price, Chen Fan was extremely calm, as if he hadn't heard more than 1 million, but more than 100. Scan me. Chen Fan opened the payment code and placed his phone on the reception desk. The staff member scanned it directly. The next second, a bank text message came. Your card with the last digits 5169 has been used 127,6000 times, and the balance is 98,810,001,023 yuan. Next to him, Zhu Pingyu, who was planning to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself by not being able to pay, happened to see the text message. Instantly, Zhu Pingyu was stunned. My goodness, how can Chen Fan's balance have so many digits? There seem to be 8 or 9 digits in the balance. If it's 8 digits, that's more than 90 million. If it's 9 digits, that's more than 900 million. At this moment, Zhu Pingyu's heart seemed to have stopped. Not to mention more than 900 million, even more than 90 million is a huge sum of money for him. Even if he is a member of the Zhu family, there are only a few 100,000 yuan in his bank card, which is not even a fraction of Chen Fan's balance. Not to mention him, the illegitimate son, even if it is the most powerful young person in the Zhu family, they would only have a maximum of 20 to 30 million yuan, which is still far less than Chen Fan. How could Chen Fan have so much money? This is terrifying. Standing in the same place, Zhu Pingyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to move, and was stunned. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was carrying a large bag and left easily. More than 1 million yuan was nothing to him. After Chen Fan had put all the clothes he bought into the car, he looked at his watch and saw that it was about time. Chen Fan went straight to the top floor of Yangzhou Shopping Center. A few minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the office on the top floor. At that moment, the former owner of Yangzhou Shopping Center was already waiting there. The two shook hands and got to know each other. After a few simple and subtle words, the two formally signed the contract. Once the contract was signed, from that moment on, Yangzhou Shopping Center, one of the top shopping malls in Jiangzhou, belonged to Chen Fan. After this was settled, the former boss took his things and left, and this luxurious office also became Chen Fan's. Chen Fan sat in the office for a while, and suddenly thought of something relatively important. Chapter 24 Severing Ties on the 6th day, the reward for the world's top black card. Was the time to use the any skill selection card he had obtained from a previous mission. Previously, Chen Fan had not yet thought about how to use this any skill selection card and what skills to choose, but now he had an idea. Currently, Chen Fan had thought of 2 skills, namely top-level combat skills and top-level financial management skills. First, top-level combat skills, which Chen Fan thought of based on what happened at Wangjiang Pavilion today. In fact, Chen Fan had this idea before. If they were not on Chen Fan's turf today and really had to fight, he, an ordinary student, would definitely not be a match for those hunky bodyguards. Later, if he agrees to the invitation and goes to Wei Jingxiong's manor, who knows what will happen. Facing a boss like Wei Jingxiong, a magnate, having mastered top-level combat skills can be a precaution. These are secondary considerations. The most important thing is that later, he will have to deal with the Su family in Jinling. In case the Su family of Jinling jumps the gun and is willing to fight to the death with him, Chen Fan will also have the ability to protect himself after mastering top-level combat skills. In the future, if he encounters any danger, he will be able to respond calmly. The second top-level financial management skill. As his personal value continues to rise and the number of properties under his name continues to increase, financial management skills will become increasingly important. After all, Chen Fan is just an ordinary sophomore who doesn't really understand much about economic management. Fortunately, if the number of properties under Chen Fan's name reaches a dozen, 20, or even more, he will be unable to handle it. Without top-level financial management skills, problems are likely to arise, such as mismanagement and bankruptcy. Unfortunately, Chen Fan currently only has one random skill selection card, and can only choose one skill, not both. Chen Fan is in a dilemma. After a long time, Chen Fan has an idea. He would choose the top-level combat skill first to ensure his own safety, and then learn the financial management skill when he had the chance later. After all, he didn't own many businesses at the moment, and he could still handle it, so there was no need to rush. Besides, with the system, he wasn't afraid of not being able to obtain the top-level management skill later. After making his decision, Chen Fan opened the system and found the random skill selection card. Ding! Please enter the name of the skill you wish to select. A prompt from the system popped up. Top fighting skills. Chen Fan entered it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining top fighting skills and becoming a top fighting master. A few seconds later, an extremely large amount of brain and muscle memory flooded into Chen Fan's mind and body. It took a long time before Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Chen Fan clenched his fists and felt that his strength was much stronger than before. If Chen Fan encountered the 2 middle-aged men who caused trouble at Wangjiang Pavilion again, he could easily deal with their bodyguards with just one hand, without even breathing heavily. After becoming a top martial arts master, Chen Fan can easily face any danger in the future. It's getting late, so Chen Fan leaves the office and drives home. On the way, Chen Fan sends a message to manager Zhao of Wangjiang Pavilion, asking him to investigate the personal information of Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, and have manager Zhao summarize Luo Zhixin's information into a document and send it to him by tomorrow night. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will lead to victory in every battle. Later, when Chen Fan wants to deal with Luo Zhixin, he naturally needs to understand the other party first. He receives the boss's order. Manager Zhao immediately goes into action. When he arrives home, Chen Fan has just driven to the garage and sees a black Rolls-Royce parked there from afar. This is the custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Fan has just obtained through a task. Chen Fan parks the car, gets out, and walks up to the custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, feeling a little emotional. Chen Fan is very familiar with the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he was at the Chen family residence, several key figures in the Chen family, such as the third son of Chen's grandfather, drove Rolls-Royce Phantoms. However, their Rolls-Royce Phantoms cannot be compared to Chen Fan's. Chen Fan's can buy several of theirs. Chen Fan opened the door and got in to experience it for a while. A business-type luxury car really feels different from a supercar. After admiring his custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chen Fan returned to the villa. Time flew, and the next morning, the system's voice came through. Ding! Severance Day 6, reward the world's top black card. A black MasterCard from the First Royal Bank of the Oil Country now stored in your villa study, please check. Ha! Chen Fan was extremely surprised when he looked at the system's reward. He really didn't expect that the system would reward him with a First Oil Country Royal Bank MasterCard black card today. Chen Fan had heard of this black card. The First Oil Country Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card is one of the world's top black cards, and its owners are mostly royalty, the rich, and top government officials from all over the world. Compared to the black cards of other banks, the First Oil Country Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card is even more special and rare. More importantly, you can't just own this black card if you're rich. The First Royal Bank of the Oil Country MasterCard Black Card is by invitation only. You need to be invited by the first group of the oil country to become the proud owner of the First Royal Bank of the Oil Country MasterCard Black Card. Even if you're rich, you can't own it if you're not invited. The First Royal Bank of the Oil Country provides all black card users with a 24-hour service team that can solve any request made by the cardholder. More importantly, the First Petroleum Kingdom Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card has no limit on the amount of money that the holder can spend. At the same time, the owner of the First Petroleum Kingdom Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card also enjoys privileges such as VIP lounge treatment at airports around the world and exclusive treatment at the world's top private clubs, and so on. It is a symbol of top status and status. If Chen Fan's guess is correct, he should be the first person in the entire Jiangzhou to have the First Petroleum Kingdom Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card. This special black card, not to mention the old Master Chen, even the richest man in Jiangzhou does not have it. This system reward can be considered extremely generous. Thinking about it, Chen Fan couldn't wait to come to the study in the villa. From afar, Chen Fan saw a very special black bank card sitting on his desk. Chen Fan went up to take a look and couldn't help but feel that the oil country is indeed famous for its local tyrants. This First Royal Bank of Petroleum MasterCard Black Card is really different from all the other black cards. Chapter 25, Chen Yitsui's actions to join forces to kick Chen Fan out of the Tingfei Group. The surroundings of this First Royal MasterCard Black Card of the Petroleum Kingdom are embellished with gold, and in the center of the entire bank card there is also a natural diamond. Not to mention anything else, just these embellishments of gold and this natural diamond are worth quite a lot of money. However, compared to the gold content represented by this black card, this gold and diamond are worthless. Chen Fan quite likes today's reward from the system. While Chen Fan was studying the black card on one side, on the other side, in the Tingfei Group, Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group, found Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group and the actual controller of the Tingfei Group. "What is the matter, Mr. Feng? Why have you suddenly come to see me?" Facing the sudden visit of Feng Yanli, Jiang Hao asked with a sense of distance. As the company's top two shareholders, the two naturally did not get along well, especially as Feng Yanli was secretly buying up the shares of the company's minority shareholders, coveting his position as the largest shareholder. "Mr. Jiang, I want to join forces with you to remove the third largest shareholder, Chen Fan, from all positions in the company and kick him out." Feng Yanli's tone was full of resentment towards Chen Fan. Previously, Mr. Kong of the Yum Group had sent someone to specifically instruct him to keep Tingfei Group under control and absolutely not allow Tingfei Group to cooperate with the Xia Group. As a result, this Chen Fan got in the way and actually allowed the Xia Group to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with their Tingfei Group. This provoked the anger of Mr. Kong, who scolded him soundly. Later, Mr. Kong asked him to teach this disobedient Chen Fan a lesson. So Feng Yanli let go of his pride and took the initiative to ask his opponent, Zhang Hao. He hoped that the two sides could come to an agreement and kick Chen Fan out of the company together. As long as the first and second largest shareholders of their Ascent Group joined forces, together with a few small shareholders, they could definitely do it easily. Kick Chen Fan out of the company? Zhang Hao was extremely surprised at Feng Yanli's request. As long as President Jiang agrees to cooperate with me, I will listen to President Jiang's orders in the company in the future. I owe President Jiang a big favor. Feng Yanli lowered his stance and asked for Zhang Hao's help. In the end, Feng Yanli promised and spoke nicely, and Zhang Hao agreed. We will hold a board meeting tomorrow to deal with this matter, Zhang Hao said. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. Feng Yanli smiled happily. He would definitely be able to satisfy and even gain the appreciation of Mr. Kong by kicking Chen Fan out of the company. With Mr. Kong's support, wouldn't it be easy for him to replace Zhang Hao? He was just using Zhang Hao as a pawn. Tomorrow, it will be the time for that Chen Fan to get the hell out of here. He dared to offend him, and he offended Yum. Feng Yanli left contentedly. In the office, a sneer also appeared on Zhang Hao's face. In fact, compared to kicking Chen Fan out of the company, what he wanted to do more was kick Zhang Hao out of the company. This was something Zhang Hao had been dreaming about for the past year or two. Unfortunately, the two had almost the same share in the company, and there was nothing he could do about Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had just promised Feng Yanli, but he was only saying it. In fact, he had another idea in mind. Since Feng Yanli wanted to target Chen Fan, could he not join forces with Chen Fan instead and get Feng Yanli kicked out of the company? It wasn't impossible. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chen Fan, the company's third largest shareholder, had some strength and courage. If Chen Fan didn't have that strength, he would have to say sorry to Chen Fan. He decided to meet with Chen Fan to decide what to do. Thinking about it, Zhang Hao called his right-hand man, Zhang Xingde, the current president of Ascent Group. He asked Zhang to arrange a dinner with Chen Fan tonight to discuss something important. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan received a call from Zhang Xingde. You're treating me to dinner tonight? Chen Fan was a little surprised. It was true that the more industries and assets you have, the busier you are. This afternoon, Jiangzhou big shot Wei Jingxiong invited him for tea, and now in the evening, the largest shareholder of the Xia Group wants to invite him to dinner to discuss something important. Okay, I'll say yes, see you tonight. Chen Fan agreed. Since it was important, Chen Fan naturally had to go, not to mention the fact that he was the third largest shareholder of the Xia Group, so there was no reason to refuse. As for Wei Jingxiong's invitation this afternoon, Chen Fan was in deep thought. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Temporary mission released. Accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation and go to his manor to drink tea. Mission reward, 8% of the shares of Xia Group. Mission reward, 51 experience points. Ha! The system is challenging me again? Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he looked at the system's mission. Now, there was no reason for him to refuse Wei Jingxiong's invitation. What's more, he had just obtained top-level combat skills yesterday, so even if he went, he wouldn't worry about any accidents. The reward for this mission is 8% of the shares of the Ascent Group. If the mission is completed, together with the previous one, Chen Fan will have a total of 20% of the shares of the Ascent Group. As far as Chen Fan knows, Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder of the Ascent Group, only seems to have 203% of the shares in his hands. He is only 4% away from surpassing him. And by getting these 8% of the shares, Chen Fan's value will also officially break through to 7 billion. On the other side, in a cafe in Jiangzhou, Chen Yitsue was feeling down because her previous plan against Chen Fan had failed. She couldn't even beat a nobody like Chen Fan, it was a disgrace. Seeing this, Chen Yitsue's best friend tried to comfort her. Itsue, don't be sad, this afternoon I'm going to visit a big shot in our Jiangzhou. How about this, you come with me and I'll introduce you to this big shot. At this time, Chen Yitsue's suitor, Zhu Hongyi, the direct descendant of the wealthy Zhu family, volunteered to say. If you can gain the admiration of this big shot, you might be able to use this big shot's help to give that kid Chen Fan a good beating. Ha! Hongyi, which big shot are you going to see? Chen Yitsue instantly perked up and asked excitedly. Wei Jingxiong, big shot Wei. Zhu Hongyi said admiringly. Heroes like Wei Jingxiong, who worked their way up from the bottom, are idols admired by many young people. What? Wei Jingxiong, big brother Wei? Chen Itsue was overjoyed. She had heard of Wei Jingxiong's reputation. Indeed, as Zhu Hongyi said, if she could win the admiration of big boss Wei Jingxiong, not to mention dealing with trivial matters like Chen Fan, her status among the younger generation of the Chen family would improve considerably. Hongyi, you are the one visiting big boss Wei, is it not good to bring me along? Although Chen Itsue really wanted to say yes straight away, she pretended to be weak and unwilling to go for Zhu Hongyi's sake. It's fine. Zhu Hongyi quickly spoke up. Chen Itsue was right, it was indeed not very good of him to suddenly bring along an outsider, but looking at Chen Itsue's weak appearance, what was good or not was quickly forgotten by Zhu Hongyi. Then thank you very much, Hongyi. Chen Itsue thanked Zhu Hongyi by shaking his hand. I have never met a big shot like Wei Jingxiong before, and today when I meet him, you have to help me. Holding Chen Itsue's jade hands, Zhu Hongyi's heartbeat quickened even more. No problem, this is all trivial, I will definitely help you, definitely. Zhu Hongyi nodded repeatedly. Time flew by. In the afternoon, Chen Fan drove his new car, a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, straight to Wei Jingxiong's villa. On the other side, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi also set off. Chapter 26 Chen Itsue, we won't be able to see Big Boss Wei, and Chen Fan definitely won't be able to either. Because they were closer, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi arrived at Wei Jingxiong's manor a little earlier. Zhu Hongyi stopped the car, and Chen Itsue was obviously very nervous and a little afraid to get out of the car. After all, Wei Jingxiong was known as a tyrant in Jiangzhou, and his ruthless reputation resounded throughout the city. This time she suddenly followed Zhu Hongyi here. Who knows if the other party will be angry when they meet Wei Jingxiong? What will happen if Wei Jingxiong gets angry? It's hard to say. The more she thought about it, the more Chen Itsue felt fear. Itsue, don't have any psychological burden. I am very familiar with Boss Wei. I will say good things about you in front of Boss Wei, and Boss Wei will definitely have a good impression of you. At that time, dealing with Chen Fan will be a piece of cake, won't it? Big brother Wei can do it with just a word. Zhu Hongyi reassured her. That's right. Chen Itsue nodded. As soon as the subject of punishing Chen Fan came up, Chen Itsue immediately felt better. The thing she wanted to do most right now was to severely punish Chen Fan. If she could severely punish Chen Fan for a period of time, make him kneel obediently and go back to the family to admit his wrongdoings, and marry the daughter of the Su family of Jinling, her grandfather would definitely look at her in a new light and give her more power in the Chen family, so that she could have a brighter future. Chen Fan is the stepping stone to her further success, and she must solve this problem. Taking a deep breath, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi got out of the car. As the boss of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong also had many enemies, so there were several bodyguards standing guard in front of Wei Jingxiong's manor. Wei Jingxiong walked up to the leader of the bodyguards and said politely, "Hello, please announce that Zhu Hongyi, the third generation of the Xu family, is here to visit Boss Wei." The third generation of the Xu family? Wait here. The bodyguard captain glanced at Zhu Hongyi before walking into the manor to make the announcement. Do we still need to make an announcement? Chen Itsue was a little disappointed. She had thought that Zhu Hongyi could just go in and see Boss Wei. Reporting is just a formality. Big Boss Wei will definitely see me, Zhu Hongyi said with conviction. While Zhu Hongyi and Chen Itsue were waiting, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up. Then, a person Chen Itsue never expected got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with style. Chen Fan has arrived. A new Rolls-Royce Phantom? Chen Itsue looked at Chen Fan's new car in amazement, unable to contain her envy. A luxury car of this class could only be owned by a few uncles in the Chen family, and it was impossible for the younger generation to own one. Unexpectedly, after breaking off ties with the Chen family, Chen Fan not only did not become even more destitute and become a poor man, but instead soared to the top, wearing a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe and driving a multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce. This is even better than what Chen Jianshu, the leader of the younger generation in the Chen family, had ever done. Was so jealous and resentful of Chen Fan that Chen Itsue had no choice but to mock Chen Fan over his soft living. After all, in her eyes, and in the eyes of the rest of the Chen family, the reason Chen Fan was able to have everything he had now was because he was living off the Xia family's wealth. Ha! This Rolls-Royce Phantom was obtained by this guy through living off the wealth of others? Zhu Hongyi asked, puzzled, after hearing Chen Itsue say that. He drives a Bentley Continental that costs only 3 to 4 million yuan, and this young man who has severed ties with the Chen family actually drives a Rolls-Royce? Yes, not only this Rolls Royce, but also his other Lamborghini and the Patek Philippe he is wearing were all obtained by him through his soft job. Chen Itsue said with gritted teeth. What? Xu Hongyi could no longer hold back. At this moment, he was simply extremely envious of Chen Fan. Living off a woman, he owns a Rolls Royce, a Lamborghini, and even a Patek Philippe. He is truly a role model for us. In an instant, Xu Hongyi felt a little admiration for Chen Fan inside. Big brother, how did you do it? I want to learn too. After all, living off a woman is really sweet. However, in front of Chen Itsue, Xu Hongyi had to pretend to look down on Chen Fan. Ha, indeed a waste of space. Xu Hongyi spoke, but what he really wanted to say was that Chen Fan was a god. Chen Fan, is this place somewhere you can come to? Chen Itsue sneered. If you can come, why can't I? Is this place your home? Chen Fan retorted coldly. You must also be here to visit Boss Wei, but unfortunately, Boss Wei is not someone like you, a discarded Chen family member, can meet. In order to please Chen Itsue, Xu Hongyi also agreed. To tell you the truth, Hongyi and Boss Wei have known each other for a long time. Right now, the Wei family bodyguard has already gone in to report, and we will be able to see Boss Wei in a moment. You, Chen Fan, can only stand pitifully at the gate, and you will never be able to go in. Chen Itsue said smugly. Just then, the bodyguard captain, who had just gone in to report, walked back. See, Chen Fan, we're going in now. Chen Itsue straightened her clothes and took Xu Hongyi's arm, ready to enter Wei Jingxiong's manor. Our boss said that he has important things to do today and will not see any guests. However, the words of the bodyguard captain left Chen Itsue and Xu Hongyi dumbfounded. Not seeing any guests? They can't see Big Boss Wei? Xu Hongyi froze in place, while Chen Itsue's face turned red, embarrassed to the extreme. She had just finished showing off in front of Chen Fan, and the result was, Humph, we can't get in, we can't see Boss Wei, and Chen Fan can't see him either. Chen Itsue comforted herself in her heart. Next to her, Chen Fan walked up and also came to the front of the bodyguard captain. I want to see Wei Jingxiong, Boss Wei. Chen Fan said. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the bodyguard captain became impatient. Didn't I just say that their boss wouldn't see any guests today? This kid's ears, isn't this just asking for trouble and getting scolded? Next to her, Chen Itsue muttered with glee, waiting to see the scene of Chen Fan being driven away by the bodyguard captain. The head of the bodyguards was about to reprimand Chen Fan, but before he could say anything, Chen Fan took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to him. The head of the bodyguards took the invitation and his face instantly changed. It's you? The head of the bodyguard's attitude towards Chen Fan immediately became extremely respectful. Please. The next second, in the stunned gazes of Chen Itsue and Xu Hongyi, the head of the bodyguards respectfully invited Chen Fan to go in. Chapter 27, A billion is indeed not much, just the harvest of one day. How could this be? Why did Chen Fan go in? Didn't the head of the bodyguards just say that Wei Jingxiong had important matters today and would not receive any guests? Why is Chen Fan going in now, while they are pitifully stopped at the gate, not to mention seeing Big Boss Wei Jingxiong? They can't even enter his manor. What's going on? Chen Itsue's face paled, and she really couldn't figure it out. In the end, Chen Itsue put all the blame on Xu Hongyi. What's wrong with you? Chen Itsue questioned discontentedly. I don't know how it turned out like this either. How did that brat get in? Xu Hongyi said helplessly. Chen Fan is a rejected young man who has severed ties with our Chen family, and a loser who can only eat Xia Mingming's soft rice. How can he get in? You are the direct descendant of the illustrious Zhu family. Chen Itsue continued. What did you say? Chen Fan eats soft rice from Xia Mingming? Xu Hongyi was shocked. He had seen Xia Mingming before. The little princess of the Xia Group was extremely beautiful, far more so than Chen Itsue. Just now, Chen Itsue said that Chen Fan was living off the soft bread of others, and Xu Hongyi thought that Chen Fan was living off the soft bread of an old lady in her 60s or 70s. Now Chen Itsue tells him that Chen Fan is living off the soft bread of the young and beautiful Xia Mingming, who also comes from a very wealthy family. This soft bread is really delicious. If he could eat Xia Mingming's soft bread, he would smile in his sleep, and he would even be willing to sever his relationship with the Zhu family. Who asked you this? I'm talking about how you got in and didn't go. Chen Itsue angrily rebuked. Holy cow, Chen Fan is truly a role model and idol for my generation, a true god. But at the moment, Xu Hongyi could no longer hear Chen Itsue's words. His mind was filled with admiration for Chen Fan. Zhu, did you hear what I said? You can meet Big Boss Wei Jingxiong, right? Why are we being stopped here? Chen Itsue rebuked again. Stop swearing, it's not my problem if we can't see Big Boss Wei. If you're so capable, go see him yourself. Xu Hongyi said impatiently. What kind of attitude is that? Chen Itsue was dumbfounded. Xu Hongyi was her suitor, how dare he speak to her like that? What kind of attitude is that? Just go, I don't want to see you anymore. I want to wait here for my idol to come out, I want to be his little brother. Xu Hongyi looked at the back of Chen Fan as he walked away, with great admiration. At the moment, he admired Chen Fan to the extreme. He wanted to be Chen Fan's little brother, as long as he could learn even a tenth of what Chen Fan knew. Chen Itsue was such a green tea drinker, and she didn't even look that good, so he didn't bother pursuing her anymore. He now had higher goals. You! Chen Itsue was so angry that her face was flaming with anger. First, Chen Fan had slapped her hard in the face, and now her suitor had said such a thing to her. Chen Itsue really couldn't hold her pride any longer. You just wait. Chen Itsue got into a taxi and left in a rage. Xu Hongyi was left alone, waiting for his idol Chen Fan with bated breath. Inside the manor, Chen Fan walked towards the innermost part of the building under the leadership of the bodyguard captain. Just now, the bodyguard captain had notified the inside via walkie-talkie. Knowing that the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion had arrived, Wei Jingxiong came out personally to welcome Chen Fan. When Wei Jingxiong saw that Chen Fan was so young, he was also taken aback. The new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Fan. Chen Fan introduced himself. Wei Jingxiong, owner of Wei's security company. Wei Jingxiong also spoke. Afterwards, Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to reach out and shake hands. Chen Fan also reached out and shook hands with Wei Jingxiong. However, the moment their hands touched, Wei Jingxiong suddenly applied force, as if he wanted to intimidate Chen Fan, whom he had just met. To be honest, Wei Jingxiong's invitation to Chen Fan, or rather the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, was not well intentioned. As a big shot in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong had his eye on Wangjiang Pavilion. If he could take over Wangjiang Pavilion, the #1 restaurant in Jiangzhou, it would be a big help to his business development. Today, he invited Chen Fan to try to find out Chen Fan's true abilities. If Chen Fan really has no strength, he is going to strike. Facing Wei Jingxiong, who suddenly increased his strength, Chen Fan's expression remained calm, but he also increased his strength. Although Wei Jingxiong is a tyrant who has fought his way to his current position, and is very skilled, he is far from Chen Fan's opponent, who is a top-level martial arts master. Looking back, his decision to first acquire top-level combat skills was an incredibly correct choice. As soon as Chen Fan exerted his strength, Wei Jingxiong sensed that something was wrong. Wei Jingxiong was unwilling to lose to Chen Fan like this, so he exerted his strength again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he exerted, in the end, he gritted his teeth a little and his body trembled slightly, but he just couldn't match Chen Fan. Chen Fan, on the other hand, stood there calmly, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Chen's strength is amazing, Wei is convinced. In the end, Wei Jingxiong really couldn't take it anymore and conceded defeat. He had underestimated this Chen, not to mention that Chen's own skills and strength were extraordinary. After hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Chen Fan finally let go of his hand. The first round, Chen Fan wins. Please. Wei Jingxiong made a gesture of invitation and invited Chen Fan in. At the moment, there was a man with silver-rimmed glasses and a refined appearance in the living room. Let me introduce you, this is my assistant, Lu Jin, Mr. Lu. Wei Jingxiong said. Chen Fan had also heard a little about this Mr. Lu. It was said that he was an assistant, but in fact, Mr. Lu was more like Wei Jingxiong's military strategist. Chen Fan and Mr. Lu nodded at each other and got to know each other a little. As soon as he sat down, Wei Jingxiong planned to formally test Chen Fan. That was just an appetizer, nothing much, the following is the real deal. Mr. Chen, what do you think of Wei's manner? Wei Jingxiong asked. It's not bad. Chen Fan nodded. Wei Jingxiong's manor was indeed not bad. If given the chance, Chen Fan would also like to build a large manor. Mr. Chen is too kind, my manor is actually quite ordinary, and the area is not large enough. I plan to buy all the land within a 2-kilometer radius to expand the manor. Wei Jingxiong spoke. By the way, Mr. Lu, how much would it cost to buy the 2 kilometers around here? Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu. I estimate it would cost over $1 billion. Mr. Lu estimated. Only $1 billion, that's nothing, just a few months' profit for our group," Wei Jingxiong said arrogantly. Next to him, Chen Fan didn't say a word, just thinking to himself, "A billion is indeed nothing, but it's just what he makes in a day." Seeing that Chen Fan did not seem to be shocked by his wealth, Wei Jingxiong changed his approach. Chapter 28: The Zhengzhou Big Shot Who Was Arrogant at First and Then Humble. "By the way, Mr. Lu, how is my application for the MasterCard Black Card?" Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu again. "Boss, it has been almost half a month since it was sent for review, so I think it should be almost done. With your worth, there shouldn't be any problem with the application being approved." Mr. Lu agreed. He knew exactly what his boss wanted to do. These ideas to test Chen Fan were what he had previously suggested to Wei Jingxiong. "That's fine." Wei Jingxiong nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, have you applied for the MasterCard Black Card?" Just as Chen Fan was about to answer, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan looked at the number and, surprised, picked up the phone. "Is this Mr. Chen Fan?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "This is Chen Fan, and you are?" "Hello, esteemed Mr. Chen Fan, I am one of the domestic heads of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom. Since you have become the owner of our First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom MasterCard Black Card, the bank has assigned me to be your bank butler." The man on the other end introduced himself. "Oh, you are the butler assigned to me by the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom." Chen Fan nodded, understanding the other person's identity. "Ha!" Next to him, Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu both froze when they heard Chen Fan's words. They had studied various black cards some time ago, and had therefore seen the information on the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State. There were different levels of black cards, and the black card of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State was one of the top-level black cards. The black card Wei Jingxiong had applied for could only be considered a mid-level black card, and it was in no way comparable to the black card of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State. Most of these world-class black cards are by invitation only, and you cannot apply for one yourself. Now what is the situation with the butler that the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State has assigned to Chen Fan? Could it be that Chen Fan and the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State have some important cooperation? Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu were a little confused. On the other end of the phone, after hearing Chen Fan's words, the man assured him. "Yes, Mr. Chen, you can contact me at any time if you have any further requests. If you say so, our bank will do its best to meet any request you make." After a brief chat, Chen Fan hung up. Seeing this, Wei Jingxiong couldn't wait to ask. "Mr. Chen, what is your relationship with the First Royal Bank of Petroleum Country? How come they assigned you a butler?" "Because I'm a black card user of the First Royal Bank of Petroleum Country, nothing special," Chen Fan replied flatly. "What?" Wei Jingxiong couldn't sit still for a moment. Next to him, even Mr. Lu, who had always been very calm, was dumbfounded at the moment. "Mr. Chen is a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom?" Wei Jingxiong was extremely surprised. "Is this still called no special reason? This is too special. The black card users of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom, not to mention their Jiangzhou city, even their entire Zhonghai province may not necessarily have one." But now Chen told him that he was a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom. This identity is really awesome. Not to mention that his own black MasterCard card has not yet been applied for, and even if it is not as good as someone else's. Instantly, Wei Jingxiong felt a sense of shame in his heart. He had just wanted to show off his wealth in front of others, which was laughable. To be a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom, Chen Fan's financial resources are absolutely terrifying. Wei Jingxiong was overwhelmed with emotion. Maybe we should just forget about the Wanzhong Pavilion. The black card user of the number 1 Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom is definitely not someone to mess with. Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu meaningfully. Mr. Lu understood what Wei Jingxiong meant, but he still didn't want to give up, and he was unwilling to concede. In the end, Mr. Lu made a decision. He wanted to make a final attempt to test Chen Fan. If the test came out that Chen Fan's strength was really terrifying, they would admit defeat. "Mr. Chen, the boss would like to thank you for visiting the boss's manor. May I ask where Mr. Chen lives? Next time, we will also visit Mr. Chen," Mr. Lu politely asked. Naturally, he did not dare to directly ask Chen Fan about his strength or how much money he had, so he could only find out indirectly where he lived, and could tell a lot from that. "Me? I live in Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa. Chen Fan casually replied. Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa? Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu's faces turned pale. They had heard that the owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa was an incredibly mysterious and important figure. They had never imagined that the mysterious figure was none other than Mr. Chen in front of them. That's awesome. Mr. Chen lives in Royal Scenic Villa and is truly a young man of talent. Mr. Lu rose to his feet and said respectfully. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of testing Chen Fan. The owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa, the person who owns the black card of the number 1 Royal Bank of the oil country, is not someone he is qualified to test. Mr. Chen is amazing. Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but speak up. Chen Fan's two identities made even him envious. At this moment, Wei Jingxiong no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan. Wei Jingxiong personally poured tea for Chen Fan, no longer acting with the slightest bit of a big shot's attitude, but rather with the appearance of wanting to be friends with Chen Fan as equals. Suddenly, the voice of the system came. Ding! Accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation and go to his manor to drink tea. Congratulations on obtaining 8% of the shares of Xia Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in the study of your villa, please check. Congratulations on obtaining 51 experience points. The task is complete, and 8% of the shares of Xia Group have been successfully obtained. At this moment, Chen Fan already has 20% of the shares of Xia Group in his hands, and 1/5 of Xia Group belongs to Chen Fan. With the completion of the task, Chen Fan's net worth has also successfully exceeded the 7 billion mark. It seems that Chen Fan is not far from becoming a $10 billion billionaire. Afterwards, Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong chatted for a while, and Wei Jingxiong enthusiastically invited Chen Fan to dinner at his place tonight. Sorry Boss Wei, I have other plans tonight. Chen Fan apologized. He was going to meet Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder of Xia Group, tonight. The other parties seemed to have something important to discuss with him. That's a pity. Next time, I'll invite you here for dinner, and I hope you won't refuse next time. Wei Jingxiong said a little sadly. Before Chen Fan was about to leave, Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to add Chen Fan's contact information. I'm in Jiangzhou, and I still have some strength. In the future, if you have any problems, you can contact me. Wei Jingxiong made a point of showing Chen Fan goodwill, obviously wanting to make friends and draw closer to Chen Fan. Then thank you, Boss Wei. Since the other person was so polite, Chen Fan naturally had to be polite too. Never underestimate the influence of a big shot in Jiangzhou. In the end, Wei Jingxiong personally saw Chen Fan out of the manor. As soon as Chen Fan stepped out of the manor gate, suddenly, a dark figure pounced. Chapter 29, A Dimensional Blow? Just as Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong thought they were in danger from some kind of assassin, a funny scene unfolded. My idol, I finally get to meet you. The black figure that had rushed over fell to the ground, embraced Chen Fan's thighs, and spoke excitedly. After taking a good look at the chubby man hugging Chen Fan's thighs, Wei Jingxiong said, Zhu Hongyi? Hello, Boss Wei. Zhu Hongyi turned his head to greet Wei Jingxiong, but still held Chen Fan's thigh. Zhu Hongyi, are you from the Zhu family of the wealthy? Chen Fan looked at Zhu Hongyi. Yes, idol. Zhu Hongyi looked at Chen Fan with admiration in his eyes and nodded repeatedly. What idol? Get up first. Chen Fan said. Hugged by a man's thigh, Chen Fan felt particularly awkward. Okay. The idol has spoken, and Zhu Hongyi immediately got up, straightening his clothes. Hello idol, I am Zhu Hongyi, a direct descendant of the Zhu family. I especially admire you and want to be your little brother. I hope you won't refuse. Zhu Hongyi spoke earnestly. If you want to be my little brother, I remember that if I'm not mistaken, you should be with Chen Itsue, right? Chen Fan spoke. He had just seen this Zhu Hongyi with Chen Itsue. That idol, before I was fooled by Chen Itsue's green tea, and I didn't know who you were, and I offended you, I'm really sorry. Zhu Hongyi bowed to Chen Fan to apologize. Please accept me as your little brother. Zhu Hongyi said sincerely. Seeing this scene, Wei Jingxiong next to him looked a little more highly of Zhu Hongyi. This kid has good taste. He knows to get close to Mr. Chen now. He has good judgment. Be my little brother? I don't plan to take on any little brothers for the time being. Chen Fan refused. He didn't know this Zhu Hongyi, and just now the other party was still with Chen Itsue, and was even a direct member of the wealthy Zhu family. Such a person suddenly wants to be his little brother, who knows what his purpose is and what his heart is. After being rejected by Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi suddenly wilted and was exceptionally lost. After saying goodbye to Wei Jingxiong, Chen Fan left. In the same place, only the disoriented Zhu Hongyi and Wei Jingxiong were left. Seeing Zhu Hongyi's appearance, Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but give him a little advice. Kid, you have good taste in knowing how to get close to Mr. Chen, but you want to be his little brother, just saying, without any action or indication? You came to visit me before, carrying all kinds of expensive gifts, and now you want to be Mr. Chen's little brother, just saying. Others may give you face as the Zhu family's heir, but in front of Mr. Chen, your status is worthless. Ha! Hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Zhu Hongyi suddenly understood. Indeed, he wanted to be someone's little brother, but he was just saying that. Why would someone agree to that? He definitely had to do something to gain his idol's approval before his idol would accept him. Thank you, big brother Wei, for your reminder. Zhu Hongyi bowed to Wei Jingxiong and then left, beaming from ear to ear. Since his idol had a conflict with the Chen family, Zhu Hongyi understood very well what he had to do. This kid has a future. Wei Jingxiong muttered to himself. On the other side, Chen Yitsuwei also returned to the Chen family to seek help from the rest of the family. However, Chen Yitsuwei still did not see Chen's grandfather this time. Uncle 4, where did Grandpa go? I've been here several times, but why is Grandpa never here? Chen Yitsuwei asked a middle-aged man with a slight paunch in the Chen family with confusion. The slightly paunchy middle-aged man was named Chen Jinping, the fourth son of Chen Leoi, one of the core figures of the Chen family, and was very much loved by Chen Leoi. Oh, your grandfather and your eldest uncle went out of town on business, and they are not expected to return for a few days. Chen Jinping said. Out of town? Chen Yitsuwei was a little disappointed. By the way, Yitsuwei, it seems like you have something on your mind. What's wrong? Chen Jinping asked. Oh, Uncle Chen, I just ran into Chen Fan again, and I wanted to fix him, but he ended up slapping me in the face. Chen Yitsuwei spoke apologetically. It's that little brat Chen Fan again. Chen Jinping's face turned dark. Tell you what, Yitsuwei, go find Xingrong and let him step in and help you get back at him, and also let Xingrong fix Chen Fan good and tell him to get his ass back here and marry the Su family's young lady. Chen Jinping spoke. Chen Xingrong, Chen Jinping's eldest son, is the leader of the younger generation of the Chen family. He is one of the top few among the dozen or so young people in the Chen family. Chen Xingrong is tall and strong, nearly 1.9 meters tall, and has excellent martial arts skills. He is currently one of the leaders of an underground force in Jiangzhou, and has nearly 100 subordinates under his command. He is very influential. Let brother Xingrong step in? Upon hearing what fourth uncle said, Chen Yitsuwei suddenly became excited. You and Xingrong strive to solve the problem of this little beast Chen Fan as soon as possible, and when your grandfather returns in a few days, surprise him. Chen Jinping spoke. Of course, his main goal was still to let his son show off in this matter and win the respect of the old man. Chen Jinping was still very confident in his son's methods. With his son's abilities, teaching Chen Fan a lesson would be a blow from a lower dimension. Okay, Uncle Chen, I'll take note of that. Chen Yitsuwei nodded. With Xingrong stepping in, Chen Fan will probably be scared silly. After saying that, Chen Yitsuwei left happily to go find her cousin Chen Xingrong. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Today, the place where Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder of the Ascent Group, invited Chen Fan to dinner was in a private room in Wangjiang Pavilion. When Chen Fan arrived, Jiang Hao, along with Jiang Hao's right-hand man and now president of the Ascent Group, Zheng Xingde, were already waiting. The two sides exchanged greetings, and Jiang Hao got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, do you know that you have offended Feng Yanli? Offended Feng Yanli? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. He really didn't know that. Jiang Hao asked Zheng Xingde to explain the circumstances to Chen Fan. This morning, Feng Yanli came to see me and wanted me to cooperate with him to deal with you. Jiang Hao added. He wanted me to join forces with him to kick you out of the company. Really? What are you planning to do? Chen Fan asked in return. Jiang Hao suddenly came to see me and took the initiative to tell me about it, so he definitely has an ulterior motive. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a smart man, Mr. Chen. Jiang Hao laughed. I do have other ideas. Feng Yanli and I have never gotten along. I would rather cooperate with you than Feng Yanli. But. Halfway through his sentence, Jiang Hao suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Fan with deep meaning. Chapter 30. The board meeting begins, and top financial management skills appear. But what? Chen Fan did not rush to express his opinion. That Feng Yanli wanted to get rid of him and kick him out of the company. If that was true, he would definitely not let the other party off either. Chen Fan was not some kind person who would let anyone bully him. But now that Jiang Hao had mentioned it, Chen Fan was still not sure about Jiang Hao's intentions. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding! Temporary mission released. Counterattack Feng Yanli, treat him in the same way he treated you, kick Feng Yanli out of the decision-making level of Xia Group, and let him throw a stone to hit his own feet. Reward for task, top-level financial management skills. Reward for task, 53 experience points. Ha! Chen Fan was overjoyed when he saw the system's reward. Damn, the system is really user-friendly. Before, I was a bit disappointed because I could only choose one skill at random and I couldn't get top-level financial management skills. He had just prayed that the system would show up with top-level financial management skills. Unexpectedly, today, the system showed up with the top-level financial management skills he had been waiting for. The system is really great. Now, Chen Fan is even less likely to let Feng Yanli off the hook. But I don't know clearly about Chen's thoughts and abilities. Jiang Hao said. Let's be clear with you, Chen. I currently have 225% of the shares of Xia Group in my hands, and Feng Yanli has 203%. The difference between us is not that big. And I heard that Feng Yanli is also buying the shares of those minority shareholders, coveting my status as the largest shareholder of the group. I have no conflict with President Chen, but I do have a conflict with Feng Yanli. Instead of helping Feng Yanli against President Chen, I would rather join forces with President Chen to kick Feng Yanli out of the company. This is enough to prove my sincerity. After listening, Chen Fan nodded, and he roughly understood what Jiang Hao wanted to do. Of course, I have conditions for doing this, and I hope President Chen can agree to them. Jiang Hao added. Jiang Hao said this, which was within Chen Fan's expectations. If there are no conditions, why would someone help you? Say. Chen Fan spoke. After Chen Fan and I join forces to kick Feng Yanli out of the company, I will also dismiss Feng Yanli's henchmen, all of them. At that time, Feng Yanli's and his henchmen's positions in the company will be vacated, and I will arrange for my people to take over. Jiang Hao came straight to the point. To be Feng Yanli's right-hand man is definitely a top position in the Xia Group. Jiang Hao intends to take this opportunity to fill all these important positions with his own henchmen, so as to facilitate the control of the Xia Group. By then, I hope that President Chen can support me at the board meeting. I agreed. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan was not interested in these positions at all, and even if Jiang Hao did not say anything, Chen Fan would not interfere. President Chen is really straightforward. Jiang Hao was overjoyed and took the initiative to stand up and shake Chen Fan's hand. Good, happy cooperation. Chen Fan also stood up. The two sides reached an agreement. After finishing eating, Chen Fan left. On the way, Chen Fan, just in case, planned to arrange a backup. Thinking about it, Chen Fan took out his phone and made a call. On the other side, at Drunken Immortal Restaurant owner Luo Zhixin looked at the two middle-aged men in front of him with a gloomy face. These two middle-aged men were the two people he had arranged to go to Wangjiang Pavilion to stir up trouble yesterday. He had heard nothing all day yesterday, and Luo Zhixin wondered what had happened. As it turned out, when he inquired, these two guys and the bodyguard he had sent were all sent to the police station by the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. He used his connections and only with great difficulty was he able to get these people out. What are you good for? How can you not even get this little thing done? Luo Zhixin angrily questioned his worthless subordinates. Boss Luo, there was nothing we could do. You don't know that kid received an invitation from the big boss Wei Jingxiong, and he was on someone else's turf. Even if we tried to do something, we were no match for him. The few subordinates answered helplessly. An invitation from the big boss Wei Jingxiong? Luo Zhixin couldn't help but sit up straight. Are you kidding me? This new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion has ingratiated himself with Wei Jingxiong? Is that true? Luo Zhixin asked cautiously. Of course it's true, the lobby manager of their Wangjiang Pavilion personally said so. The subordinate added. What, the lobby manager of Wangjiang Pavilion said so? Luo Zhixin expressed deep skepticism. What if someone is using Wei Jingxiong's name to scare you? Did you see Wei Jingxiong's subordinate personally deliver the invitation to Wangjiang Pavilion? Luo Zhixin asked in return. No. The subordinate shook his head. Damn it, you bunch of losers, you've been fooled. Luo Jixin, in a rage, charged forward and kicked the worthless subordinate several times. He guessed that the invitation from this Wei Jingxiong should be from the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion, who told his lobby manager to say so in order to scare his subordinates. The other party was just trying to take advantage of Wei Jingxiong's reputation. Sure enough, these losers fell for it. But boss, what if it's true? We can't afford to gamble. The subordinate replied. Luo Jixin calmed down. It makes sense. What if it's true? Even if the possibility is only 1/10, they can't afford to gamble. After all, a big shot like Wei Jingxiong, once offended, they're finished. Come here, get my car ready, and go to Fengqiao Villa District. Luo Jixin shouted. He has been able to get to where he is today because he has a patron. Now, in this situation, Luo Jixin had no choice but to go to his patron, Jiangzhou Fan Group Chairman Fan Hongkai. This is a big boss whose status is not inferior to Wei Jingxiong. While the driver went to prepare the car, Luo Jixin, with a face full of pain, reluctantly took out a brocade box from the safe. If you want to ask someone for help, you definitely can't go empty-handed. If it weren't for his fear of the relationship between the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion and Wei Jingxiong, he wouldn't have asked Chairman Fan for help. As long as he has Chairman Fan's support, he is not afraid of Wei Jingxiong. By then, Chairman Fan can hold Wei Jingxiong back, and he himself can deal with the young boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. Isn't that a piece of cake? A few minutes later, Luo Jixin went straight to Fengqiao Villa District. As a new day dawned, at 9 a.m., Chen Fan set off for the Asserting Group. On the other side of the street, Feng Yanli, full of energy, had already arrived at the Asserting Group in advance to prepare for the board meeting. Today was the day he would kick Chen Fan out of the company and fulfill Kong Bison's request. He had contacted Kong Bison yesterday, and Kong Bison had promised him that if he could teach Chen Fan a lesson and kick Chen Fan out of the company, he would help him become the largest shareholder of the Asserting Group. Today is the day he will step on Chen Fan and soar to the sky. The more he thought about it, the more excited Feng Yanli became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Just then, one of Feng Yanli's henchmen suddenly came over and whispered a few words in Feng Yanli's ear. In an instant, Feng Yanli's expression fell. Chapter 31. An accident has occurred, and Chen Fan and the others are at a disadvantage? Are you sure what you're saying is true? Feng Yanli asked sternly. Of course it's true, I'm very sure. Last night, Zhang Hao and Chen Fan had dinner together at Wangjiang Pavilion. This is what Zhang Xingda's driver, whom I bribed, told me. Feng Yanli's henchman nodded confidently. Damn it. Feng Yanli slammed the table with such force that he was outraged. Luckily, I kept my trump card, otherwise I would really be screwed today. Feng Yanli sneered. Although he was angry, he was not discouraged. He was worried about accidents, so he made some special arrangements yesterday. Fortunately, these arrangements have now become his greatest support. That bastard Jiang Hao actually went to see Chen Fan. Feng Yanli sneered. At the most critical moment, Jiang Hao suddenly went to have dinner with Chen Fan in private. What else could he do? It must be that Jiang Hao wants to turn against me and join forces with Chen Fan to deal with me. Unfortunately, no matter what agreement Chen Fan and you, Jiang Hao, have reached, it will be futile. In the end, I will be the victor. Feng Yanli spoke confidently. These two are just clowns. Come, let's go make some arrangements. With that, Feng Yanli left with his henchmen to make other arrangements in response to Chen Fan and Jiang Hao joining forces. Time passed slowly. At 9:30 a.m., in the large conference room of the Tingfei Group, most of the shareholders and company executives of the Tingfei Group had arrived. Jiang Hao arrived first, followed by Feng Yanli and his subordinates. When he saw Jiang Hao, Feng Yanli's face flashed with a strange smile, and he did not directly attack. How is it, President Jiang, are we all here? Feng Yanli asked. Most of us are here, only a few shareholders and executives are unable to come today because they have something to do. Jiang Hao spoke. Feng Yanli glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. It's only a few people missing, it doesn't matter. At the moment, the executives and shareholders in the audience were whispering. Not long ago, a group high-level meeting had just been held, so why was another suddenly being held today? What had happened? Everyone be quiet, I know you're all curious about why a high-level meeting has suddenly been called today, I'll tell you now. Feng Yanli said loudly. The entire conference room fell silent immediately, and everyone looked at Feng Yanli curiously. Today, the purpose of gathering everyone together is to Just before Feng Yanli finished speaking, Chen Fan arrived. This is our group's third largest shareholder, Mr. Chen, right? Looking at Chen Fan, Feng Yanli spoke with a sneer, and then turned to Jiang Hao. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? You and Mr. Chen should be very familiar, right? Huh? Jiang Hao spoke a little sheepishly. What do you mean? What do you mean? I just had dinner with Mr. Chen at Wanjiang Pavilion last night. How can you not understand what I mean? Feng Yanli questioned. Upon hearing Feng Yanli's words, Jiang Hao and Zhang Xingda's faces suddenly changed. What's going on? How did Feng Yanli know about their dinner with Mr. Chen last night? Only they knew about last night's events. On the scene, only Chen Fan remained calm and collected, and did not become the least bit flustered because Feng Yanli had found out. The arrangements he had made last night just in case had now been shown to be absolutely correct. Jiang Hao, don't think that by joining forces with Chen Fan, you can deal with me. You are not qualified to deal with me. Feng Yanli said arrogantly. Today, I have gathered everyone here to kick Chen Fan out of the company's decision-making level. Feng Yanli announced loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room immediately boiled over. To kick the company's third largest shareholder out of the company is not an ordinary big move. If this matter was not said by Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder, they would never believe that this was possible. If you kick me out of the company, I think the one who should be kicked out of the company today is you, Feng Yanli. Chen Fan took a step forward and confronted Feng Yanli. Feng Yanli wanted to kick him, but he wanted to kick Feng Yanli even more. This was a task given to him by the system. When Chen Fan said this, the whole room once again became abuzz with discussion. In the end, everyone in the room looked at Jiang Hao without exception. Now that the second and third largest shareholders of the company were fighting, it was very important for Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder, to choose a side. I agree with President Chen's opinion. Kick Feng Yanli out of the company's decision-making level and no longer participate in any affairs of the company. Jiang Hao stood up without hesitation. So what if Feng Yanli found out? Jiang Hao's siding with Chen Fan was actually within everyone's expectations. After all, Jiang Hao and Feng Yanli were notorious for their feud. Just as many people at the scene thought that Feng Yanli was destined to be a loser, Feng Yanli laughed arrogantly. You want to kick me out of the decision-making level and out of the company? Just you and Chen Fan, do you have the strength to do that? You Jiang Hao have 225% of the company's shares, and this Chen Fan only has 12%. Together, you only have a measly 345%, less than 50%. Go ahead and dream about kicking me out of the company. A mere 345%, we really don't account for 50%, but you only have 203%, what makes you so arrogant? Jiang Hao retorted to Feng Yanli. I'll tell you what makes me arrogant. Feng Yanli turned sharply and looked at the other shareholders in the room, asking loudly. I declare that Chen Fan is kicked out of the decision-making level in the company. Who supports this? I do. I support it. Instantly, 3 or 4 minority shareholders stepped forward. Seeing this, Jiang Hao sneered. These people were Feng Yanli's henchmen, and all their shares combined only amounted to 2.7%, which was not important at all. At this critical moment, Fang Lei, the company's fourth largest shareholder, who had always been neutral, suddenly stood up. I support President Feng's proposal to kick Chen Fan out of the company. Fang Lei has a full 10% of the company's shares in his hands, and his alignment is still very important. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. When did Feng Yanli convince the neutral Fang Lei? Fortunately, even with Fang Lei and the others, Feng Yanli only had 33% of the shares, less than them. Jiang Hao was about to let out a sigh of relief when the next thing that happened made him even more incredulous. I also support President Feng and kick Chen Fan out of the company. And me, I also support President Feng. Immediately afterwards, the other 2 larger shareholders of the company, Meng Dong and Dong Ziyun, came forward to express their support for Feng Yanli. Meng Dong and Dong Ziyun together hold 121% of the company's shares. With their support, Feng Yanli's shareholding quickly rose to 451%, directly crushing Chen Fan and Jiang Hao. In an instant, the situation reversed, and Chen Fan and Jiang Hao were at a severe disadvantage, in a crisis. Chapter 32, A Reversal, and Chen Fan is the new largest shareholder of Xia Group? Jiang Hao panicked, and this was bad. You guys? Jiang Hao angrily looked at Meng Dong, Dong Ziyun, and the others. These people were usually neutral in the company and did not participate in his fight with Feng Yanli. Otherwise, Jiang Hao and Feng Yanli would not have fought to this point without a clear winner. But now, how is it that these three neutral people have all sided with Feng Yanli? Why? Jiang Hao was feeling a little desperate. He and Chen Fan had lost, and lost completely. And with the support of these shareholders, his control over the Ascend Group would be greatly weakened by Feng Yanli. He and Chen Fan were finished. Compared to Jiang Hao's anger, Feng Yanli was exceptionally happy, smiling radiantly. This is his trump card, and this is why, although he was angry when he heard that Chen Fan and Jiang Hao had joined forces, he was still fearless and confident. He had the support of Dong Ziyun and the other two, so naturally he was not afraid of Chen Fan and Jiang Hao. As for how he had bribed the three neutralists for so long, the reason was simple. Naturally, it was because of the help of the Kong Group. Without the help of the Kong Group, he would not have been able to deal with these difficult neutralists. With the support of these three shareholders, Feng Yanli is fully confident of defeating Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan, you are ready to get out of the company. Feng Yanli looked at Chen Fan with an excitement that was hard to hide, as well as a sense of smugness. Get out of the company, huh, just like that? Chen Fan calmly retorted. Feng Yanli has a trump card, doesn't he? You only have 451% of the shares, not even 50%, I don't know where you get your confidence from? Chen Fan retorted. If we don't have it, do you have it? You're acting as if you do. Feng Yanli sneered. Sorry, we really do. With that, Chen Fan casually threw a few contracts on the table. Just yesterday, I personally acquired 112% of the shares of the Ascend Group, and since then, I have 232% of the shares in my hands, becoming the largest shareholder of the Ascend Group. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Yesterday, Chen Fan completed the system mission and received 8% of the system's shares. Last night, Chen Fan was worried about an accident today, so he specially contacted the exclusive butler assigned to him by the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom to help him contact the shareholders of the Ascend Group and acquire about 3% more shares of the Ascend Group. Incidentally, Chen Fan was also able to test whether what the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom said, that it could meet all the requirements of its guests, was true and whether it was useful. Sure enough, the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom did not disappoint Chen Fan. An hour or two later, the bank steward contacted Chen Fan and said that they had found two minority shareholders of the Ascendus Group who were willing to sell a cumulative 32% of their shares. That night, Chen Fan met with the two men and formally signed a share purchase contract. Since then, Chen Fan has easily become the new largest shareholder of the Ascendus Group. It is precisely for this reason that many of the group shareholders did not come today. They have all sold their shares to Chen Fan, so there is no point in coming. He now has 232% of the shares in the Ascendus Group in his hands, plus 225% of the shares in the hands of Jiang Hao, and a further 61% of the shares held by Jiang Hao's trusted subordinates, which adds up to more than 50%. When Chen Fan said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? Chen has acquired 112% of the shares? My goodness, I never thought that in the end, President Chen would become the group's largest shareholder? Everyone was talking about it, and this result was something they never expected. At this moment, even Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. Chen Fan's move was something even he didn't expect. In just one day yesterday, Chen Fan acquired 112% of the group's shares, directly surpassing him and becoming the group's new largest shareholder. He had previously played mind games with Chen Fan, asking him to agree to various conditions, wanting to plant his own people in the group and take control of the company, but in the end his efforts were completely in vain. As for Feng Yanli, after listening to Chen Fan's explanation, he was even more dumbfounded, and his whole body went numb. No, it's not true, it can't be true. Feng Yanli yelled in frustration. These shareholders of the Tengfei Group are all stubborn and don't want to sell their shares. Otherwise, he would have already bought these shares and surpassed Jiang Hao. You must be lying to me, you must be. Feng Yanli walked up and picked up the share purchase contract that Chen Fan had left on the table with trembling hands. Feng Yanli checked word by word, but the more he looked, the paler his face became, especially after discovering that there was nothing wrong with the last few signatures. Feng Yanli's face was as white as if he had just crawled out of the grave. Feng Yanli read through all of Chen Fan's documents and didn't find any problems. Feng Yanli froze there, his expression dull. Chen Fan, on the other hand, slowly walked forward, stood in the middle of the front of the entire meeting room, and then looked at the crowd and said loudly, "In my capacity as the company's new largest shareholder, I propose that Feng Yanli be kicked out of the company's decision-making level." Does anyone agree? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment before taking the lead in saying, I agree. Although Chen Fan had surpassed him and become the new group's largest shareholder, compared to Feng Yanli, he was more willing to stand on Chen Fan's side. He had already reached an agreement with Chen Fan yesterday, so even if something unexpected happened now, Chen Fan would have to give him face. But if Feng Yanli won, he was afraid that he would be sidelined in the future, and in the end he would be kicked out of the company's decision-making level. I agree too. Me too, I agree with President Chen's experience. Seeing that Jiang Hao had spoken, his henchmen also spoke up one after the other. At this point, Chen Fan's side had more than 50% of the group's shares. The three major shareholders who had just announced their support for Feng Yanli glanced at each other. In the end, Dong Ziyun spoke first. I retract what I said before. I am also willing to agree with President Chen's proposal. Me too. I agree with President Chen too. Chen Fan can't be stopped now, Feng Yanli has already lost. Feng Yanli and their conditions no longer count. Therefore, they might as well be a person who changes sides, and they can still do Feng Yanli a favor. With their support, Chen Fan's side now has over 70% of the votes, and Feng Yanli has completely lost. I now announce that over 70% of the shareholders have agreed that Feng Yanli be removed from the company's decision-making level, and that he will no longer be able to participate in any company decisions. Chen Fan loudly announced the final result. No. Feng Yanli yelled in frustration. The next second, Feng Yanli's vision went dark, and he collapsed on the ground in a panic. Soon, he was taken to the hospital. After the board meeting ended, countless company executives and shareholders swarmed up to Chen Fan, surrounding him and fawning over him. President Chen, can you come over here? I have something I want to talk to you about. At this time, Jiang Hao nervously walked up and asked in a low voice. Chapter 33 Severing Ties on the seventh day, the reward is shares in the top group. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. After that, Chen Fan and Jiang Hao went to Jiang Hao's office. President Chen, this should be your office from now on. Jiang Hao said, a little lost. After all, Chen Fan became the company's largest shareholder. No need, this office is still President Jiang's. Chen Fan said with deep meaning. Although he had become the largest shareholder of the Ascent Group, Chen Fan did not want to replace Jiang Hao and manage the entire Ascent Group. First, although Jiang Hao also had his own agenda, he had helped Chen Fan after all. Without him, it would not have been so easy for Chen Fan to get Feng Yanli kicked out. Second, managing a company requires a lot of energy and time, and Chen Fan did not want to devote all his energy to a small Ascent Group. The market value of the Ascent Group is only about 10 billion yuan. Chen Fan cannot rely on the Ascent Group alone if he wants to surpass the Chen family and even trample the Su family in the dust. Moreover, Chen Fan's net worth already exceeded 7 billion yuan yesterday, and his reward for today has not yet arrived. After it arrives, it may break 8 billion yuan, and he will be even closer to 10 billion yuan. Chen Fan knows very well which is more important. Ha! Jiang Hao understood the meaning of Chen Fan's words and was overjoyed. Mr. Chen, are you serious? Jiang Hao asked, trembling. Of course. Tongfei Group is usually managed by you, Mr. Jiang. If there is anything important, we will discuss it together. Chen Fan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Jiang Hao grabbed Chen Fan's hand and kept thanking him. After the matter was settled, Chen Fan left Tongfei Group and just got into the car. The system's voice came. Ding. Feng Yanli. Using the same method as his opponent, Chen Fan kicked Feng Yanli out of the decision-making level of the Ascent Group, causing him to trip over his own feet. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining top-level financial management capabilities. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. The mission is complete, and a huge amount of memory floods into Chen Fan's mind. After a few minutes of digesting this memory, Chen Fan has top-level financial management capabilities and has become a top financial management guru. Not only that, Chen Fan also gained 53 experience points for this mission. Chen Fan clicked to view the system. Current system level, level 1303-1500. He had already accumulated more than 300 points, which was already 1/5 of the points needed to upgrade the system. Today was only the 7th day since he obtained the system, not to mention that the system's upgrade mode was discovered by Chen Fan on the 3rd day after obtaining the system. Strictly speaking, including today, Chen Fan has only used 5 days to collect 1/5 of the shares required for the system upgrade. If this pace continues, it will only take Chen Fan about 20 days to accumulate the remaining points needed for the upgrade. This is very fast. Chen Fan's face broke into a smile. Just as Chen Fan was feeling happy, another surprise arrived. Ding! Severance Day 7, obtain 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of the top enterprises in Jiangzhou, and become the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of their top enterprises in Jiangzhou, is extremely powerful. Currently, Yongtai Real Estate Group has a market value of about 30 billion, and 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares are worth about 1.2 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's net worth reached 8 billion, and he is even closer to 10 billion. What's more, the system rewards not only shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, but also becoming the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This identity is absolutely very powerful in Jiangzhou. Today, I can say that I have reaped quite a lot. Just as Chen Fan was about to return to the villa, he suddenly received a text message. Chen Fan looked down and saw that it was from Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng asked if Chen Fan had time today and asked him to hang out with her. If Chen Fan had time, they could meet at Yangjia Shopping Center afterwards. Going to Yangjia Shopping Center? Sure. Chen Fan agreed, as he was just about to go to Yangjia Shopping Center to take a look. After all, since he got Yangjia Shopping Center, he has only been there once, and the purpose of that visit was to buy clothes and sign a contract. Chen Fan has never inspected Yangjia Shopping Center. Today, he can take this opportunity to make an unannounced visit and see how Yangjia Shopping Center is doing. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan was the first to arrive at Yangjia Shopping Center. Xia Mengmeng had not yet arrived, so Chen Fan went into a nearby coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and waited while drinking it. A few minutes later, Xia Mengmeng arrived. Chen Fan went out. Chen, wait a minute. Xia Mengmeng suddenly said mysteriously, as if there was something important. Chen Fan was very curious about what she wanted. Chapter 34, 100 times reward cashback card. Chen Fan's identity as the boss is revealed, shocking everyone. After another 2 minutes, Xia Ruoshui hurriedly arrived. Hey, Chen Zong is here too? Seeing Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui greeted him with some surprise. Meng, what's wrong with you? Xia Ruoshui asked with concern. Her parents were not in Jiangzhou, so she took care of her younger sister. Her younger sister had just sent her a message saying that she was not feeling well and asking Xia Ruoshui to hurry to Yangjia Shopping Center. So Xia Ruoshui quickly put down her work and hurried over. Sister, I'm fine. Oops, I forgot, I still have some homework to do. What a pity. How about this, sister, you go shopping with Chen Shuishang, I'll go first. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng quickly slipped away. Today, she had successively asked her sister and Chen Shuishang out, just to create an opportunity for the two to spend some time together. Xia Mengmeng really felt that her sister and Chen Shuishang were a good match, and it would be a real pity if they didn't get together. So Xia Mengmeng took on the role of matchmaker and tried to bring the two together. If she asked her sister and Chen to meet here today, have dinner together, watch a movie, go shopping, etc., wouldn't their relationship heat up quickly? Hey, she really worried about her sister's happiness. She really had a hard time. Seeing Xia Mengmeng suddenly leave, Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan were both a little dazed. For a moment, the two of them were a little at a loss. Mr. Chen, do you need any clothes? You're here, so I was planning to go buy some. Xia Ruoshui thought for a moment before speaking. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding! Task issued, go shopping with Xia Ruoshui. Task reward, 100x spending rebate card upper limit 500 million. Task reward, 51 experience points. Another task, and this time the reward is a 100x spending rebate card. That's not bad. In other words, if I spend just 5 million, I can get a rebate of 500 million, which is a profit of 495 million. This rebate is really scary. This reward is awesome. I just bought 3% of the shares of the Ascend Group for over 300 million. Now that I've completed the task, my liquid capital will instantly increase by more than 490 million. And with this nearly 500 million, he is even closer to a net worth of 10 billion. If I can do it, then let's go take a look together. Chen Fan nodded. The main reason for his visit this time was to conduct an undercover investigation and see how the Yangjia Shopping Center was operating. It didn't matter what the purpose of the visit was, and of course, if there were suitable clothes, he could buy a few more. What's more, there was also a system task. After saying that, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui walked into the Yongjia shopping center. The two of them browsed through several stores, and finally stopped at a large luxury store. Xia Ruoshui was very satisfied with several items in the store. "Mr. Chen, what do you think of this jacket? I think it suits you very well." While selecting clothes for herself, Xia Ruoshui also took a special look at the men's clothing next to her. After seeing a black jacket, Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but speak up. Afterwards, Xia Ruoshui took the jacket down and wanted Chen Fan to try it on. Chen Fan took it and just wanted to try it on, when just then, a dude with a girlfriend walked in. "Tell all the customers in your store to leave, my girlfriend wants to pick out some clothes," the dude said imperiously as soon as he came in. Hearing this, the staff in the store had a hard time saying anything. They looked at the store manager, who also had no choice but to nod. In the end, the staff complied and began to evict people. The staff came over and asked Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui to leave for the time being. Chen Fan asked with some dissatisfaction, "Is this guy a senior member of yours here? How can he still have such privileges? I was about to try on clothes, but he spoiled the mood." "No, he is Su Zhouchuan, the son of Su Li, the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center. In Yongjia Shopping Center, he is the little overlord, and no store dares to disobey his words," the staff answered helplessly. A famous restaurant that offended Su Zhouchuan closed down a few days later. It is said that Su Zhouchuan was behind it, the staff said in a low voice. Chen Fan frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect to get results so quickly from his undercover visit. How dare the son of a mere deputy general manager act so lawlessly in Yongtai Shopping Center? His boss doesn't even have the airs of Su Zhouchuan. No wonder Yongjia Shopping Center's business seems to have been getting worse in recent years. The internal management is really poor. Before, I had nothing to do with Yongjia Shopping Center, so naturally I didn't care, but now, as the owner of Yongjia Shopping Center, Chen Fan naturally can't just ignore it. If you continue to let things go, his Yongjia Shopping Center will close down sooner or later. Who gave you the right to let the store chase away all the customers and only serve you alone? Chen Fan spoke, not used to this Su Zhouchuan. "Eh? There's still a prick?" Su Zhouchuan sneered at Chen Fan, who had stood up. "Who gave me the right? My father gave me the right, isn't that right? My father is the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center, I can do whatever I want." Su Zhouchuan answered smugly. "Ha, how dare you go against my boyfriend in Yongjia Shopping Center, on my boyfriend's turf?" Next to him, Su Zhouchuan's girlfriend also proudly echoed. "Ha, on your boyfriend's turf? Your father is the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center, right? Well, from now on, he is removed from his position." Chen Fan sneered, speaking imperiously. Judging from the attitude of this staff member, Su Zhouchuan has been acting unruly and lawlessly in Yongjia Shopping Center for more than a day or two. As the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center, Su Li must have known about this, but he let his son get away with it. In that case, there is no need to keep this deputy general manager. Why keep such a good-for-nothing who does nothing at all? Ha, from now on, my father has been removed from his position. Who do you think you are? Su Zhouchuan laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke ever. Who am I? I am Chen Fan, the new owner of Yongjia Shopping Center. Chen Fan replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The new owner of Yongjia Shopping Center? He is the new owner of Yongjia Shopping Center? My God! The crowd looked at Chen Fan in awe. Su Zhouchuan, in particular, was stunned on the spot. He seemed to have heard his father say yesterday that Yongjia Shopping Center had a new owner, but he had forgotten the name of that new owner. It can't be this kid. Humph, trying to scare me. You think I'm scared of anything? I'm calling my father right now and having him expose your scam. Su Zhouchuan couldn't believe that the young guy in front of him, who was younger than him, could be the owner of the Yongjia Shopping Center. So he called his father to ask for details. What's wrong, son? On the phone, Su Li's lazy voice came through. At the moment, Su Li was having a good time in his office, drinking tea and listening to music. Dad, I'm at Yongjia Shopping Center. A kid actually dared to impersonate the new boss of your Yongjia Shopping Center. Dad, you better send someone over to take this kid down. Su Zhouchuan complained. What? Daring to impersonate the boss of our Yongjia shopping center? He's really looking for death. Su Li sneered. Okay, I'll send someone over right now to arrest that kid. Su Li agreed with his son and didn't take the matter seriously at all. Just before Su Li was about to send someone over, he casually asked again. Right, what's the name of the guy who pretended to be the boss of our Yongjia shopping center? His name is Chen Fan, Dad. Su Shouchuan replied. What? The teacup in Su Li's hand directly slipped to the ground and shattered. What did you say the name of the person who pretended to be the boss of our Yongjia shopping center? Chapter 35, only one last step remains before the value of the company exceeds 10 billion yuan. Su Li asked cautiously. His name is Chen Fan. What's wrong, Dad? Su Zhouchuan replied nonchalantly. Chen Fan? That person's name is Chen Fan? Su Li suddenly sat up, his face pale with shock. That's our new boss of Yongjia shopping center, not an imposter. Where are you now? Su Li asked anxiously. Su Zhouchuan told Su Tai where he was. 3 minutes later, Su Li hurried over. From afar, he saw Chen Fan standing there with an indifferent expression. Boss, why didn't you let us know you were coming? Su Li hurried over and said to Chen Fan in a flattering manner. Seeing this scene, the people in the store were dumbfounded. It turns out that this young man is really the owner of Yongjia shopping center. I didn't notify you, I did, how could I see this? Chen Fan said coldly, very annoyed with this Su Li. You idiot, what are you still doing here? Get over here now. Su Li angrily scolded his son. Upon hearing this, Su Zhouchuan immediately came trembling over. What are you still doing here? Apologize to the boss now. Su Li wanted to make up for his mistake. No need to apologize, I already notified the personnel department earlier. You can pack up and leave my Yongjia shopping center. Chen Fan ordered. At this time, the staff in the store brought over the clothes that had just been packed. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui took the packed clothes and left the store. In the same place, Su Li was dumbfounded. Originally, he was only a few years away from retirement, receiving a pension and living a comfortable retirement life. Now, because of this rebellious son, he has been removed from his position. Su Li was furious. In a fit of anger, Su Li pulled out his alligator belt, intending to give this rebellious son a little childhood memory. Soon, screams of agony echoed throughout the Yongjia shopping center. Su Zhouchuan was transported back to his childhood. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were about to put the clothes they bought into the car. Unexpectedly, President Chen is still the owner of Yongjia shopping center. President Chen is really accomplished at a young age. Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but feel emotional. At this moment, she was becoming more and more curious about Chen Fan. She had learned from her sister that Chen Fan was from the wealthy Chen family, but had severed ties with them, and was considered a disappointment. But despite this identity, Mr. Chen has become more and more powerful, which makes Xia Ruoshui admire Chen Fan from the bottom of her heart. In a way, she and Mr. Chen are the same kind of person. You must be laughing at me. Chen Fan spoke. Having such a subordinate is a disgrace to Chen Fan's face. After putting away their things, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui continued to browse the Yongjia shopping center. When they arrived at the supermarket, Chen Fan saw freshly cut beef and lamb and immediately had an idea. Do you want to have a barbecue, Ms. Xia? Chen Fan asked Xia Ruoshui. Barbecue? I've never had it before. Xia Ruoshui's expression became a little gloomy when she heard this. When she was young, her family was very strict, and she never had the chance to eat snacks and the like. Now she manages the large Xia Group, and usually for business entertainment and the like, she goes to all kinds of high-end restaurants, where she eats top-notch private kitchens, or French food and the like, and she doesn't come into contact with things like barbecues. Not only barbecues, but also other kinds of snacks, she has never eaten. Never eaten? That's a pity. How about this, President Xia, tonight you stay at my place, and we'll have a barbecue feast. Chen Fan suggested. His villa had a large yard, which was just right for a barbecue. Okay. Xia Ruoshui nodded. Subsequently, Chen Fan bought various barbecue ingredients, as well as a barbecue grill, smokeless charcoal and other barbecue materials. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding. Task issued, go shopping with Xia Ruoshui. Task reward, 100x consumption rebate card upper limit 500 million. Task reward, 51 experience points. The task is complete, the 100x spending rebate card has arrived, and in a way, Chen Fan's value has increased by nearly 500 million. Now, Chen Fan's value is only one step away from breaking 10 billion. After buying the ingredients, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui returned to the villa area of Yujing Mountain Villa. The two of them were in the courtyard, beginning to pack the ingredients. Although Xia Ruoshui's cooking skills were not good, she had no problem with the most basic tasks such as cutting vegetables. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to barbecue, Wei Jingxiong suddenly called. "Mr. Chen, do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together." Chen Fan answered the phone and Wei Jingxiong invited him. "Sorry, Mr. Wei, I have an appointment tonight." His barbecue was already underway. "That's a pity. How about tomorrow? I think you'll have time tomorrow, right?" Wei Jingxiong asked again. "Tomorrow is fine." Chen Fan nodded. "That's good, I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow, and you must come, Mr. Chen." Wei Jingxiong invited. "No problem." Chen Fan promised the other party, and the two agreed. Half an hour later, Chen Fan finished grilling the first barbecue. Chen Fan asked Xia Ruoshui to try it. Xia Ruoshui curiously picked up a skewer and tasted it, and his eyes lit up immediately. "This is very different from the barbecue you eat in restaurants." Xia Ruoshui sighed. "Having eaten a lot of high-end restaurant barbecue, this barbecue has a different flavor and is really delicious." "Right?" Chen Fan nodded. He could barbecue originally, and with the top-level cooking skills he has gained, the barbecue he makes now really does taste amazing. It's no fun just eating like this, so Chen Fan turned around, went to the wine cellar, and got a few bottles of wine. He poured a glass each for himself and Xia Ruoshui. After all, Xia Ruoshui lives next door and doesn't go out at night, so it's fine if she drinks too much. Looking at the wine that Chen Fan handed over, Xia Ruoshui hesitated for a moment, but then picked it up. Xia Ruoshui's drinking capacity is very poor. Usually, she doesn't drink at all during social engagements, but now that President Chen has poured it for her personally, and with the recent work-related matters, Xia Ruoshui is under a lot of pressure, so she might as well drink a little. As soon as Xia Ruoshui took a sip, her face turned red. After drinking a glass, Xia Ruoshui, who was originally cold-natured and didn't say much, suddenly became a chatterbox. Since both of them were considered to be children of wealthy families, they had a lot in common, and the more they talked, the more they hit it off. "That Xia is almost done, so maybe you shouldn't drink anymore," Chen Fan advised, looking at Xia Ruoshui, who seemed to have had a bit too much to drink. "It's fine, I can hold my alcohol, I haven't had too much." Xia Ruoshui waved his hand, his face flushed. Xia Ruoshui, who had a cool temperament, had a different kind of charm at the moment. "By the way, Chen, we are also considered good friends, so there is no need to call each other Mr. Chen or Mr. Xia, it's very awkward," Xia Ruoshui suggested. "At home, Mr. Chen, Mr. Xia, etc., always feel like you are at work. How about this, I will call you Ruoshui in the future, and you can call me Chen Fan." Chen Fan nodded, he also felt the same way. Ruoshui? Hearing this name, Xia Ruoshui was taken aback. Usually, only his parents and the elders in the family would call him this. This name is considered very intimate. If it was another man calling himself this now, Xia Ruoshui would have been angry and turned around and left. But now that Chen Fan said it, for some reason, Xia Ruoshui didn't feel the slightest resistance inside. At the moment, even Xia Ruoshui didn't know why. Chapter 36 Gather hundreds of people to fight with Chen Fan? Chen Xingrong, who was scared. After half an hour or so, Xia Mengmeng returned. She was just about to open the door when she smelled the fragrance coming from inside. The next second, Xia Mengmeng, like a little glutton, came to Chen Fan's villa sniffing the smell. When Xia Mengmeng saw Chen Fan and her sister eating happily, she immediately cried with envy. "If I had known, I would have returned earlier." Xia Mengmeng said, "I've never forgotten how good Chen Fan's cooking is." After saying that, Xia Mengmeng picked up a skewer of lamb kebab and started eating. After eating for a while, she overheard Chen Fan call his sister Ruoshui, and his sister readily agreed without looking the least bit angry. Xia Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Wow, has the relationship between Senior Chen and his sister progressed so quickly? Since this plan was so successful, it is necessary to do it again. At this rate, if all goes well, it is estimated that it will not take long before sister and Chen Shui can confirm their relationship. Xia Mengmeng thought to herself. After dinner, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoshui left. Chen Fan washed up briefly and went to bed. He could not wait for tomorrow to come. Currently, his net worth has already reached more than 8 billion yuan. He is just missing the last 1 billion yuan to break the 10 billion yuan mark. If he is lucky, with tomorrow's reward, he will become the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. How could he not be excited and happy? The next morning, after class, Chen Fan drove away from the university. In front of the school gate, Chen Haoyu saw this and hurriedly called his sister Chen Itsue. Chen Fan has left school. Okay, I know. Chen Itsue nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Itsue looked at the tall, strong young man next to her. Brother Xingrong, Chen Fan has already left Jiangzhou University. This tall young man is Chen Itsue's fourth uncle Chen Jinping's eldest son, Chen Xingrong. Chen Xingrong is currently doing well in Jiangzhou and is one of the leaders of an underground force, with nearly 100 underlings. Good. Chen Xingrong nodded. Afterwards, he sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to follow Chen Fan's car. With Xingrong stepping in this time, Chen Fan definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Chen Itsue spoke excitedly. This time, in order to deal with Chen Fan, Xingrong had started calling in a total of 20 or 30 subordinates, which was definitely a sure thing. In the eyes of Chen Itsue and Chen Xingrong's father, Chen Xingrong stepping forward to deal with Chen Fan is a blow from a higher dimension, and Chen Fan has no chance of resistance at all. Brother Xingrong is their hope. Of course, your previous tactics were too troublesome, so it's better to just get straight to the point and use your fists to reveal the truth. Chen Xingrong clenched his fist, the size of a sandbag, and said with a ruthless gaze. This time, he will use his fists to beat Chen Fan into submission, so that Chen Fan will immediately go back and kowtow to his grandfather and admit his fault. Soon, Chen Xingrong received news from his underlings. Boss, the kid got off the bus at Tan's Cuisine, and it looks like he's going in to eat. The underling reported to Chen Xingrong. Tan's Cuisine is one of Jiangzhou's most famous private kitchens. It is not open to the public and only serves their members. It is one of Jiangzhou's famous high-end restaurants. That Chen Fan kid is still in the mood to eat Tan family cuisine. Ha, I'll beat him up later. After saying that, Chen Xingrong waved his hand, brought along the 20 or 30 minions he had prepared, and set off in a mighty procession. 10 minutes later, Chen Xingrong, accompanied by Chen Itsue and his minions, arrived at the Tan family cuisine restaurant in a menacing manner. At this time, the younger brother who had been following Chen Fan came over and told Chen Xingrong where Chen Fan was in the private room. Chen Xingrong immediately led the men in and kicked open the door to the private room. In the private room, Chen Fan was looking at his phone. He had just received a message from Wei Jingxiong saying that he had to deal with something there and would be half an hour late. Chen Fan, I've finally found you. Chen Xingrong looked at Chen Fan, his face wearing a particularly hideous smile. What do you want with me? Chen Fan asked in return. What do I want with you? To beat you up, of course. Chen Xingrong said. If you know what's good for you, go back now, kneel down and apologize to Grandpa, return to the Chen family, and then go greet the Su family's daughter. I can spare you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Xingrong looked ready to pounce. You can forget about letting me go back to the Chen family. Chen Fan retorted. Chen Fan, I didn't think you'd still be so stubborn. Brother Xingrong, teach him a lesson. Chen Itsue fanned the flames. Fine. Chen Xingrong told his subordinates to hold back, as he wanted to personally teach his insolent cousin a lesson. He came up to Chen Fan and swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, at Chen Fan. Just as Chen Xingrong felt that with his skills and strength, he could easily overpower Chen Fan, an accident happened. Chen Fan suddenly got up and easily dodged Chen Xingrong's fist with a slight dodge. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan grabbed Chen Xingrong's arm and then applied a sudden force. Boom! A loud noise came, and Chen Xingrong fell to the ground hard. Chen Xingrong screamed in pain. Seeing this, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. What's going on? Next to them, Chen Itsue was even more dumbfounded. This plot is wrong. Shouldn't it be Xingrong knocking Chen Fan to the ground? How come it's now the big and burly Xingrong who's lying on the ground? Chen Xingrong's younger brothers hurried over and helped him up. Damn it! Chen Xingrong got up with difficulty, his face grim. Even he couldn't quite imagine how he, who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds, could have been knocked to the ground by Chen Fan in just one blow. He was actually Chen Fan's opponent. Is this your bottom line? Chen Fan looked at Chen Xingrong. The top-level combat skills obtained from the system before were really useful. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be so good at martial arts, I underestimated you. Chen Xingrong still spoke confidently. I can't beat you, but I still have my brothers. Dare to hit me, do you think my brothers will agree? No way. Chen Xingrong's brothers shouted in unison. At the mere glance of Chen Xingrong, the 20 or 30 brothers he brought immediately rushed into the large private room and surrounded Chen Fan from the inside and outside. He was no match for Chen Fan, but he had so many brothers, so many people, and he just didn't believe that he couldn't teach Chen Fan a lesson. Do it! Chen Xingrong, who was furious, was already enraged and directly ordered his men to do it and teach Chen Fan a lesson. I'll see who dares to move. Just as Chen Xingrong's words had not yet fallen, a majestic voice came from behind. Chen Xingrong angrily turned his head, he wanted to see who dared to go against him. However, when he saw the appearance of the person, he instantly looked shocked. Chapter 37, Learning the Chen Family's Secret, Chen Fan's Plan Against the Chen Family. At this moment, the person who walked into the private room was none other than Jiangzhou's big boss, Wei Jingxiong. Big boss Wei? Chen Xingrong asked with a trembling voice. Not to mention that he is only one of the leaders of an underground force in Jiangzhou, even if he is the boss of their force, they will have to be respectful when they see Wei Jingxiong. Are you going to demolish my restaurant? Wei Jingxiong asked with a cold voice. Ha! Upon hearing these words from Wei Jingxiong, Chen Xingrong and the others were taken aback. His restaurant? Big brother Wei, this Tan family cuisine is your property? Chen Xingrong asked in surprise. Exactly. Wei Jingxiong nodded. It was precisely for this reason that Wei Jingxiong had previously wanted to annex Chen Fan's Wangjiang pavilion, but it was only after learning Chen Fan's identity that Wei Jingxiong changed his mind. Sorry, Boss Wei, it's my fault. We'll take this kid away now and settle this outside. Chen Xingrong spoke quickly, planning to forcibly take Chen Fan outside. How dare you? What Chen Xingrong never expected was that, on hearing him say this, Wei Jingxiong not only did not calm down, but instead became even more furious. You actually want to lay hands on my guest? You're quite something. A terrifying smile flashed across Wei Jingxiong's face. There aren't many people in the entire Jiangzhou who would dare to do this. What? What do you mean, Boss Wei? Chen Xingrong didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Mr. Chen Fan is my guest, and now you want to do something to my guest. Isn't that trampling my face into the ground? Wei Jingxiong replied coldly. What? Chen Fan is Wei Jingxiong's guest? Are you kidding me? Who is Chen Fan? Why would he be invited to dinner by a big shot like Wei Jingxiong? Boss Wei, Chen Xingrong tried to explain, but Wei Jingxiong stopped him. Let your boss talk to me, you're not qualified. Wei Jingxiong ordered. Knowing that he was not qualified to talk to Wei Jingxiong, Chen Xingrong had no choice but to helplessly contact his boss, Bai Lingyuan. Knowing that Chen Xingrong had offended Wei Jingxiong, Bai Lingyuan hurriedly came here. Get out! Wei Jingxiong angrily rebuked Chen Xingrong's subordinates. Facing the reprimand of the mighty Jiangzhou boss, Wei Jingxiong's men did not dare to disobey in the slightest, and quickly went out to make room for him. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I was delayed by something. This kind of thing happened in my restaurant. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Wei Jingxiong apologized to Chen Fan. Waiter, serve the food. Soon, the waiter began to bring in various dishes. Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong ate and chatted. Chen Fan was actually chatting and laughing with Wei Jingxiong, the undisputed boss of Jiangzhou, and eating together. And the two of them were clearly on an equal footing. This made Chen Yitsuwei and Chen Xingrong even more dumbfounded. How did Chen Fan gain Wei Jingxiong's approval? Chen Yitsuwei just couldn't figure it out. Last time, when Chen Fan visited Wei Jingxiong, it was probably possible to use the Xia Group's name. But now, Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong were chatting and laughing, and that was wrong. Wei Jingxiong was a powerful figure in Jiangzhou, with a strong and domineering personality. Not to mention Chen Fan's special relationship with Xia Mengmeng, even if Chen Fan were with Xia Ruoshui, the president of the Xia Group, it would be impossible for Wei Jingxiong to be so. At this moment, Chen Yitsuwei had to admit that Chen Fan was able to be on equal footing with Wei Jingxiong entirely because of herself. But why? Chen Fan is an outcast who has severed ties with their family, so why is he on the same level as Wei Jingxiong? Chen Yitsuwei can't figure it out no matter how hard she thinks. As for Chen Xingrong, he is even more dumbfounded. Chen Itsue and the others are outsiders, and they don't know anything unless they are in the underground world. But as someone in the industry, Chen Xingrong knows even better the value of Chen Fan being on the same level as Wei Jingxiong. Even his boss can't do that. Chen Fan, who used to be underground in the Chun family and whom he simply looked down upon, now has such terrifying abilities and status. Right, Mr. Chen, I invited you here today because I have something very important I want to talk to you about, something you'll definitely be very interested in. Wei Jingxiong said mysteriously. I'll definitely be interested? Wei Jingxiong's words piqued Chen Fan's curiosity. It's not convenient to have an outsider here. I'll talk to Mr. Chen in private later, and I definitely won't let you down. Wei Jingxiong promised. A few minutes later, Chen Xingrong's older brother Bai Lingyuan arrived. Your little brother actually laid hands on my guest. What are you going to do about it? Without waiting for Bai Lingyuan to speak, Wei Jingxiong gave him a choice. Big brother Wei, it's my fault for not disciplining him well enough. Bai Lingyuan hurriedly apologized. What are you still doing there? Get over here and kneel down and apologize to Big Brother Wei and his guests. Bai Lingyuan ordered. Kneel down and apologize? Upon hearing these words, Chen Itsue felt dumbfounded. Didn't this mean that Brother Xingrong had to kneel down and apologize to Chen Fan? How could this be? Shouldn't Brother Xingrong be lowering the dimensionality of Chen Fan? How did it turn out that Chen Fan was lowering the dimensionality of Brother Xingrong? Chen Xingrong hesitated for a moment, and finally took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and then knelt on the ground with a thud. Big Brother Wei, Chen Fan, Chen Xingrong, was wrong. Chen Xingrong knelt on the ground to apologize, and also bowed his head. From now on, I will withdraw from the Jianzhou underworld. Chen Xingrong knew the rules, and after what happened today, he would no longer be able to get along in the Jianzhou underworld. All his hard work over the years, all his efforts, have been for nothing. In the Chen family, he couldn't compete with a few of his cousins, so he came out to make a living in the underworld. Now it's over, and all his years of hard work have been for nothing. It turns out that Chen Fan is not the useless one, it's him. At this moment, Chen Xingrong's gaze was dull, and his whole body seemed to have been wasted. Next to him, Chen Itsue was also completely desperate. Get out! Wei Jingxiong waved his hand, as he still had something important to discuss with Mr. Chen. Thank you, Boss Wei, thank you. Bai Lingyuan quickly led the others out. In a moment, only Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong were left in the room. Mr. Chen, I have a general understanding of the Chen family's affairs. Wei Jingxiong got straight to the point. The important matter I want to discuss with you is related to the Chen family. Mr. Chen, do you know that the other day, the Chen family patriarch secretly left Jianzhou for somewhere else? I don't know. Chen Fan shook his head. I know the reason why Chen's patriarch secretly left Jianzhou this time. Wei Jingxiong explained. I learned about this by accident yesterday. It concerns the Chen family's secret, and I think Mr. Chen will definitely be interested, so I invited Mr. Chen to dinner. The Chen family's secret? Upon hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Chen Fan immediately became interested. Old Master Chen left Jianzhou quietly with his eldest son this time to discuss cooperation with a major company in our province, the Wanheng Software Group. The Wanheng Software Group? Chen Fan frowned when he heard this name. He had heard of this company before. The Wanheng Software Group is one of the leading companies in their province and is extremely powerful. However, he didn't remember the Chen family being involved in the software industry. What was the Chen family doing at the Wanheng Software Group? Noticing Chen Fan's confusion, Wei Jingxiong explained. According to some sources, Wanheng Software Group wants to build a large-scale industrial park in Jianzhou and is now looking for a real estate developer in Jianzhou. If they take over this project from Wanheng Software Group, they can make a conservative estimate of several billion yuan. It is precisely for this reason that Chen's grandfather went to Wanheng Software Group quietly, so as not to attract the attention of other major real estate companies in Jianzhou. Old Master Chen is very interested in this project and is determined to win it. Wei Jingxiong has only told Chen Fan about this news so far. Is that so? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. The Chen family is indeed involved in the real estate industry, and it is also one of the pillar industries of the Chen family. After listening to Wei Jingxiong, a bold idea came to Chen Fan's mind: snipe the Chen family. Chapter 38, Severing Ties on the 8th Day, Reward Shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. While Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came. Ding! Severing ties on the 8th day, reward 5% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares and become Yongtai Real Estate Group's fourth largest shareholder. The share purchase contract has been placed in your study, please check it. Ha! Chen Fan's heart beat faster at a glance at the system's reward for the day. Today's reward is even more generous than yesterday's. The market value of Yongtai Real Estate Group is about 30 billion yuan, and 5% of the shares are worth 1.5 billion yuan. More importantly, with the addition of this 1.5 billion yuan, Chen Fan's net worth has instantly exceeded 10 billion yuan. From now on, Chen Fan will be the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. It has only been 8 days since he severed his ties with the Chen family, and he has gone from being an ordinary poor student with only a few $100s in his pocket to a billionaire. It's really great to have a system. With today's edition, Chen Fan happens to have 9% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group in his hands, making him the fourth largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now, Chen Fan's bold idea seems to have been able to get rid of the word bold. Since the Chen family is so serious about the project to build a large-scale industrial park in Jiangzhou by Wanheng Software Group and is so determined to win, Chen Fan is even more determined to get involved. Now with a net worth of tens of billions of yuan, Chen Fan already has a certain amount of leverage against the Chen family. Moreover, he is the fourth largest shareholder and vice president of the prestigious Yongtai Real Estate Group, which makes things even easier. You have to understand that if we just look at the real estate industry, Yongtai Real Estate Group is stronger than the Chen family. If I can represent Yongtai Real Estate Group and take this project from the Chen family, which is determined to build a large software park, then Grandpa Chen and the rest of the Chen family will be very happy. I can make a fortune out of this, killing two birds with one stone. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Fan felt that this plan was feasible. Mr. Chen, if you need any help, you can find me, we are friends. Wei Jingxiong spoke pointedly. The reason why he told Chen Fan the Chen family's secret was to do Chen Fan a favor. As for the Chen family's loss of interest, what does it have to do with him, an outsider? Thank you, Mr. Wei. Chen Fan nodded, taking note of Wei Jingxiong's kindness. After deciding to snipe the Chen family's business, there were now two problems in front of Chen Fan. First, he didn't know anyone from the Wanheng Software Group. If he wanted to snatch the project away from the Chen family, he first needed to get to know someone from the Wanheng Software Group at a high level, and the more powerful the position, the better. Chen Fan asked Wei Jingxiong next to him, who said he didn't know anyone from the Wanheng Software Group either. This matter was temporarily put aside. The second problem was that Chen Fan had to find a way to convince the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group to agree to his plan to snipe the Chen family. This is a simple problem. There is billions of profits at stake, who wouldn't be tempted? With his status as the fourth largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, it is easier to convince others. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, he suddenly received a phone call. The caller was Yang Shengping, chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group and the group's largest shareholder. Yang Shengping first congratulated Chen Fan on becoming a shareholder of their Yongtai Real Estate Group, and then he also wanted to meet with Chen Fan to get to know each other. By the way, Mr. Chen, I'm hosting a reception tomorrow and have invited many wealthy tycoons from Jiangzhou. Yang Shengping invited. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. It so happens that he also wants to meet Yang Shengping to chat about the business that is targeting the Chen family. Now that Yang Shengping has taken the initiative to invite him, he naturally has to say yes. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the invitation to Mr. Chen in a moment. Where should I deliver it? Yang Shengping asked. Chairman Yang, just deliver it to Jiangzhou University. Chen Fan replied. Jiangzhou University? Yes, I have a class at Jiangzhou University this afternoon. Chen Fan replied. Still taking classes at Jiangzhou University? Knowing that Chen Fan is still a student, Yang Shengping is extremely surprised. President Chen, you are still so young. After dinner, Chen Fan left. During the afternoon class, Chen Fan received Yang Shengping's invitation. When Chen Fan saw the words on the invitation, inviting Mr. Chen Fan and his female companion to participate in the reception tomorrow night, he was stunned. He doesn't have a female companion. But there shouldn't be a problem if he goes alone. After the afternoon class, Chen Fan returned to the villa. In the evening, Xia Ruoshui brought Chen Fan some fruit. When she looked at Chen Fan again, Xia Ruoshui felt a little embarrassed. Chen Fan, I can't hold my drink very well. Did I do anything inappropriate last night? No. Chen Fan shook his head. Xia Ruoshui, who got a little drunk yesterday, was quite cute. There was a kind of beautiful contrast between Xia Ruoshui when she was drunk and Xia Ruoshui when she was sober. Hey! Xia Ruoshui accidentally saw the invitation that Chen Fan had casually put aside. Chen Fan, did you also receive an invitation from Chairman Yan? Xia Ruoshui asked in surprise. Ruoshui, you were also invited? Chen Fan asked. Yes, but I don't have a male companion, so I didn't want to go. Xia Ruoshui said. Without a male companion, if she went, there would definitely be some annoying suitors bothering her, which made Xia Ruoshui very headache. It would be better not to go. I don't have a female companion either. Why don't we go together tomorrow? Chen Fan suggested. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Xia Ruoshui's eyes lit up. Okay. Xia Ruoshui nodded in agreement. With a male companion, she shouldn't have to worry about any suitors harassing her at the reception tomorrow. And Chen Fan would make a pretty good male companion. After chatting with Xia Ruoshui for a while, Chen Fan suddenly thought of the Wanheng Software Group and asked Xia Ruoshui if she knew anyone there. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that he got an unexpected answer to his off-the-cuff question. Chapter 39: The Xia family's terrifying strength, the grandson that Grandpa Chen values the most. Wanheng Software Group? I know, the Xia family has some shares in the Wanheng Software Group. Xia Ruoshui spoke. What? Chen Fan was very surprised. He knew that the Xia family was very powerful, and the Xia Group in Jiangzhou was just one of the Xia family's industries, but he never imagined that the Xia family was so powerful that even a behemoth like Wanheng Software Group had shares of the Xia family. One of the vice presidents of Wanheng Software Group is my cousin. Xia Ruoshui continued. Why did you suddenly ask about Wanheng Software Group? It's like this, Chen Fan roughly told Xia Ruoshui about his plan to snipe the Chen family and take the project of Wanheng Software Group away from them. Well, let me contact my cousin Xia Wenyu first to find out what the situation is like at Wanheng Software Group, and then we'll talk. Xia Ruoshui said. Last time Chen Fan helped her, and this time she finally had the chance to help Chen Fan in return. Xia Ruoshui would definitely do her best. Xia Ruoshui took out her phone and dialed her cousin Xia Wenyu's number. Hey, Ruoshui, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Soon, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Xia Ruoshui's cousin Xia Wenyu. Xia Wenyu's father married into the Xia family, so Xia Wenyu took her mother's surname. Sister Wenyu, I heard that the Wanheng Software Group, where you work, plans to build a large-scale industrial park in Jiangzhou, is that right? Xia Ruoshui asked. Yes, we had a meeting about it this afternoon, but Ruoshui, why are you asking about this? Isn't the branch you manage in Jiangzhou not involved in real estate business? Xia Wenyu asked in puzzlement. If the company managed by Xia Ruoshui also had real estate business, the first partner of Wanheng Software Group would naturally be Xia Ruoshui. Have you decided which real estate company to entrust with the project of building a large-scale industrial park? That hasn't been decided yet, but from what Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter, seems to want to do, he wants to give the project to Chen's construction company in Jiangzhou. Sister Wenyu, a real estate company owned by a good friend of mine, has also set its sights on this large-scale industrial park project. I was wondering if you could help. Xia Ruoshui tried to say. I can't help you. I'm not in charge of this area, and I have a poor relationship with Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter. There's nothing I can do. Xia Wenyu said regretfully. Wenyu, please help me. If I can get this done, I'll admit defeat if we compete at this year's family annual meeting. Ruoshui said with gritted teeth. The Xia family organizes an annual meeting every year, at which time there will be competition and evaluation within the family. In previous years, Wenyu Xia was no match for Ruoshui Xia, and now Ruoshui Xia is paying a high price to help Chen Fan. Ha! Hearing this, Wenyu Xia suddenly sensed something unusual. Ruoshui, this is not like your character. Is this good friend of yours a man or a woman? Xia Wenyu asked curiously. He is a boy. Xia Ruoshui answered a little embarrassed. Heh, I understand. I will try my best with this matter. As soon as I have any news, I will contact you immediately. Xia Wenyu laughed and suddenly understood. With Ruoshui's personality, if she is willing to do this, it means that her relationship with him must be very special, and the other person may even become her brother-in-law. Then thank you, Wenyu. After a few polite words, Xia Ruoshui hung up the phone. While Chen Fan was discussing this matter with Xia Ruoshui, in Jiangzhou, Chen's family. Chen Jiping, the fourth son of the Chen family, called his father. "Father, how are things going with the project to build a large-scale industrial park with Wanheng Software Group?" Chen Jiping asked curiously. "It's almost done. I had a good chat with Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group, who is in charge of this matter. Vice President Han is coming to Jiangzhou in a couple of days to inspect the site. You guys should get ready in the next couple of days and make sure to treat Vice President Han well and make him happy. Then he'll sign the contract with us directly," the old master Chen instructed. As long as they can win over Vice President Han, the project will be theirs. At that time, billions of profits will flow into their families' wallets. At the mere thought of this, Chen's grandfather couldn't help but smile. "By the way, what's the situation with Chen Fan, that little brat?" Chen's grandfather asked specifically. "That father, Chen Fan, that brat, somehow got on with Wei Jingxiong, and now Wei Jingxiong wants to protect him, and Xing Rong and the others have failed," Chen Jinping said helplessly. "Waste, even Xing Rong failed to resolve the matter with that little brat Chen Fan?" Grandpa Chen was furious. "Let that little brat Chen Fan gloat for a little while, let's first take the project of Wanheng Software Group, which is our top priority. After we take over Wanheng Software Group, we will resolve the matter with that little brat Chen Fan." Grandpa Chen thought for a moment and made a decision. The matter of Wanheng Software Group can be concluded within a few days. It involves billions of dollars in profits, and Grandpa Chen is determined to win. For the time being, the matter of Chen Fan can be put off a little. "Father, why don't I call Fei Ming back and let him deal with that little bastard Chen Fan?" Suddenly, the eldest Chen suggested. Chen Feiming, the eldest son of the Chen family leader and the eldest grandson of the Chen family, is the best of the younger generation of the Chen family. He entered the top university in the country with the highest score in the city. Chen Feiming is called the unicorn son of their Chen family by the Chen family leader, and is the hope for the future of their Chen family. The Chen family leader values Chen Feiming very highly and feels that the future of the Chen family depends on Chen Feiming alone. Chen's grandfather refused outright. Fei Ming is the hope of their Chen family. Time is so precious, it must not be wasted dealing with that little beast Chen Fan. Chen Fan, he doesn't deserve it. That little beast Chen Fan doesn't even need Fei Ming to step in. How about this, let the third son call Wenjing back and let her deal with Chen Fan. Chen's grandfather hesitated for a moment and decided to let Chen Wenjing step in. Chen Wenjing, in the Chen family, second only to Chen Feiming, is considered the second among the younger generation of the Chen family. If Chen Wenjing were placed in another powerful family in Jiangzhou, with her outstanding abilities, she would be enough to become the first among the younger generation. Unfortunately, the Chen family produced the unicorn child Chen Feiming, which completely overshadowed Chen Wenjing's brilliance. "Yes, father." Chen Jinping nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jinping went to contact Chen Wenjing. On the other side, after receiving the call and hearing that it was from her grandfather, Chen Wenjing, who originally didn't want to get involved, had no choice but to agree. She would return to Jiangzhou in a couple of days to deal with Chen Fan. As the time passed, at noon the next day, Chen Fan had just finished class when the voice of the system came through. The reward for the 9th day of severing ties has arrived. And this reward greatly exceeded Chen Fan's expectations. Chapter 40, on the 9th day of severing ties, he became the majority shareholder of a 30 billion group. Ding! On the 9th day of severing ties, he was rewarded 5% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and became the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Upon seeing today's reward, Chen Fan was overjoyed. It was another 5% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, which was great. Compared to the other rewards, the reward of shares in Wing Tai Properties Group is even better at this time. With these 5% of the shares, Chen Fan will own 14% of Wing Tai Properties Group, and he will successfully become the third largest shareholder of Wing Tai Properties Group. In this way, Chen Fan's chances of persuading the other shareholders of Wing Tai Properties Group have increased a bit. The success rate of his plan to snatch the Chen family has also increased a bit. Moreover, 5% of the shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group are worth a full 1.5 billion yuan, and with him, Chen Fan's net worth has already exceeded 11.5 billion yuan. It would be best if the rewards in the next few days were also all shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group, directly making him the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan said expectantly. Becoming the largest shareholder of a large group with a market value of 30 billion yuan is exciting just thinking about it. At that time, dealing with the Chen family will also become much easier. In the afternoon, Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, went to see his patron again, Fan Hongkai, the owner of the Fan Group. He had heard the news today that Wei Jingxiong and Chen Fan had dined at Tan family cuisine yesterday, and now Luo Zhixin was certain that Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong had an extraordinary relationship. If he had known this earlier, Luo Zhixin would not have made a move against Wanzhong Pavilion. But now that it's come to this, it's too late to say anything. In order to protect himself, Luo Zhixin could only ask his patron, Fan Hongkai, to step in. Luo, you're so short-sighted. A mere restaurant owner has driven you insane. Fan Hongkai said disdainfully. You're my man, so look at the bigger picture. What's the owner of Wanzhong Pavilion and his close relationship with Wei Jingxiong? That Chen Fan is nothing in my eyes. Fan Hongkai didn't even take Chen Fan, the small restaurant owner, seriously. That Wanzhong Pavilion is worth at most a few $100 million, and it's not worth mentioning at all. Tonight I'm going to a reception for a big shot. How about this? I'll take you with me, so you can broaden your horizons and learn something, and stop treating the small restaurant owner as your enemy every day. Fan Hongkai was in a good mood today and planned to give Luo Zhixin a little advice. Really? Thank you, Mr. Fan. Luo Zhixin was overjoyed and instantly excited. If he could take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity tonight to meet some bigwigs, he could completely ignore that Chen Fan. At that time, he only needed to say one word, and Chen Fan would be so scared that he would offer Wanzhong Pavilion to him on a silver platter and beg him to take it. In the evening, Chen Fan received Xia Ruoshui. Tonight, Xia Ruoshui was wearing a black evening dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbone, which were flawless and beautiful. When he first saw Xia Ruoshui, Chen Fan was taken aback. After half an hour, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui arrived in front of the manor of Yang Shengping, the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan asked Xia Ruoshui to get out of the car first and go in, while he would find a parking space. There were too many guests invited by Yang Shengping tonight, and parking spaces were in short supply. He hadn't seen any available ones just now. Xia Ruoshui got out of the car and walked into the manor first. Upon discovering the arrival of Xia Ruoshui, the #1 beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou, the scene immediately became lively. The next second, many wealthy and powerful men in Jiangzhou came forward to greet Xia Ruoshui. President Xia, you don't have a date yet, do you? Why don't you let me be your date tonight? At this time, a slender, good-looking boy took the initiative to stand up and invite. Hearing this, some of the surrounding men immediately became angry. They also had this intention, but they hadn't said it yet, so how dare someone say it before them? However, when these unconvinced people took a good look at the appearance of the slender man, they were suddenly convinced. This slender man was Qian Bowen, the eldest son of the Qian family, a powerful family in Jiangzhou. He was the first among the younger generation of the Qian family and was destined to become the future head of the family. They simply could not compare with Qian Bowen. No thanks, I already have a date. Xia Ruoshui did not hesitate to reject Qian Bowen's invitation. One of the annoying suitors Xia Ruoshui had mentioned before was none other than Qian Bowen. You have a date? I don't see anyone. Qian Bowen scanned the crowd, still pestering Xia Ruoshui. President Xia, you're not pretending to have a date just to reject me, are you? You don't have a date at all, you should consider me. Qian Bowen said in a persistent manner. Who said Ruoshui didn't have a male companion? Just then, a faint voice came. Immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan walked over. Xia Ruoshui, on the other hand, naturally took Chen Fan's arm, using this to prove to the crowd that Chen Fan was his male companion. Qian Bowen, as well as the other men, immediately looked at Chen Fan with envy and jealousy, so enraged that their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. Previously, Xia Ruoshui had not had the slightest bit of scandal in Jiangzhou. He had attended various receptions and balls alone, never with a male companion. Why today, however, did he suddenly have such a male companion? Compared to the others, Qian Bowen was even more embarrassed. What did you just call President Xia? Qian Bowen asked incredulously. He had just been unable to believe what he had heard. Ruoshui, is there a problem? Chen Fan calmly asked in return. Ruoshui? This guy called President Xia Ruoshui such an intimate nickname? Noticing Chen Fan's way of addressing Xia Ruoshui, the crowd was even more astonished. If it were anyone else, President Xia would have already turned away in anger at such a way of addressing him, but now, President Xia was even holding this guy's arm, as if he had already acquiesced to this intimate nickname. This further indicates that the two have an unusual relationship. Has Xia Ruoshui, the #1 beautiful president in Jiangzhou, finally found a boyfriend? In an instant, everyone was even more jealous and their teeth ached with anger. Damn it! President Xia, you've chosen such a mediocre guy as your date, you really have bad taste. Looking at Chen Fan, Shen Bowen was infuriated. In terms of appearance, degree of handsomeness, family background, etc., which of these points is he not better than this guy? Xia Ruoshui actually chose this guy as her date, and didn't choose him. In a fit of anger, Shen Bowen turned his head and went elsewhere. Shen Fan could see that Xia Ruoshui didn't like being surrounded by so many people, so he also led Xia Ruoshui away to the side. Chen Fan took 2 glasses of juice and handed Xia Ruoshui one. President Yang's manner is quite nice, Chen Fan said with emotion as he scanned the entire manor. The last time he went to Wei Jingxiong's manor, he was a little envious. If given the chance, he would like to have a manor this big to live in and see what it's like. Up until now, Chen Fan has never lived in a manor. It is indeed very nice. Xia Ruoshui nodded in agreement. Just as Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were chatting, a cry of surprise came from the direction of the sound. Chen Fan, how did you sneak in while the security guards weren't looking? Chapter 41, the whole stadium was shocked. Is Chen Fan the 3rd largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Fan turned his head in surprise and saw a middle-aged man with shifty eyes standing there, looking at Chen Fan with a sneer. Who are you? Chen Fan thought for a moment and didn't recognize the guy. I'm the owner of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Luo Zhixin. The shifty-eyed man proudly introduced himself. Oh, so you're the boss of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant who dares not confront me head-on but instead resorts to underhanded tricks. Chen Fan said disdainfully. This guy didn't send someone to his restaurant to cause trouble last time, only to have it easily resolved by him and sent to the police. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Luo Zhixin was a little embarrassed, so he quickly changed the subject. The last incident was purely an accident. How did a small restaurant owner like you end up at Chairman Yang's manor? You didn't sneak in while the security guards weren't looking, did you? Luo Zhixin sounded sarcastic. If you can get in, why can't I? I should be more reasonable than you to be here. Chen Fan spoke pointedly. In terms of popularity, strength, reputation, etc., Chen Fan's Wangjiang Pavilion can easily beat Luo Zhixin's Drunken Immortal Restaurant. You were so talked down to by Chen Fan that Luo Zhixin was furious. Luo always follows me, is there a problem? A domineering voice came. Immediately afterwards, Luo Zhixin's patron, Fan Hongkai, the chairman of the Fan Group, walked over with a confident stride. Chairman Fan, this kid is the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion that I told you about before, Chen Fan. Luo Zhixin whispered to Fan Hongkai. This is him? Fan Hongkai looked at Chen Fan and then at Xia Ruoshui sitting next to him, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this kid seemed to have become Xia Ruoshui's male companion. Gee, at such a young age, he has actually become a gigolo, really shameless. Fan Hongkai said with disgust. So this kid is living off Xia Ruoshui, just a small restaurant owner. Not far away, hearing Luo Zhixin and Fan Hongkai's words, Chen Bowen, the young master of the Qian family, which was a wealthy family, suddenly felt contempt for Chen Fan. However, while feeling contempt, he also felt a twinge of envy towards Chen Fan. Xia Ruoshui, who he could never catch up to, was actually caught by Chen Fan, and he was even able to eat Xia Ruoshui's soft rice. It's damnable. I guess this kid was able to come here thanks to Xia Ruoshui. A useless person with no talent. Chen Bowen mocked Chen Fan in his heart to comfort himself. Humph. The more he saw Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui together, the angrier Chen Bowen became. Chen, you just wait, I won't let you off the hook. Chen Bowen threatened Chen Fan in his heart. Out of sight, out of mind. In a fit of anger, Chen Bowen left early. If he stayed any longer, he reckoned he would die of anger. A kept man? Hearing Fan Hongkai's words, Chen Fan rudely retorted. What's wrong with being a kept man? If you want to be one, this is what it's like, and you still can't do it. What did you say? Fan Hongkai was furious, as if he had been reminded of something painful. Kid, you just wait and see, your Wangjiang Pavilion will definitely go out of business within 3 days. If it doesn't, I, Fan Hongkai, will follow you and take your surname. Fan Hongkai swore. If I can't deal with others, I can easily deal with you, the owner of a small Wangjiang Pavilion. At that moment, the host of this reception, Yang Shangping, the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, came over after entertaining other guests. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? Yang Shengping asked tentatively. I am Chen Fan. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Yang Shengping. The two shook hands and considered themselves acquainted. President Chen, I am truly honored that you could come today. In a moment, President Chen will be sitting next to me, let's have a good chat. Just getting to know each other, Yang Shengping was especially polite to Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Fan Hongkai next to him was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? How come the Honorable Chairman Yang came over and took the initiative to greet this kid, and even asked the little boss of Wangjiang Pavilion to sit next to him? Are you kidding me? Anyone who can sit next to Chairman Yang is a big shot, and even he doesn't have that qualification. This kid is just the owner of a small restaurant, how is he qualified? Chairman Yang, this guy is. Fan Hongkai wanted to remind Yang Shengping that Chen Fan was just the owner of a small restaurant. But before he could finish, Yang Shengping volunteered to introduce him. Chen is the new third largest shareholder of our Yongtai Real Estate Group. This is his first time here, so let's all get acquainted. As soon as Yang Shengping said this, the smiles on Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin's faces instantly froze. What? What did Chairman Yang just say? Chen Fan is the third largest shareholder of the mighty Yongtai Real Estate Group? Does Chen Fan have such a terrifying identity? This identity is one that even Fan Hongkai dares not offend. After saying this, he noticed that Chen Fan, as well as Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin, were looking at him in a strange way. Yang Shengping asked curiously. Did something happen just now before I arrived? Nothing, it's just that this Mr. Fan wants my Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant to close within 3 days. Chen Fan said casually. He was really curious about who had given this Fan Hongkai the confidence to make his restaurant close down within 3 days. Fan Hongkai suddenly became restless, and he cried out in his heart, it's over. What? A cold light flashed in Yang Shengping's eyes. Chen Fan had become the third largest shareholder of their group, and Yang Shengping had specially invited Chen Fan to come and get to know him and cultivate a good relationship. But he never expected that Chen Fan had just arrived and been threatened by this Fan Hongkai. Fan Hongkai, it seems that inviting you here was truly the worst decision I have ever made. Yang Shengping said coldly. I really didn't know that Mr. Yang was the major shareholder of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. If I had known, even if I had the guts, I would not have dared to say such things. Fan Hongkai answered helplessly. In front of the huge Yongtai Real Estate Group, he was nothing at all. If you dare to lay a hand on any of President Chen's businesses, you can expect retaliation from our Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Shengping threatened. In the future, I will not invite Fan Hongkai, chairman of the fan group, to any receptions, dances, or anything else that I organize. Come here, get Fan Hongkai and his friends out of here. Yang Shengping announced loudly. Instantly, all eyes were focused here. Hearing Yang Shengping's announcement, all the guests immediately started talking. Fan Hongkai is really despicable to have driven Chairman Yang, who is known for his good temper, to do such a thing. At this moment, Fan Hongkai felt remorseful. After what Chairman Yang had said, his reputation in the Jiangzhou high society circles was completely ruined. So he hurriedly begged Chen Fan for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, just now I was ignorant and didn't know your identity. I offended you, and I apologize to you. Seeing this, Fan Hongkai also lost his arrogance and was extremely humble. Even Fan Hongkai was like this, and Luo Zhixin even begged Chen Fan for forgiveness with a trembling voice. The Yang family's bodyguard came over and directly threw Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin out in an extremely embarrassing manner. That night, Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin were humiliated and became the laughingstock of the entire Jiangzhou upper class. At this moment, Chen Fan no longer wanted to pay attention to the two clowns Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin. Yang Shengping appeared, and it was time for him to get straight to the point. President Yang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Can we find a place to talk in detail? Chen Fan asked. Oh? Yang Shengping was taken aback, but immediately nodded to indicate that it was no problem. Soon, under Yang Shengping's guidance, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui came together to the study inside. Yang Shengping had just sat down when Chen Fan suddenly made a startling remark. Chapter 42, Severing Ties on the 10th day, Jiangzhou's top manor will be rewarded. President Yang, I have a project here with a profit of billions of dollars. Are you interested? Billions of dollars in profit? Yang Shengping, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Their Yongtai Real Estate Group's annual profit was not necessarily billions of dollars. President Chen, you're not joking, are you? Yang Shangping asked cautiously. Of course not. Chen Fan nodded. Mr. Chen, what's the deal? Yang Shangping couldn't wait to ask. As a businessman, the most important thing to him was profit. Have you heard that Wanhun Software Group plans to invest in and build a large industrial park in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan asked. I have heard of it, but I don't know the details. I don't know anyone at Wanhun Software Group. Yang Shangping answered helplessly. At present, Chen's real estate company, which is owned by the Chen family, has set its sights on this project. I plan to snatch it from Chen's real estate company and take over this industrial park project, which is worth billions of dollars. Chen Fan explained. Chen's real estate company, which is owned by the Chen family. Mr. Chen, you are not related to the Chen family, are you? Yang Shangping guessed. I used to be a member of the Chen family, but I have severed ties with them. Chen Fan said, this is no secret. Just ask around a little and you'll find out. I see. Yang Shangping nodded, and he understood what Chen Fan was doing. Chen Fan, a profit worth billions of dollars is indeed very impressive, but the question is, Chen Fan, would you do some deals that lose money in order to deal with the Chen family? Yang Shangping asked meticulously. Of course not. I would never do a deal that hurts the enemy 1,000 and myself 800. Chen Fan said. Yang Shangping was in a dilemma. He and Chen Fan were not very familiar with each other, having just met. He was not quite sure he could trust Chen Fan's words. And by doing so, he might offend the Chen family. Chairman Yang, I can vouch for Mr. Chen. If anything goes wrong, you can come to me. At this critical moment, Xia Ruoshui spoke up, taking the initiative to vouch for Chen Fan in an incredibly considerate manner. Ha! Hearing Xia Ruoshui say this, Yang Shangping's eyes lit up. He had just met Chen Fan, and he didn't trust him, but he knew Xia Ruoshui's reputation in Jiangzhou. Having Xia Ruoshui, the president of the Xia Group, vouch for Chen Fan was a good thing. By the way, Chairman Yang, the vice president of Wanhun Software Group, is my cousin. Xia Ruoshui added. Hearing this, Yang Shangping's eyes lit up. Billions in profits, billions in profits. Done. If you offend the Chen family, you offend the Chen family. Okay, Mr. Chen, I promise you, as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, I will hand over the entire Wanhun Software Group project to you, and you can make all decisions on behalf of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Shangping spoke with a gritted teeth. As for the board of directors, I will handle it. The two shook hands and formally reached a unified opinion. Having achieved his goal, Yang Shangping will handle the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and the rest is up to Wanhun Software Group. Chen Fan began to formulate a plan in his mind. Jiangzhou, the Xu family mansion. Last time in front of Wei Jingxiang's manor, Zhu Hongyi, who admired Chen Fan so much that he wanted to recognize Chen Fan as his big brother, was walking around in the courtyard. He still couldn't figure out what to do to gain his idol's recognition. Just then, Zhu Hongyi's sister Zhu Yao came out of the house with a bag. Sister, what are you doing so late? Zhu Hongyi asked in surprise. Oh, my best friend Chen Wenjing is flying back to Jiangzhou today, and I'm going to the airport to pick her up. Zhu Yao explained. Your sister's best friend Chen Wenjing? Isn't that someone from the wealthy Chen family? Sister, I'll go with you. Zhu Hongyi said. He was trying to find a way to please his idol, who had cut ties with the Chen family, and Chen Wenjing seemed to have a relatively high status in the Chen family, so maybe he could get some news from Chen Wenjing. What are you going to do? Zhu Yao refused. Sister, I beg you. Zhu Hongyi begged. In the end, under Zhu Hongyi's persistent pestering, Zhu Yao had to agree. Zhu Hongyi drove straight to Jiangzhou Airport. After waiting for a while at the airport, Chen Wenjing dragged a suitcase and walked out of the airport. Chen Wenjing met with Zhu Yao's best friend and chatted for a while. Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to take the suitcase from her, and seeing that it was the younger brother of her best friend, Chen Wenjing was not on her guard. On the way to Chen's house in the car, Zhu Yao and Chen Wenjing chatted. Chen Wenjing also told Zhu Yao the news that she had returned on the orders of her grandfather to deal with Chen Fan, and even told her part of her plan. In front of her, Zhu Hongyi took down everything Chen Wenjing said. Humph, still trying to deal with his idol. Tomorrow I'll go and tell your idol about your plan. Zhu Hongyi inwardly sneered. The next morning, Chen Fan had no classes. He had just woken up for a short while when the voice of the system suddenly came through. Ding! Day 10 of Severing Ties, reward Jiangzhou's top manor location, Zhengzhou Liming District. Eh? Chen Fan was a little surprised when he looked at today's system reward. Yesterday, he had just discussed with Xia Group that he was a bit jealous of Yang Shengping and Wei Jingxiang's manners and wanted to build one as well. Unexpectedly, today, the system rewarded him with a manor, and it was even the top one in the entire Jiangzhou. The system is really user-friendly, he likes it. Having such good news just after waking up, today is really a good day. Chen Fan's face revealed a faint smile. After a light breakfast, Chen Fan drove out and followed the address given by the system, heading straight for his manor. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. Looking at the building in front of him, Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Chapter 43, A Slap in the Face. Chen's family's method. Chen Fan, who was invincible. Is this your manor? This is ridiculous. Looking around, this manor covers at least tens of mu of land, far larger than the manors of Wei Jingxiang and Yang Shengping that Chen Fan had seen before. Chen Fan estimated that even if the two manors were combined, they would still not be as large as his manor. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? At this moment, the manor manager, who had been waiting inside the manor for a long time, walked over. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen. Once you have signed the contract, the manor will belong to you, and our boss has already received the money. With that, the estate manager handed Chen Fan 2 copies of the contract. Chen Fan looked them over, saw that there were no problems, and signed them. He kept 1 copy for himself and gave the other to the former owner of the manor. From now on, this huge manor will belong to Chen Fan alone. By the way, Mr. Chen, would you like me to give you a tour and introduce you to the manor? The manager of the manor asked politely. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Then please follow me. With that, the manager of the manor called over a small sightseeing vehicle. Mr. Chen, the entire manor covers an area of more than 40 to 50 acres, which is too large. If we walk a little bit, it is estimated that it will take us half a day to finish the introduction. Let's take the sightseeing vehicle and have a general look first. The manager of the manor introduced. More than 40 to 50 acres, this is too big. Chen Fan was a little shocked. This area was even bigger than he had expected. He really wanted to hear him introduce it, otherwise he would easily get lost at home in the future. Chen Fan and the estate manager got into the small sightseeing car and started to explore the entire estate. Mr. Chen, in the early years of this estate, our boss hired an architect from abroad to imitate the architectural style of the world's top palace, the Palace of Versailles, and build it. It cost 8 to 900 million yuan to build the entire estate alone. That was 8 or 9 billion yuan 6 or 7 years ago. The estate manager introduced. At the peak of the real estate market, the entire estate was valued at more than 2 billion yuan. Even now, when the real estate industry is in a downturn, it is still conservatively worth 1.4 to 1.5 billion yuan. The entire estate is equipped with a private tennis court, a private golf course, a private library, and a private wine cellar. Listening to the estate manager's introduction, Chen Fan was momentarily in a daze. Even a private tennis court and a private golf course are outrageous. Compared to this manor, Chen's family compound is just a drop in the bucket. It's also fortunate that this manor was built in a slightly remote location. If it had been built in a better location, the land would have been worth more than 10 billion yuan. With this manor, Chen Fan's net worth reached 13 billion yuan. After touring the front of the manor in a sightseeing vehicle, they arrived at the back. As soon as they arrived at the back of the manor, Chen Fan's gaze was attracted to a huge, beautiful lake in the distance. This lake was artificially excavated and also belongs to you. The account manager explained. It's no wonder that this is a top-class manor, there's even a lake of its own. Chen Fan's eyes have really been opened today. After the general tour, the manager of the manor left, and Chen Fan was left sitting alone in the first living room of 700 to 800 square meters. The rewards from the system today have been really good, Chen Fan quite likes it. Just as Chen Fan was feeling this, an unfamiliar phone call came in, and Chen Fan subconsciously picked up the phone. Is this Chen Fan? This is Zhu Hongyi, the little fat boy who wanted to recognize you as the boss in front of the Wei family's manor before. The phone connected, and Zhu Hongyi's voice came from the other end. Oh, it's you. What do you want? Chen Fan asked. It's like this, Fan, I've got some information about the Chen family, and I want to report it to you. Zhu Hongyi then told Chen Fan everything he had heard about Chen Wenjing's plans the night before. Chen Wenjing is back? Chen Fan's eyebrows shot up. Chen Wenjing was one of the few people in the Chen family with whom Chen Fan got along. When Chen Fan was in his third year of high school, Chen Wenjing even tutored him. Chen Wenjing was quite outstanding in the Chen family. Brother Fan, is there something I should say? Zhu Hongyi hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. Oh, what is it? From the tone of Chen Wenjing yesterday, it seemed that she admired you for simply cutting off ties with the Chen family. From what she told my sister, it seems that she was also forced to become your enemy. Zhu Hongyi said. Chen Fan nodded. He didn't really doubt what Zhu Hongyi said. Before, when they were in the Chen family, their relationship was still okay. More importantly, in the Chen family, her situation was actually not much different from Chen Fan's, except that she was too outstanding, so she was treated much better. In fact, in the eyes of Chen's grandfather, only the eldest grandson, Chen Feiming, whom he called the Chen family's unicorn, was a real grandson. No one else mattered. Even an outstanding granddaughter like Chen Wenjing was probably only of value to Chen's grandfather for future marriage alliances. After listening to Zhu Hongyi's words, a plan emerged in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Wenjing is also a smart person who understands her position in the Chen family well. If I can turn Chen Wenjing against me, I can definitely hit the Chen family hard, and slap Chen Leiwei in the face. And if I can turn Chen Wenjing against me and keep her in the Chen family will have a time bomb that poses an even greater threat to the Chen family. Turning Chen Wenjing against the family would definitely deal a far more devastating blow than his own plan to destroy her. Thinking this through, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. After a few brief words with Zhu Hongyi, Chen Fan hung up the phone and then began to make two arrangements. Chen Fan first arranged for a backup plan. In case the plan to turn Chen Wenjing failed, he could easily break her plans. If he backed off, even if the plot failed, Chen Fan would suffer no losses, but if the plot succeeded, that would be great. No matter what happened, Chen Fan would be in an invincible position. After setting everything up, Chen Fan took the initiative to send Chen Wenjing a message, asking her to meet up. On the other side, after seeing Chen Fan's message, Chen Wenjing was a little confused. After hesitating for a while, she finally agreed. Chen Wenjing was now very curious about this once unremarkable cousin. In fact, if it weren't for the old man's orders, she wouldn't have wanted to get her hands on Chen Fan. She had heard that Chen Fan's life was now far better than it had been in the Chen family, and that he had even made friends with a big shot like Wei Jingxiong. She was curious about how Chen Fan had managed to do that. Half an hour later, the two met at a cafe in Jiangzhou. When she saw Chen Fan again, Chen Wenjing was taken aback. The Chen Fan of now and the Chen Fan of the past seemed to be two different people. The Chen Fan of the past was quite ordinary. But the Chen Fan of the present exuded a calm and indifferent air in everything she did. It was because she had enough confidence that she had formed such an air. Just as Chen Wenjing was about to say hello, Chen Fan suddenly made a surprising remark. Chapter 44, Learning the Chen Family Secret, the Method of Sniping the Chen Family. Do you want to sever ties with the Chen family? Chen Fan asked. Hearing these words from Chen Fan, Chen Wenjing was taken aback. A sudden tremor ran through her originally calm heart. Ever since her mother's death, she had actually had no more feelings for the Chen family. Chen Wenjing controlled her expression well, and after a slight moment of confusion, she gave a faint smile. I don't have your courage or strength. Chen Wenjing sat down, and a hint of admiration for Chen Fan shone in her eyes. Uncle and Auntie Wu were good to me before, and although they are both missing, I can't be ungrateful. The old master specially called me over to deal with you this time, and I have also formulated a detailed plan. Chen Wenjing hesitated for a moment, and without hiding anything from Chen Fan, she told him the truth. I don't want to deal with you, but if I don't, the old master will definitely punish me. How about this? Let's pretend to fight, put on a show, and end up with neither the upper hand. That way, you won't lose anything, and I can explain to the old master. Chen Wenjing took a huge risk with this decision. Once the old master found out, she would be finished. Chen Wenjing's uncle and auntie were Chen Fan's parents, who had mysteriously disappeared a year ago. Chen Fan, the Chen family, and even the police had searched for a long time, but unfortunately there was no news at all. It was as if Chen Fan's parents had disappeared from the world. Since obtaining the system, Chen Fan had also quietly sent people to find his parents' whereabouts, but unfortunately there was still no news. Chen Fan's expression became slightly despondent. His parents loved him very much, and he would never give up. He must find his parents. It was precisely because he no longer had the protection of his parents that Chen Fan's status in the Chen family became the lowest in the past year. After coming back to his senses, when Chen Fan looked at Chen Wenjing again, he felt that it was more likely that he would turn her against him. You should know what kind of person Chen Shanhai is, and you also know that we are not at all important to him. Only Chen Feiming is his real grandson. Chen Fan spoke. Chen Wenjing's emotions fluctuated upon hearing the name Chen Feiming. If it weren't for Chen Feiming, Chen Wenjing would be the first person in the younger generation of the Chen family, and she wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. If nothing goes wrong in the future, you should also be used by Qin Shanhai to marry into the big family. Chen Fan said again. Chen Wenjing's face instantly sank. This was the last thing she wanted to mention. She had worked so hard to get away from the possibility of becoming a bargaining chip for marriage. Unfortunately, no matter what she did, the old man just didn't take her seriously. Although she didn't want to admit it, there was a high probability that she would be used for marriage in the future. I can help you escape this fate, and I can even help you realize your dreams. Chen Fan said. Light suddenly appeared in Chen Wenjing's eyes. Whether or not she could realize her dreams didn't matter, as long as she could escape the fate of marriage, she was willing to try any method. I'm not you, I don't have the courage or strength to sever ties with the Chen family. Chen Wenjing replied helplessly. When she first heard that Chen Fan had taken the initiative to sever his relationship with the Chen family and refused the marriage alliance, Chen Wenjing was excited and wanted to follow Chen Fan's example. But then she thought, even if she also severed her relationship with the Chen family, she was afraid that she could not escape from the old man's grasp. She could not contend with the huge Chen family on her own. If she severed her relationship with the Chen family today, she would probably not last more than a few days and would be defeated by the Chen family. If you stand on my side, I can help you. Chen Fan said. Chen Wenjing was a little moved, but her reason suppressed the impulse. She was not sure of Chen Fan's strength, and she was not sure who would be the victor if Chen Fan fought against the Chen family. What if she agreed to Chen Fan, broke away from the Chen family, and stood on Chen Fan's side, and one day the Chen family won? What would she do? If she wanted to make her rebel against the Chen family, she had to see Chen Fan's strength first. Thank you for your kindness, I will think about it. Chen Wenjing did not say yes or no. Let me tell you something, the old master has not been in Jiangzhou in the past few days. He is currently trying to win their project at Wanheng Software Group. In 2 days, at the invitation of the old master, Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group will quietly come to Jiangzhou. The old master has already made arrangements. By then, Vice President Han will be bought off, and the project of Wanheng Software Group will be the Chen families. Chen Wenjing lowered her voice and told Chen Fan an important secret, as a personal favor to Chen Fan. Oh? Chen Fan's eyebrows shot up. This piece of information from Chen Wenjing was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chen Fan's mind instantly came up with a way to snipe the Chen family and take away the Wanheng Software Group project. With this method, sniping the Chen family would be very easy. Hey, Wenjing, you're back in Jiangzhou? Just then, a voice of surprise came. A young man with dyed yellow hair walked over, looking at Chen Wenjing with excitement, his eyes full of greed. Seeing this yellow-haired young man, Chen Wenjing had a headache. This yellow-haired young man was named Sun Yuanqiu, the son of Jiangzhou's big shot Sun Yongtai, and one of her suitors. One of the reasons Chen Wenjing didn't want to stay in Jiangzhou and didn't want to see this disgusting Sun Yongtai was because of this. Sun Yuanqiu's reputation in Jiangzhou is extremely bad. Get out of the way and give me your seat. Sun Yuanqiu bossily ordered Chen Fan to give him his seat. After saying that, Sun Yuanqiu once again harassed Chen Wenjing, annoying her greatly. Chen Fan just wanted to speak up when he suddenly received a call from Zhao Linyong, another neighbor he knew from Yujing Villa. Chen Fan picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen, my brother-in-law would like to get to know you. Zhao Linyong explained. Today, he went to his brother-in-law's house and accidentally told him about Chen Fan. His brother-in-law suddenly became interested in Chen Fan and wanted to get to know him. Afterwards, Zhao Linyong handed the phone to his brother-in-law. Is this Mr. Chen? Hello, this is Sun Yongtai. On the phone, the voice of Zhao Linyong's brother-in-law, Sun Yongtai, came through. Ha! Chen Fan's face showed a strange expression when he heard this voice. It's manager's son, hello. Chen Fan greeted the other party. Are you deaf? I told you to give up your seat, didn't you hear me? Seeing that Chen Fan had not yet got up and obediently given up his seat, Sun Yuanqiu said extremely arrogantly. You're still on the phone? Give up your seat first, and tell that brat you're talking to wait a moment. Sun Yuanqiu's domineering order. Ha? Are you sure you want to make this grandson who was calling me wait a while? Chen Fan asked seriously. Of course. Sun Yuanshu nodded without hesitation. Okay, you talk to him yourself. As long as he agrees, I'll immediately give you the seat. Chen Fan smiled kindly and handed the phone to Sun Yuanshu. Sun Yuanshu was also unceremonious, and after taking the phone, he gave an arrogant order. Sun Zi, I need to talk to this kid about something. Your business can wait a little while longer. Chapter 45, A Terrifying Task Reward. Chen Wenjing is shocked after seeing Chen Fan's strength. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yongtai was just about to exchange pleasantries with Chen Fan when he suddenly heard someone on the phone dare to speak to him like that, and his anger immediately flared. Who is he? He is a big shot in Jiangzhou. I don't know how many rich and powerful people in Jiangzhou have to be polite in front of him, and no one has ever dared to scold him. Now someone actually dares to call him a grandson? This Chen Fan has got some nerve. No, that voice just now was obviously different from Chen Fan's. But why does this second voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, Sun Yongtai suddenly realized and remembered. Hey, Sun Zi, didn't you hear what your father said? Go away first. Seeing that the person on the other end of the phone did not respond, Sun Yuanshu said impatiently. You little brat, say that again. Sun Yongtai flew into a rage. I'll say it again if I want to, you hear me? Sun, you go to hell first, and who the hell are you to call me a little brat? Sun Yuanshu was still very arrogant. Who am I? I'm your father. Sun Yongtai yelled, burning with anger. My father, I'm still your father, damn it. Sun Yuanshu blurted out subconsciously. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Yuanshu suddenly froze. No, that voice on the phone just now did sound very similar to his father Sun Yongtai. Dad, is that you? Sun Yuanshu asked with a trembling voice. What do you think? At this moment, Sun Yongtai was so angry that he could hardly catch his breath. Dad, is that really you? Sun Yuanshu had an ugly expression as if he had eaten shit. Next to her, Chen Wenjing was dumbfounded when she heard the way Sun Yuanshu addressed the other person on the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was actually Sun Yuanshu's father, Sun Yongtai, a big shot in Jiangzhou. She didn't know what had happened just now, and she didn't feel anything, but now that she thought about it, a big drama had just happened. As for Chen Fan next to her, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. It was really hard to hold back the laughter. The drama just now was really exciting. Having met Sun Yuanshu, such a good son, Chen Fan felt sorry for Sun Yongtai, the big shot in Jiangzhou, for 1 second. You bastard, what are you doing now? Sun Yongtai reacted quickly. Instead of lecturing his son about his address right away, he thought of another important point. His brother-in-law said that the phone belonged to the mysterious owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa, but now it was in his son's hands. And just now, my son even said insolently and recklessly that if he wanted to find this kid, he should go away first? What does this show? It shows that at the moment, my son is provoking the mysterious owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa. My son can solve the problem of his own address by himself, using the family rules. This is considered a family matter, but the matter of my son offending the owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa is not so easy to solve. What am I doing? Sun Yuanshu looked confused. I wasn't doing anything, just telling a kid to get lost and give me his spot so I could get closer to Chen Wenjing. Sun Yuanshu explained, not understanding why. Tell a kid to get lost? You mean that kid can't be the owner of this phone, right? Sun Yongtai asked cautiously. Yeah, why? 2 seconds later, Sun Yongtai got the answer he guessed but didn't want to accept. Really? My son really had a conflict with the owner of Villa 8 at Royal Scenic Villa, and my son was so arrogant that he told this Mr. Chen to get lost? You little shit, you're just not comfortable unless you're causing trouble every day, aren't you? Just as Sun Yuanshu was confused, Sun Yongtai's furious voice came. Huh? What's wrong? Sun Yuanshu didn't understand. The owner of this phone call is a very powerful and important person, and it was I who took the initiative to want to get to know him. Now, you really are a good son of mine. Sun Yongtai said with gritted teeth. He also wanted to get to know him and befriend him, to increase his own network of contacts? Now, thanks to this good son of mine, now it runs counter to his own purpose. What? The owner of this phone is a big shot? After listening to his father, Sun Yuanshu was full of surprise. When he looked at Chen Fan again, he was full of awe and fear. Huh? Next to him, after hearing what Sun Yuanshu said and seeing his expression, Chen Wenjing was also stunned. 80% of what Sun Yuanxiu just said was said by his father, and who is Sun Yuanxiu's father? He is a big shot in their Zhangzhou. Chen Fan is actually a big shot in Sun Yongtai's eyes, and Chen Wenjing can't help but feel a little uneasy. She did hear last night that Chen Fan has risen up, and that he even has a good relationship with Wei Jingxiong, but Wei Jingxiong is just an ordinary big shot in Zhangzhou. But Sun Yongtai is different. Sun Yongtai's status and position in Zhangzhou is even higher than Wei Jingxiong's. Now even Sun Yongtai calls Chen Fan a big shot, which means that Chen Fan's identity and strength are far more formidable than what I had guessed. At this moment, Chen Wenjing's heart really wavered. Chen Fan really has the strength to defeat the Chen family. Dad, what should I do now? Sun Yuanxiu asked. What do you think? Sun Yongtai angrily asked. The next second, Sun Yuanxiu suddenly hugged Chen Fan's thighs, sniffling and crying as he pleaded with Chen Fan. Big brother, I was blind and offended you. Please don't take me seriously, I was wrong. At that moment, Chen Fan also picked up the phone again. On the phone, Sun Yongtai's apologetic voice came through. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline him well, and he turned out to be such a scoundrel. Don't be angry, it's all my fault. Afterwards, I will definitely come to your door to apologize. Mr. Chen, please don't get angry with this good for nothing. Chen Fan was quite disgusted at being hugged by a grown man in broad daylight. He waved his hand, and Sun Yuanxiu, as if he had received a great pardon, was about to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Chen Fan. There's one more thing. Please go on, I'm all ears. Sun Yuanxiu didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Don't ever bother Chen Wenjing again, and don't ever show your face in front of her again, got it? Chen Fan ordered. Got it, Miss Chen, I'll never bother you again, and I'll never show my face in front of you again. Sun Yuanxiu hurriedly promised. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, Sun Yuanxiu hurriedly left. Chen Wenjing immediately cast an incredibly grateful look at Chen Fan. Thank you. Chen Wenjing really thanks Chen Fan a million times for helping her solve this big problem. At this moment, Sun Yongtai's voice came over the phone again. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for not taking that bastard seriously. Mr. Chen, I will remember this favor. If Mr. Chen needs my help in the future, I will be responsible. In Zhangzhou, Sun has some strength and connections. To express his gratitude to Chen Fan, Sun Yongtai specially said that he owed Chen Fan a favor, and in the future, as long as Chen Fan asked, he would definitely help. By the way, is Mr. Chen at home tonight? I want to personally apologize to Mr. Chen in person. Finally, Sun Yongtai asked. Chen Fan just wanted to answer when the voice of the system came. Ding. Task issued, accept Sun Yongtai's request to apologize in person. Task reward, a large museum-level top antique price guaranteed to be above 9 digits. Task reward, 61 experience points. Chapter 46, Successful Subversion, Chen's grandfather returns sudden change of action. Ha! Chen Fan was a little surprised when he looked at the system's task this time. The reward for this mission is actually a top-level antique, and it's even a museum-level piece, which is definitely a treasure. This mission is definitely one I have to take. And the experience points for this reward are a full 61 points. With these experience points, Chen Fan's experience points will reach 360 points, one step closer to level 2. I'll be home tonight. Chen Fan said, agreeing with Sun Yongtai. Okay, Mr. Chen, see you tonight. Sun Yongtai said politely. After seeing Chen Fan hang up the phone, Chen Wenjing said with some emotion. I didn't expect that you could now make friends with such a big shot as Sun Yongtai. Now who do you think will be the winner, me or the Chen family? Chen Fan asked. Chen Wenjing was silent for a while, and finally spoke. You. Chen Fan's strength, she had just seen it and it had shocked her. The key point is that Chen Fan is still young, only 19 years old and a sophomore in college. As long as she is given some time, she will surpass the Chen family, that is a foregone conclusion. And Chen Fan is already very terrifying now. I still say the same thing, as long as you stand on my side, I can help you escape the unjust fate of an arranged marriage and just be yourself. Chen Fan said. Chen Wenjing's expression was serious, her mind racing, and finally she gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Okay, I promise. Knowing Chen Fan's strength and her inner determination not to be a bargaining chip in a marriage of convenience, Chen Wenjing finally agreed to Chen Fan. But I can't sever ties with the Chen family right away. I need to prepare and make arrangements. Chen Wenjing said. No problem. Chen Fan nodded. Now that Chen Wenjing has severed ties with the Chen family, the blow to the Chen family and to Chen's grandfather will be just that. But if at some critical moment, Chen Wenjing suddenly announces that she has severed ties with the Chen family and has come over to her side, that will be the biggest blow to the Chen family and to Chen's grandfather. And the value of Chen Wenjing continuing to stay in the Chen family is far greater than severing ties with the Chen family immediately. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Wenjing said sincerely. When are you ready to sever ties with the Chen family? You can contact me, and I will help you arrange it later. Chen Fan said. Chen Wenjing nodded. From now on, she and Chen Fan would be in the same boat, and her fate would be in Chen Fan's hands. She hoped that Chen Fan would not disappoint her expectations, and that Chen Fan would definitely surpass the Chen family. You have made the right choice. Chen Fan replied with a smile. He knew Chen Wenjing very well. In fact, Chen Wenjing was the second person in the younger generation of the Chen family, and she was so outstanding not because of her talent, but because she was simply hardworking. When Chen Wenjing was in her third year of high school, she only slept 3 to 4 hours a day in order to get into a good university. Chen Fan was impressed by her hard work. Having successfully turned Chen Wenjing against him, he had gained an important ally. When you go back to the Chen family, pay attention to when Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group actually comes to Jiangzhou and what kind of agreement he has reached with the Chen family. Chen Fan urged. Contact me as soon as you get any news. The method Chen Fan just thought of to snatch the Chen family is very important, and when Vice President Han comes to Jiangzhou. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chen Wenjing nodded. Since Chen Fan is willing to help her, she is sure that she won't let Chen Fan down. She will show her worth. After chatting with Chen Fan for a while, Chen Wenjing left. When she returned to the Chen family, she was surprised to find that Chen Shanhai, the patriarch of the Chen family, and the eldest son had returned from Wanheng Software Group. Not only Chen Wenjing, but also the rest of the Chen family was surprised. Father, didn't you say that you would return with Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group in 2 days? Why have you suddenly returned? Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise. Something has changed, so I returned early. Chen's father asked sternly. You don't need to wait 2 days. Tomorrow afternoon, Vice President Han will quietly come to Jiangzhou. The place you asked me to prepare, is it ready? Chapter 47, Unexpectedly, a major change has occurred in the Wanheng Software Group. Don't worry, father, I have already booked one of the most luxurious tea houses in Jiangzhou, the Tingyu building, for the whole group. Chen Yuzhen replied. Tingyu building, that is a good place. Chen's father was very satisfied with the place, and the place had been taken care of. All that was left was to bribe Vice President Han. Chen Wujing heard the entire conversation between Chen Yuzhen and Chen Wuzhen. So when no one was paying attention, Chen Wujing told Chen Fan all about Vice President Han changing the date and coming tomorrow, as well as the news about Tingyu building. After receiving Chen Wujing's message, Chen Fan was taken aback. He didn't expect the Chen family to suddenly change their plans. Fortunately, Chen Wujing had been turned, otherwise there would really be trouble. After learning the news, Chen Fan also began to make arrangements. Time passed slowly, and in the evening, there was a knock on the door. Chen Fan got up and went to open the door. At that moment, he saw a man standing there, accompanied by Chen Fan's neighbor Zhao Lingyong from Royal Scenic Villa. Although the man was dressed casually, it was still difficult to hide his majesty. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law Sun Yongtai. Zhao Lingyong smiled and introduced the two of them. Brother-in-law, this is Chen Fan, the person I was telling you about, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is too young. Looking at Chen Fan, Sun Yongtai couldn't help but sigh. Hello. The two shook hands and got to know each other. Afterwards, Chen Fan invited them into the villa. After entering, after a few words of greeting, Sun Yongtai came straight to the point and apologized to Chen Fan for his son's actions. To express his apology, Sun specially prepared a small gift and asked Mr. Chen to accept it. Saying this, Sun Yongtai took a document out of his bag and placed it in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked down and his gaze instantly fixed. On the cover of the document were the words agreement to voluntarily gift part of the shares of Tingyu building. Not only Chen Fan, but even Sun Yongtai's brother-in-law looked surprised. He never expected that his brother-in-law would take part of the shares of Tingyu building and give it to Chen Fan as a gift. I presume Mr. Chen also knows Tingyu building. Sun Yongtai said. Yes, I have heard of it. Chen Fan nodded. Especially just now, Chen Wenjing sent a message saying that the location of the secret meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group was Tingyu Building. Seeing that Chen Fan knew Tingyu Building, things would be easier, so Sun Yongtai said again. To be honest, Tingyu Building is one of my hidden industries. In Jiangzhou, our Tingyu Building is still very powerful. Mr. Chen, this is a contract for the voluntary gift of 30% of the shares of Tingyu Building. As long as Mr. Chen signs it, Mr. Chen will also be one of the owners of Tingyu Building. This big gift from Sun Yongtai is a bit beyond Chen Fan's expectations. Tingyu Building is very famous in Jiangzhou. Not to mention the fact that it is worth at least 300 to 400 million yuan, 30% of the shares are worth about 100 million yuan anyway. This is the first time I've met you, and Sun Yongtai has given you a gift worth 100 million right away. This is indeed a generous offer. This isn't very good. Chen Fan said. What's not good about it? This is a small token of Sun's appreciation. Mr. Chen, please don't refuse. As long as Mr. Chen accepts, we will all be the owners of Tingyu Building in the future, and we can run it together. We can discuss anything together. Sun Yongtai said with a smile. In fact, he had prepared two gifts in his hands, one of which was the shares of this Tingyu Building, and the other was a car key, the key to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 8 to 9 million yuan. Sun Yongtai thought this way: if after meeting Chen Fan, he felt that Chen Fan was very ordinary, he would give Chen Fan the Rolls-Royce Cullinan as a gift. If he found that Chen Fan was not simple and was worth getting to know deeply, he would take out the shares of Tingyu Building. After just meeting Chen Fan and chatting with him, Sun Yongtai became more and more certain that Chen Fan's achievements in the future would be immeasurable, so he took out the shares of Tingyu Building. Next to him, Zhao Linyong couldn't help but feel emotional as he watched his brother-in-law's generosity. How else could his brother-in-law become a big shot in Jiangzhou and have his current status? His brother-in-law's courage and vision are not comparable to ordinary people like them. How many people would be willing to give a gift of 100 million yuan? At that moment, Chen Fan also understood what Sun Yongtai meant. Sun Yongtai wanted to use the shares of Tingyu Building to strengthen the relationship between the two and expand his network of contacts. Okay, then I'll thank you, Mr. Sun. Chen Fan agreed. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who is smiling at you. How could he refuse when someone is so willing to befriend him enthusiastically? What's more, becoming one of the owners of Tingyu Lu will be of great help to him in his future sniping of the Chen family. Don't forget that the Chen family and Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group plan to plot at Tingyu Lu, and even rented the entire place for that purpose. Now that he has become one of the owners of Tingyu Lu, the success rate of his sniping of the Chen family will increase. Moreover, Sun Yongtai has expanded his social network, and he himself has also increased his own social network in the process, which is a win-win situation. Seeing that Chen Fan had agreed, Sun Yongtai also smiled. The two exchanged contact information and agreed to have tea together sometime. After a while, Sun Yongtai left. After Sun Yongtai left, Chen Fan continued to arrange for the sniping of the Chen family the next day. The matter was so sudden that it made him a little flustered. Not long after Sun Yongtai left, the system's voice came through. Ding! Has agreed to Sun Yongtai's request to apologize at his home. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining a top treasure, a Ru Kiln Sky Blue Blazed Sunflower Wash. The treasure has been placed in your study, please check. Congratulations on obtaining 61 experience points. A Ru Kiln Sky Blue Blazed Sunflower Wash? Holy cow, this time the system has rewarded me with a Ru Kiln. Chen Fan marveled at dinner. Ru Ware, one of the 5 famous kilns of the Northern Song dynasty, has been a treasured possession of the imperial family since ancient times, and even the emperor regarded it as a precious treasure. At present, thousands of years have passed, and there are only a handful of Ru Wares in the world. It is definitely the top antique treasure. In any museum, Ru Ware is definitely the treasure of the museum. Even many provincial museums do not have such treasures as Ru Ware. But now, the system has rewarded itself with a piece of Ru Ware. Chen Fan cannot help but be excited. Chen Fan couldn't wait to come to the study. From afar, Chen Fan saw on his desk an incredibly luxurious brocade box. Chen Fan walked over and carefully opened the brocade box. Immediately, a warm and jade-like, sky blue brush washer caught Chen Fan's eye. This was the extremely precious Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Sunflower Washer that the system had rewarded him with. Chen Fan had never seen such a treasure before, but now he had the opportunity to hold it in his hands and admire it. It was great to have a system. Chen Fan gently picked up the roux kiln and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more Chen Fan felt the superb skill of the ancients. It was just too beautiful. After playing with it for a while, Chen Fan put the roux kiln azure glazed sunflower wash back in the brocade box. With a strong sense of curiosity, Chen Fan looked it up online. The current conservative estimate of the roux kiln azure glazed sunflower wash is between 300 million and 400 million yuan, and the appreciation value of this roux kiln is infinitely high. After all, there are only so many left in the world, and they cannot be recreated. This mission reward is really good. Chen Fan was satisfied with this Ruyao Tianqing glazed sunflower wash and put it away. Late at night, while Chen Fan was still preparing, he suddenly received a phone call from Xia Wenyu, Xia Ruoshui's cousin who was the vice president of Wanheng Software Group. Chen Fan, Han Jiaowei won't be able to go to Jiangzhou tomorrow, and in the past few days, he hasn't even been able to leave the company. Xia Wenyu's words suddenly came as a shock. Something big has happened at our company. Chapter 48, Severing Ties on the 11th Day, Reward the Top Hotel in Jiangzhou. Han Jiaowei is the vice president of Wanheng Software Group that Chen's grandfather has lobbied. Ha? Chen Fan was taken aback. What's going on? Chen Fan was taken aback. Well, it's like this. Just now, the company suddenly came under attack from a mysterious hacker group, and a lot of company secrets were leaked. The chairman hurriedly gathered all of us senior management together to deal with this crisis. Xia Wenyu thought for a moment and then told Chen Fan the company's secret. I estimate that it will take at least 4 or 5 days to resolve the situation. During this time, the chairman has ordered that all senior management must remain at their posts and no one is allowed to leave, so Han Jiaowei definitely cannot go to Jiangzhou. If Han Jiaowei wants to go to Jiangzhou quietly, he must wait until the company has overcome this crisis, which will take at least 4 or 5 days. Is that so? Chen Fan nodded. This sudden situation is actually good news for Chen Fan. Han Jiaowei is coming tomorrow, and there is not enough time. He is not adequately prepared, so the success rate is not too high. But if Han Jiaowei has to come to Jiangzhou 4 or 5 days later, then Chen Fan will be very well prepared, and the success rate of sniping the Chen family will become incredibly high. More importantly, if Chen Fan is given 4 or 5 days, Chen Fan is confident that his net worth will exceed 20 billion, and he may even go further and become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In that case, Chen Fan will have more confidence, and after successfully sniping the Chen family, he will get more of the billions of profits. I understand, and I know it's been hard on you, Wenyu. Chen Fan thanked her, saying that Xia Wenyu's news was very timely. After the matter is completed, I definitely won't treat Wenyu unfairly. If you want to thank someone, don't thank me, thank Ruoshui. Sometimes I envy you for winning Ruoshui's heart. You must have saved the world in your previous life. Xia Wenjie said. The reason she was helping Chen Fan so much was naturally because of her cousin Xia Ruoshui. If it weren't for Ruoshui, she wouldn't have helped Chen Fan, someone she didn't even know. Chen Fan nodded, and indeed it was thanks to Ruoshui. Okay, I'm hanging up. I can be easily found at the office. If there's any sudden news, I'll be the first one to contact you. Xia Wenyu said something and then hung up the phone on her own initiative. Not long after Xia Wenyu contacted Chen Fan, Chen Wenjing also hurriedly contacted Chen Fan. She told Chen Fan that originally, Grandpa Chen, who was resting, for some reason, suddenly hurriedly went to Shanghai again. Before leaving, he also asked Chen Yuzhen to postpone the time of renting the Tingyu Pavilion for a few days, as if something were about to happen. The old man tossed and turned all night, exhausted, and before leaving, he even complained that these unworthy descendants had made him, an old man, toss and turn so much, and he would definitely live a few days less. After hearing this, Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Even if the Chen family's plan was perfect, it would ultimately be no match for the unexpected. I see, thank you. Chen Fan nodded, which also showed from the side that Xia Wenyu was telling the truth. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan stretched and finally got a good night's sleep tonight. Tonight, he obtained the Ru Wer and Son Yongtai shares of the Tingyu building, increasing his worth by several hundred million. If nothing goes wrong, his worth will exceed 15 billion once tomorrow's rewards are announced. For a person to have 15 billion, let alone for ordinary people, even for many tycoons, this is already a terrifying figure. It is one step closer to surpassing the Chun family and bankrupting the Su family and Jinling, putting the Su family and Jinling under his feet. In the evening, Chen Fan slept soundly. The next morning, Chen Fan leisurely went to class. As soon as Chen Fan finished class, the voice of the system came. Ding! Severance Day 11, reward 100% ownership of the top 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, the Wankai International Hotel. Ha! Wankai International Hotel? Chen Fan was a little surprised by today's reward. The Wankai International Hotel is the top, number 1 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou. The Wankai International Hotel has 52 floors and 373 rooms, as well as 3 large pillar-free banquet halls of more than 800 square meters each, which can accommodate nearly 1,000 people each. In addition, the Wankai International Hotel also has 6 large conference rooms, as well as a top-notch restaurant and a spa center of more than 1,000 square meters. Even the most ordinary and cheapest room in the Wankai International Hotel costs more than 2,000 yuan a night. Unexpectedly, this time, the system even rewarded the Wankai International Hotel to himself, which was not bad. According to Chen Fan's knowledge, the value of the Wankai International Hotel should be around 1.3 to 1.4 billion yuan. It's a pity that it's just a difference of 100 to 200 million yuan, and the value can break through 15 billion yuan. Chen Fan said with a little regret. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly received a phone call from Yang Shengping, the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. President Chen, do you have time this afternoon? I told them about our plan to compete for the Wanheng Software Group project. Several other major shareholders of the company want to meet with you to talk about it in detail. Yang Shengping explained. But don't worry, Mr. Chen, I've already told them what they wanted to know. You just need to come over, show your face, and have a brief chat. Chen Fan was just about to reply when the system suddenly sent a message. Ding! Task issued, go to Yongtai Real Estate Group and convince the other shareholders. Task time, 5 hours. Reward, 2 high-end residential buildings worth about 300 million. Reward, 53 experience points. Chen Fan was suddenly overjoyed when he looked at the system's task. The system is really user-friendly. He had just lamented that he was only a little short of 150 million. He didn't expect the system to immediately send him a task that rewards 2 high-end residential buildings worth 300 million. If he completes the task and gets these 2 buildings, Chen Fan's net worth will immediately exceed 15 billion. Okay, I agree. I'll see Chairman Yang this afternoon. Chen Fan promised. Time flew. It was a little after 2 p.m. when Chen Fan went straight to the Yongtai Real Estate Group. On the other side, in the chairman's office, several other powerful shareholders of the Yongtai Real Estate Group had arrived. The several major shareholders sat on the sofa, listening to Yang Shengping's narration. Fellow shareholders, if we can win the project of Wanheng Software Group, we can make billions of profits. You are all shareholders of the company, so you will get a share of the profits. Aren't you excited? He had already talked the other shareholders into it. But with the arrival of Fang Ziyuan, the second largest shareholder of the company, things were different again. Fang Ziyuan, an old man who had been conservative and cautious his whole life, was extremely cautious. To put it bluntly, he was a pushover. As soon as he heard that the project was competing with the mighty Chen family, he immediately disagreed. The profit is indeed very high, but the problem is that this project is competing with the Chen family. As a mighty family, just how strong is the Chen family? The Chen family head, Chen Shanhai, is a formidable man. I don't need to say more. Fang Ziyuan said with a wry smile. Yes. Director Fang is right. The Chen family is not someone to be trifled with, and Chen Shanhai is even less so. After Fang Ziyuan finished speaking, several people in the office agreed. If we are always so hesitant and afraid, the company will never develop. We will just be complacent and wait for our demise. Yang Shengping retorted. That's billions in profits. As long as we win the project, what does it matter if we offend the Chen family? Chairman Yang has a point, but you're talking about victory. If we win, we'll naturally get the project, but if we lose and don't get the project, and we offend the Chen family, then we'll lose both the project and the Chen family. When Chen Shanhai has time, he will definitely retaliate against us, given his personality. Aren't you afraid? Fang Ziyuan questioned. Instantly, there was a moment of silence, and even Yang Shengping was unable to answer. Just then, a sudden voice came. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Then, to the surprise of everyone, Chen Fan slowly walked in. Chapter 49. Chen Fan's black card from the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State was exposed, and his worth was over 15 billion. Director Chen is here, let me introduce you, this is our group's third largest shareholder, Chen Fan. Director Chen, this is Fong Ziyuan, and this is Yang Shangping. They introduced themselves to each other. Yang Shangping asked Chen Fan to sit down. Facing Chen Fan, Fong Ziyuan had no good attitude and directly asked. I heard that Director Chen was also a member of the Chen family before, but he severed ties with them. This time, the project to compete with the Chen family for the Wanheng Software Group was proposed by Director Chen, and he is mainly responsible for it, right? Yes. Is there a problem? Chen Fan nodded. Is there a problem? Director Chen, have you ever thought about what will happen if you fail? If you fail, it doesn't matter to you, because you have already broken with the Chen family and are at each other's throats. Fong Ziyuan questioned. But what about us? If Mr. Chen fails, we'll be the ones to suffer. Why are you so sure that we'll fail? Chen Fan asked in return. Why? It's simple. I don't believe in Mr. Chen's abilities or strength. Fong Ziyuan also spoke honestly, without any pretense. After all, Chen Fan was too young, almost like his grandson, and he doubted that Chen Fan didn't have the strength to snatch the Chen family's position. My strength, I don't think there's any need to doubt it, said Chen Fan, getting up and going to the side to pour a glass of water to drink. As a result, Chen Fan got up a bit too much, and a card fell out of his pocket. Pop. Seeing this, a shareholder next to him helped pick it up. This shareholder thought it was just a card and was about to give it back to Chen Fan, but when he accidentally looked at the full face of this black card, he was stunned. My God, this shareholder was shocked. Noticing the shareholder's abnormality, the others also looked over curiously. What's wrong? Lao Lu, is there something wrong with this card? The others asked in puzzlement. This is a black MasterCard from the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom. The first shareholder exclaimed. Everyone present was a wealthy person and had naturally heard of the terror of the black MasterCard from the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom. In an instant, the other shareholders gathered around, curiously checking it out. At this moment, even Fong Ziyuan was not calm, and he came over with the same excitement. President Chen, is this black MasterCard from the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom yours? The first shareholder asked while respectfully handing the black card to Chen Fan. Yes, it must have fallen out of my pocket just now, thank you. Chen Fan took the black card. Director Chen, may I ask if you are a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom? Fong Ziyuan asked with a slightly nervous voice. Yes, is there a problem? Chen Fan nodded casually. Everyone on the scene took a sharp intake of breath when they got a positive answer. My God, Director Chen is actually a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom. It is estimated that in the entire Jiangzhou, no one other than Director Chen possesses a black card of this level. No wonder Director Chen is so confident, no wonder he dares to snipe the Chen family, people have this kind of strength. Director Chen, I agree with your plan to snipe the Chen family. I agree too. The shareholders all expressed their approval. At this moment, even Fong Ziyuan let out a sigh. The young are awe-inspiring, it was my short-sightedness. I agree with Director Chen too. When Fong Ziyuan looked at Chen Fan again, there was no longer the previous contempt and doubt in his eyes, but a trace of awe. At this point, all the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group agreed to Chen Fan's sniping plan. The voice of the system followed. Ding! Go to Yongtai Real Estate Group and convince the other shareholders. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 2 high-end residential buildings worth about 300 million. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. The mission is complete. The 2 buildings worth 300 million are in hand. Instantly, Chen Fan's net worth exceeds 15 billion. In addition, Chen Fan also obtained 53 experience points. Currently, Chen Fan has already gathered 413 experience points, which is almost 1/3 of the required amount. As long as he gathers 1,500 experience points, Chen Fan's system will be successfully upgraded to level 2. At that time, the daily reward will increase significantly again, conservatively estimated to be billions of dollars per day. Later, when Chen Fan's system is upgraded to level 3, 4, or even higher, the daily reward will be estimated to be hundreds of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. At the mere thought of this, Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. He must find a way to upgrade as soon as possible. Chen Fan couldn't wait to plan. Having convinced the other shareholders, the Yongtai Real Estate Group side was considered completely settled. After leaving here, Chen Fan quietly went to a very special place. Chapter 50, Severing Ties on the 12th day, the reward is a top international golf course. The place Chen Fan came from was precisely the Tingyu building. Later, Chen Jia and Vice President Han of Wanhong Software Group had a secret meeting here. And now, Chen Fan is already one of the owners of Tingyu building. After Chen Fan arrived at Tingyu building, he immediately called the manager. One of the points of his plan revolved around Tingyu building. Chen Fan asked the manager to make some special arrangements and reminded him in particular that the news of his arrival must not be made known to anyone else, especially not to anyone in the Chen family. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll arrange for someone to go now. It will be done by tomorrow afternoon, and you can take some time to come and have a look. As for the news of your arrival, I will keep it a secret, and I will definitely not let anyone else know. The manager kept assuring him. Well, I will come and check in the next 2 days. After making the arrangements, Chen Fan left. The next morning, the voice of the system came through. Ding! Severance Day 12, reward 100% ownership of Guanshan International Golf Course, the largest international golf course in Jiangzhou. Ha! Chen Fan was a little surprised when he saw today's reward. Guanshan International Golf Course is the largest and most top-notch golf course in Jiangzhou, without a doubt. Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course covers a huge area and is a standard championship golf course with an 18-hole par of 72. At the same time, Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course is also the preferred venue for countless dignitaries, big shots, and wealthy people in Jiangzhou to go to for leisure and entertainment. Chen Fan had only heard of it before, but had never been to Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course. He never imagined that now, he had become the owner of Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course in one leap. What's more, the total value of Guanshan International Golf Course is about 1.7 billion. Now that I have become the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, my net worth is already incredibly close to 17 billion yuan. In just a few days, my net worth will reach 20 billion yuan. Chen Fan said with great anticipation. After reaching a net worth of 20 billion yuan, I will be even closer to surpassing the Chen family and putting the Jinling Su family under my feet. At noon, Chen Fan was preparing to go out to eat. Oh yeah, does my Wankai International Hotel have an upscale restaurant? Chen Fan suddenly thought. He had just acquired the Wankai International Hotel yesterday, but he had not been there yet. Now would be a good time to go to the hotel's high-end restaurant for a meal, try the food there, and take a look at the Wankai International Hotel. With this in mind, Chen Fan got into his Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove straight to the Wankai International Hotel. When Chen Fan arrived at the lobby of the Wankai International Hotel, from afar, he saw a familiar figure arguing with the hotel manager. This familiar figure was none other than Xia Ruoshui. Chen Fan walked over in surprise and asked, Ruoshui, what happened? Chen Fan? Seeing Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui was also a little puzzled. They broke the contract with the Wankai International Hotel, and I came here specifically to argue about it. Xia Ruoshui answered with a headache. Break the contract? Chen Fan's eyebrows shot up. What's going on? It's like this, tomorrow, with the Xia family's arrangement, there will be dozens of representatives selected from other Xia family companies who will come to the Xia Group branch in Jiangzhou for a 3-day visit and study. Xia Ruoshui explained to Chen Fan. As early as a week ago, I booked rooms for them at the Wankai International Hotel. They will be here tomorrow morning, but now the people at the Wankai International Hotel told me that my booking has failed and there are no rooms left. It's almost vacation time, and the rooms in all the major hotels are very tight, especially the 5-star ones. And she needs dozens of rooms at once, and now it's too late to book them. President Xia, I'm sorry, but this is all the fault of that intern. She didn't report your reservation, which caused this problem. We've already fired that intern. An intern? Upon hearing this excuse, not only Xia Ruoshui, but also Chen Fan was baffled. Can you stop blaming the interns for everything? Can an intern make decisions about something like this? Are you sure it's the intern's fault, and not yours? Chen Fan questioned the lobby manager. This kind of thing happened at his own hotel, so Chen Fan definitely couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Yes? What's wrong? The lobby manager stammered an answer. Seeing this, Chen Fan was even more certain that there was definitely a problem. In that case, you have to give me an answer. Xia Ruoshui demanded. President Xia, I have already apologized to you, what more do you want from me? Don't be unreasonable. The lobby manager turned the tables and instead accused Xia Ruoshui of being unreasonable. Xia Ruoshui was so angry that she laughed. She wanted an answer, but nothing had been said yet, and the other party just did that. Call the general manager of your hotel to me. Just then, an unmistakable voice came. Chen Fan stepped forward. Ha! Call our general manager. Who are you, and why should I listen to you? The lobby manager said arrogantly, not taking Chen Fan, a passerby, seriously at all. Just because I am the owner of the Wankai International Hotel. Chen Fan replied indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell into a deathly silence. What? The originally arrogant lobby manager's face suddenly turned white. He thought he was hearing things. This man in front of him actually said that he was the owner of their hotel? The lobby manager pinched his thigh hard, and the pain instantly hit him. He immediately realized that he was not hallucinating. You really are our boss? The lobby manager asked in a fearful voice. Yes, what, do I need to prove it? Chen Fan asked back. No, please wait a moment. I'll go get the general manager right away. The lobby manager went to find the hotel general manager in a panic. 3 minutes later, the hotel general manager came before Chen Fan with great humility. Chapter 51 Looking for your sister? Your sister and I are at the hotel. After he came over, the hotel manager said respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Dong Zhangliang, the general manager of the hotel. Manager Dong, do you know that Ruoshui booked dozens of rooms here a week ago? Chen Fan asked directly. Ha! Hearing Chen Fan say this, Dong Zhangliang was stunned. Ruoshui? Who is Ruoshui? When he noticed Xia Ruoshui next to him, he suddenly realized that the boss was actually referring to President Xia. No, the boss directly addressed President Xia as Ruoshui, so intimate? Could it be that the boss has a special relationship with President Xia, the most beautiful president in Jiangzhou? I don't know, boss. Dong Zhangliang replied. I swear. He is usually so busy, dealing with all kinds of things. It's just an ordinary room reservation, so just follow the procedure, there's no need for him at all. Ruoshui had someone book dozens of rooms at our hotel a week ago for check-in tomorrow, but then suddenly told her today that there was a problem with the reservation. Then the lobby manager put all the blame on some intern. Do you think that's possible? Chen Fan asked in return. An intern? Absolutely not. Booking dozens of rooms at once is considered big business, and an intern definitely doesn't have the authority to do that. Dong Zhangliang answered with certainty. Fine, then you, in front of me, thoroughly investigate this matter and find out what the hidden circumstances are, and whether anyone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Chen Fan ordered. Chen Fan suspected that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Ruoshui was the president of the prestigious Xia Group, and his status in Jiangzhou was quite powerful. If there was no one behind the scenes pushing him, even if the lobby manager was given 100 guts, he would not dare to do this. If you can't find out, then you don't deserve to be the general manager. Yes, boss, I will definitely find out what happened. Dong Zhangliang was startled and quickly agreed. Afterwards, Dong Zhangliang looked at the lobby manager meticulously. If you don't give me a clear answer, you won't just be fired. Stared at like this by the boss and the general manager, the lobby manager instantly caved in and told the whole story. It turned out that Xia Ruoshui's previous room reservation was indeed successful, but yesterday, the hotel's senior manager Huang suddenly ordered him to cancel all of Xia Ruoshui's reserved rooms, which is what happened just now. Huang Lu ordered this? Dong Zhangliang asked with a frown. Yes. Now tell Huang Lu to get his ass over here. A few minutes later, Huang Lu, realizing that his cover had been blown, confessed everything. Huang Lu was at the club yesterday and met Kong Junpeng, the grandson of the chairman of the Yum Group. Kong Junpeng accidentally learned that Xia Ruoshui had booked dozens of rooms at the Wankai International Hotel. Booking so many rooms at once must be for an important purpose. So in order to cause trouble for Xia Ruoshui, Kong Junpeng instigated Huang Lu to cancel these dozens of rooms. Why did Kong Junpeng do this? Dong Zhangliang asked in puzzlement. Kong Shabu Kong Junpeng, that bastard, said that the Xia Group dared to compete with their Yum Group, and these hotel rooms are just a temporary interest, and later, they will make the Xia Group pay a heavy price. Huang Lu told Kong Junpeng's words exactly as they were. It was the Yum Group who was behind this. Hearing this answer, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui glanced at each other. Although they were surprised, they were not puzzled. Yum Group, is that right? Very well. You two have done things against the interests of the hotel in order to please that Kong Junpeng, and from now on you are fired from the hotel. After that, the hotel will hire a lawyer to sue you too. Dong Zhangliang announced. What? No, General Manager, boss, don't sue us. Huang Lu and the lobby manager panicked instantly and begged repeatedly. In the end, the two were forcibly taken out by the hotel security. Boss, I'll arrange for someone to rebook those rooms for President Xia right now. Dong Zhangliang immediately made the arrangements. While rebooking the rooms, Chen Fan's phone rang. Chen Fan looked at the screen and saw it was Xia Mengmeng calling, so he picked up the phone. Chen Shui, I haven't found my sister, and she's not answering her phone. Have you seen her? Xia Mengmeng asked. Looking for your sister? Your sister and I are in a hotel room. Chen Fan casually replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan realized that something was wrong and that he had not made himself clear. On the other end of the line, after hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Mengmeng's mouth opened wide, and she was completely dumbfounded. My sister and Chen Shui are in a hotel room together? Ah, this. Seems like a really bad time to make this call. I'll hang up now, and you and your sister can get back to your business. Xia Mengmeng stuttered, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly explained. You misunderstood, what I meant was. Before Chen Fan could finish speaking, Xia Mengmeng already hung up the phone in a panic. Ruoshui, I didn't make myself clear just now, and your sister must have misunderstood. Please go back and explain. Chen Fan looked apologetically at Xia Ruoshui. It's fine. Xia Ruoshui said with a mixture of laughter and tears. In no time at all, the room was arranged. This time, the handling was acceptable. I was the only one here today, otherwise, I'm afraid things would just be left unresolved. You need to pay more attention in the future. Chen Fan ordered. Yes, boss. I will definitely step up the management of the hotel in the future. Dong Zhangliang promised. Chen Fan told Dong Zhangliang to leave, then looked at Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, you probably haven't eaten either, let's go to the hotel restaurant for lunch and chat about the Yum Group. Okay. Xia Ruoshui agreed. The two of them went to the hotel's high-end restaurant and ate and chatted while they ate. This Yum Group, last time it even instigated the shareholders of the Fading Group to unite and kick it out of the management of the Fading Group. Chen Fan was busy and didn't have time to settle this score with them. Now, they want to stir up trouble for Ruoshui in their own hotel again, getting more and more outrageous, as if they know they have a good temper. The Yum Group has a lot of resources and is not easy to deal with. Ruoshui Xia said. If you and I join forces, I don't believe we can't bring down the Yum Group. Chen Fan said. Time and time again, they've caused trouble for themselves and Ruoshui. The Yum Group is a bit too arrogant. If they don't make a move, do they really think they can bully us? Afterwards, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui talked a little bit about the specifics. This matter cannot be rushed, it must be taken one step at a time. Xia Ruoshui went to gather some specific information on the Yum Group, and the two of them would talk more about it later. After dinner, Xia Ruoshui hurried back to the office, and Chen Fan, who had no classes in the afternoon, planned to go back to the villa. But just as he got into the car, he suddenly received a message from Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi was going to play golf with a few friends in the afternoon, and Zhu Hongyi invited Chen Fan to join him. As soon as Chen Fan finished reading the message, the system's voice came through. Chapter 52, Reward the world's top supercar and show off that you are a top member of the golf course? Ding. Task issued, take a break and agree to Zhu Hongyi's request to go to the golf course. Task time, 3 hours. Task reward, a world-class supercar, the Aston Martin 177. Task reward, 57 experience points. Seeing this task, Chen Fan suddenly felt less sleepy. If you ask Chen Fan what he wants to do most right now, of course it is to upgrade the system to level 2. At that time, the daily rewards will increase a lot, and it will be even easier to surpass the Chen family and trample the Su family and Jinling underfoot. Naturally, the more system-release tasks there are, the better. Completing this task will allow Chen Fan to collect exactly 470 points. The Aston Martin 177, which is one of the world's top and most expensive supercars, is limited to 77 units worldwide, and only 5 of them will be sold in China. The starting price in China is about 50 to 60 million yuan. In front of it, even Chen Fan's Lamborghini is just a little brother. The Aston Martin 177 is equipped with a V12 engine, with a maximum torque of 750 Nm, a maximum power of 760 horsepower, a top speed of 354 km/h, and a 0-100 km/h acceleration of 35 seconds. It is one of the well-deserved performance supercars. With it, Chen Fan's Lamborghini can be retired. Which golf course are you going to? Chen Fan asked. Naturally, it's the Guanshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi replied immediately. Go to the Guanshan International Golf Course? It's more convenient to go to your own place. Okay, see you at the Guanshan International Golf Course at 2:30 p.m. Chen Fan sent a message to Zhu Hongyi. It was only about 1 o'clock, so it was still early. Chen Fan went back to the villa to rest for a while. At a little after 2 o'clock, Chen Fan got into his Lamborghini and drove straight to Guanshan International Golf Course. At Guanshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi and his friends had already arrived at the entrance. Zhu, are you sure what you said is true? Is your brother really that awesome? Yes, Zhu, you're not lying to us, are you? Just now, Zhu Hongyi told them how awesome and powerful his older brother Chen Fan was. Zhu Hongyi's friends were both shocked and a little skeptical. How could I lie to you? My older brother is definitely a big shot, on a par with Wei Jingxiong. Zhu Hongyi said proudly. On a par with Wei Jingxiong? Several of his friends immediately looked up to Chen Fan with respect. Lao Zhu, when Brother Fan arrives, you must introduce us to him. Yes, let us meet such a big shot, too. His friends said excitedly. Just as Zhu Hongyi gladly agreed, a harsh voice came from afar. Zhu, you can just keep bragging, and your big brother is on the same level as Wei Jingxiong? How dare you say that? Not far away, a small, thin boy, surrounded by a few people, walked over. The thin boy was named Luo Xingwen, the son of a wealthy man in Jiangzhou, and Zhu Hongyi was his sworn enemy. If you want to know who is really awesome, it's my brother Kong Junpeng, the future prince of the Yum Group. My brother is a top diamond member of Guanshan International Golf Club. Luo Xingwen boasted with great pride. Pfft, what is Kong Junpeng? How can he compare to my brother? Just as the few people were arguing, a Lamborghini Urus slowly pulled up not far away. Chen Fan has arrived. See, this is my brother Fan. Zhu Hongyi introduced excitedly. After saying that, he excitedly ran over to greet Chen Fan. Pfft, I thought he was some kind of awesome person, but he just drove a crappy Urus? This is far inferior to the Bugatti Veyron that my older brother Kong drives, which costs more than 20 million yuan. I could buy 3 of this kid's cars with one of my brothers. Luo Xingwen said disdainfully. Exactly. It's still our Kong who's the boss. Luo Xingwen's friends agreed. Hearing these words, Zhu Hongyi's companions felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, driving a Lamborghini is a bit downmarket for a big shot like Brother Fan. Under the leadership of Zhu Hongyi, Chen Fan walked over, and Zhu Hongyi introduced Chen Fan to his companions. Hello, Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. A few of the companions politely greeted Chen Fan. Not far away, Luo Xingwen and the others were still snickering. Big brother, they said, but you ended up driving a broken Lamborghini, shame on you. If I drove a broken Lamborghini, I wouldn't dare call myself a big brother, I'd be shivering with fear. At this moment, the system's voice came through. Ding. Take a break. You have fulfilled Zhu Hongyi's request and gone to the golf course. Congratulations on obtaining a world-class supercar, the Aston Martin 177. Congratulations on obtaining 57 experience points. The task is complete. The moment the task was complete, Chen Fan's phone rang. Is this Mr. Chen Fan? The Aston Martin 177 you ordered has arrived. Where would you like it delivered? The voice of an Aston Martin staff member came over the phone. Oh, I'm at the Guanshan International Golf Course, just deliver it here. Chen Fan casually replied. Okay, Mr. Chen, we'll be there in a moment, please sign for it then. Chen Fan hung up the phone, and Zhu Hongyi curiously asked. Brother Fan, what did you buy? Nothing, I just casually bought an Aston Martin 177. Chen Fan replied indifferently. Not far away, Luo Xingwen was preparing to come over and mock him. Hearing Chen Fan's words, he immediately froze as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Just bought an Aston Martin 177? That's it? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Luo Xingwen was shocked. The Aston Martin 177 was a top supercar limited to only 77 units worldwide. There are only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the whole country, and each one is worth 50 to 60 million yuan. This Xu Hongyi's older brother has actually bought an Aston Martin 177. My goodness. Compared to the Aston Martin 177, his older brother Kong Juanping's ordinary Bugatti Veyron seems very ordinary. Even Luo Xingwen was extremely shocked, not to mention his companions, who all looked at Chen Fan in awe, their faces full of disbelief. Just buying an Aston Martin 177, this older brother of Xu Hongyi is really something. Just as they were shocked, a Bugatti Veyron stopped not far away, and Luo Xingwen's older brother, Kong Junpeng, who had deliberately caused trouble at the Wankai International Hotel, arrived. Chapter 53, Chen Fan's globally limited supercar appeared, stunning the audience and shocking everyone with his gambling. After getting out of the car, Kong Junpeng walked over. Seeing Luo Xingwen and the other younger brother's strange expressions, Kong Junpeng asked curiously what had happened. When Kong Junpeng learned what had happened, his expression changed slightly. You are Chen Fan, the majority shareholder of Xia Group? Kong Junpeng asked. That's right. Chen Fan nodded. Upon receiving a positive response, Kong Junpeng suddenly revealed a deep hostility towards Chen Fan. He knew from his grandfather that the Xia Group and the Xia Group were birds of a feather, and they had actually dared to make an enemy of their Yum Group. What was even more detestable was that Chen Fan, the majority shareholder of the Xia Group, had actually helped Xia Ruoshui solve the trap set by their Yum Group, causing their plan to fail. This made Kong Junpeng hate Chen Fan as well, but Kong Junpeng didn't have time to get his hands on Chen Fan yet. Unexpectedly, he now encountered the bastard Chen Fan at Guanshan International Golf Club. Very well, he would teach this arrogant Chen Fan a lesson for his grandfather and for their Baixing Group. He would let Chen Fan know that those who went against their Baixing Group would not have a good ending. Kong Junpeng was scheming against Chen Fan, and Chen Fan was also planning. Since he has met this Kong Junpeng, Chen Fan naturally will not let him go either. Where is the Aston Martin 177 you mentioned? Kong Junpeng asked. There are only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the whole country. To be honest, he really wants to see it for himself. It's not here. This Chen Fan kid himself said he bought an Aston Martin 177, but we haven't seen the car yet. Luo Xingwen explained. What, this kid himself said there is no current car? Luo Xingwen sneered. I also said I have a Pagani Zonda, which is limited to only 5 units worldwide. Who can't brag about eating bull? And he bought an Aston Martin 177, he really dares to brag. Luo Xingwen said with conviction. There are only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the whole country, not to mention Jiangzhou City, and there is not even one in the whole of Zhanghai province. This kid is definitely bluffing. He would never be able to buy an Aston Martin 177. Hearing his brother's words, Luo Xingwen and the others suddenly realized. Yes. How could a world-class supercar like the Aston Martin 177 appear in a second or third tier city like Zhangzhou? Big brother is smart, he immediately saw through the boy's ruse. Luo Xingwen and the others spoke one after the other, mocking Chen Fan. Who does he think he is, buying an Aston Martin 177? Why don't you say that? Kong Junpeng also wanted to mock, but before he could finish his words, not far away, a tow truck was slowly approaching. And on top of the trailer was a brand new Aston Martin 177. Seeing this, Kong Junpeng, Luo Xingwen and the others were shocked. There really is an Aston Martin 177, this can't be Chen Fan buying it, can it? No, it's impossible. Kong Junpeng said to himself, reassuring himself. 2 minutes later, the trailer slowly stopped in front of the crowd, and the Aston Martin staff got out and politely asked. Which one of you is Mr. Chen Fan? Your Aston Martin 177 is here. In an instant, Kong Junpeng's toes curled up, and he was extremely embarrassed. He had just firmly believed that Chen Fan was bluffing, but then Chen Fan had actually bought the legendary world-class supercar Aston Martin 177. For a moment, Kong Junpeng's jealous drool almost dripped. No one in his league, or even the young leaders of the wealthy families, could own a car of this caliber. Chen Fan owns it, and he is definitely the number 1 young person in their Jiangzhou. I am Chen Fan. Chen Fan went over to sign for the Aston Martin 177. The Aston Martin 177 drove off the trailer and parked next to him. Damn, it's really cool, worthy of being the world's top supercar. No wonder it's called the suit thug. It really is elegant and handsome. Brother Fan is awesome. Zhu Hongyi and the others quickly ran over, curious onlookers. Even Kong Junpeng and Luo Xingwen and the others could not help but control their legs, wanting to go over and admire this level of supercar. But there was no way, they could only watch from afar, envious and jealous. Brother Fan, can we go in and take a look? Zhu Hongyi asked excitedly. No problem. Chen Fan casually threw the car keys over. Thank you, Brother Fan. Brother Fan is awesome. Zhu Hongyi and his companions were beside themselves with excitement. Luo Xingwen and the others were jealous and irritated. Why is Zhu Hongyi's boss so awesome? Compared to this guy, their own boss instantly doesn't look so good. As for Kong Junpeng, he was even paler than usual. He wanted to own the Aston Martin 177 too. Suddenly, a bright idea came to Kong Junpeng's mind. He had a great idea that would teach Chen Fan a lesson and get his hands on the Aston Martin 177. Chen Fan, do you dare to bet with me? Kong Junpeng suddenly spoke. Oh, what's the bet? Chen Fan asked. We are already at the Guanshan International Golf Course, so it's naturally a golf bet. We will play best of 3, and see whose golfing skills are better. As for the stakes, I will bet your Aston Martin 177 and my Bugatti Veyron. If I win, you can have my Bugatti Veyron. If I lose, you can have my Aston Martin 177. Kong Junpeng proposed. Kong, you're ugly, and you're dreaming. Your Bugatti Veyron is worth nothing compared to my brother's Aston Martin 177. And how many years has your Bugatti Veyron been around for? You're even bringing it up? Zhu Hongyi was the first to stand up and refute. What, do you dare? If you're a man, don't refuse. Kong Junpeng provoked. Why not? But, this bet is too small. Chen Fan said kindly. It's no fun playing with such a small bet. How about this, we each put up 500 million. If you win, I'll not only give you 500 million, but also give you the Aston Martin 177. If you lose, you only have to give me 500 million. As soon as Chen Fan said this, the whole audience fell silent. A bet of 500 million, oh my god, what an astonishing gamble. That's too much. Zhu Hongyi and the others looked at Chen Fan in admiration. He is worthy of being their boss, this boldness is awesome. Chen Fan returned Kong Junpeng's words to him exactly as they were. How about it, do you dare? If you're a man, don't refuse. Chapter 54, Rewarding Top-Level Skills, Chen Fan's Shocking Operation. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the voice of the system suddenly came through. Ding. Task issued, find a way to make Kong Junpeng agree to the 500 million bet. Task reward, top-level golf skills. Task reward, 50 experience points. Ha! Chen Fan was a little surprised at the sudden challenge from the system. This was icing on the cake. Chen Fan was originally very confident in his golfing skills, because his father loved golf and Chen Fan grew up with him, so his skills were naturally not bad. Unfortunately, the Guanshan International Golf Course was very expensive, and their status in the Chen family was very low, so Chen Fan and his father had almost never come here. Unexpectedly, the system has now issued a task and rewarded him with top golf skills. This is good. Chen Fan was originally 80-90% confident, but now that he has the task and obtained top golf skills, he has a 100% chance of winning and is guaranteed to make a profit. He was just going to come here to have some fun and relax, but now he has won 500 million for nothing, which is great. What's more, there are 50 experience points for this challenge, and Chen Fan has exactly 520 experience points. While Chen Fan was studying the system mission, everyone's attention was focused on Sun Junpeng. In particular, Luo Xingwen and the others were thinking that if their boss was willing to bet 500 million and an Aston Martin 177, then their boss should be able to do the same. Stared at by so many people, Sun Junpeng felt the pain. 500 million was a very, very large sum for him. Although he is a member of the prestigious Yum Group, the total amount of money in his hands is only 70 to 80 million. For 500 million, he would have to write an IOU. However, if he wins, he will not only get the Aston Martin 177 he covets so much, but also 500 million. A whole 500 million. If he can get this 500 million, he will definitely be able to impress his father and grandfather, and he will no longer be the prodigal son they talk about. More importantly, Sun Junpeng was extremely confident in his golfing skills, which were even better than some professionals. Should he accept? Faced with the temptation of 500 million and an Aston Martin 177, he couldn't help but agree. What's the matter, you don't dare? How about this, let's raise the stakes a bit. If you lose, you can say that you're a clown and not worthy of competing with the other person, and then post a video online? Seeing that Kong Junpeng did not agree, Chen Fan added fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Kong Junpeng was really tempted. In that case, he could even more prove to his father and grandfather that he was not a loser or a waste of space. His father and grandfather had not been able to fix Chen Fan, but he had defeated and taught them a lesson. This would definitely make his grandfather look at him in a new light. Okay, I agree. In the end, Kong Junpeng gritted his teeth and agreed. He was a real man. Chen Fan's face broke into a smile. Let's sign a bet. Zhu Hongyi found a pen and paper, as well as some ink. Chen Fan drafted a bet, writing down all the conditions just now, and then signed and put his thumbprint on it. Kong Junpeng also stepped forward and signed and put his thumbprint on it. The bet officially came into effect. At the same time, a system voice came over. Ding! Find a way to make Kong Junpeng agree to the 500 million bet. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining top golf skills. Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points. A huge flood of memories came flooding into Chen Fan's mind. From now on, Chen Fan is a top-level golf master. At the same time, 50 points were added to his account. At the moment, Chen Fan had already gathered a little over 1/3 of the points needed to upgrade, and was just 900-odd experience points away from upgrading the system to level 2. Let's go. After that, the two parties entered the Guanshan International Golf Course and arrived at a golf course. Guanshan International Golf Course is a standard 18-hole, par 72 course. It would be a waste of time to play the whole course. Why don't we just play a short round and compare our scores on 3 par 4 holes? Suddenly, Kong Junpeng proposed. It's a waste of time to play 18 holes normally for 72 strokes. He can't wait to win Chen Fan, get the 500 million, and the Aston Martin 177, then go home immediately, show off in front of his father and grandfather, and get praise from them. So why bother? A par 4 hole means that you start from the tee and finish with the ball in the hole, playing 4 strokes to complete. The total length of a par 4 hole is 300 meters, and you need to hit the ball 4 times in a row to get it into the hole. If you are good, you can score 1 point by hitting the ball 3 times. If you need 5 shots to get it in the hole, you will get plus 1 point, and so on. Unlike other sports, the lower the score in golf, the better. Yes. Chen Fan nodded and agreed to Kong Junpeng's proposal. This will shorten the time and end the game faster. In the first round, Kong Junpeng started first. Standing in the tee area, Kong Junpeng aimed at the distance and hit the ball with 1 stroke, sending the golf ball flying more than 210 meters. When he arrived at where the golf ball stopped, Kong Junpeng hit the ball again, and the golf ball moved forward again. Just with the 3rd stroke, Kong Junpeng successfully put the golf ball into the hole, getting 1. Kong is awesome. He holed out in 3 strokes, and Kong Xiao's golfing level is really awesome. Kong Xiao will definitely win this competition. Luo Xingwen and the others shouted with joy, overjoyed. Next to them, Zhu Hongyi and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Kong Junpeng is good at nothing else, but he is so good at golf. He holed out in 3 strokes on a par 4 hole, his level is really strong. Fan Gu is under a lot of pressure. Chen Fan, it's your turn. Kong Junpeng said smugly, as if he could already see the 500 million and the Aston Martin beckoning to him. Unlike Zhu Hongyi and the others, who were nervous, Chen Fan arrived at the tee area with great ease, and hit a drive of over 270 meters. Chen Fan walked forward to where the golf ball had stopped, and with his second shot, he directly drove the ball into the hole. In the first game, there was no need to say who had won or lost. Brother Fan is awesome. Damn, he made the hole in 2 on a par 4 hole. Brother Fan is the hidden master. Brother Fan is going to win for sure. At this moment, it was Zhu Hongyi's turn to shout excitedly. As for Kong Junpeng, his head was buzzing when he saw this. On a par 4 hole, Chen Fan, this brat, made it in 2 strokes. Is his level that high? Having lost the first game, Kong Junpeng suddenly felt the pressure. The second round began. Taking a deep breath, Kong Junpeng was extremely serious this time, and he hit the first shot meticulously. The ball flew more than 280 meters. In the second round, Kong Junpeng also only needed 2 shots to sink the hole. After scoring, Kong Juanping's face showed a confident smile. He had won the second round with ease. He didn't believe that Chen Fan could do the same as the first time and sink the hole in 2 shots. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. Chen Fan, who had previously been standing 300 meters away at the tee, holed the golf ball in 1 stroke. Everyone was stunned. The chance of holing a 1-stroke hole-in-one on a par 4 hole is 1 in 2,500, and it takes a professional to do it. But now, Chen Fan has holed the ball in 1 stroke. The 1 in 2,500 chance has just been achieved by Chen Fan. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Brother Fan is awesome. Xu Hongyi and the others exclaimed. In the second game, the outcome was already decided. The outcome of the bet has also been decided. Chapter 55, Severing Ties on the 13th Day, Reward the Ownership of the First Security Group. How is this possible? How is this possible? Kong Juanping was dumbfounded as he watched Chen Fan make a hole-in-one. He had played golf for so many years, and he had only seen hole-in-ones on TV. In reality, no one had ever made one, not even the many top golfers he knew. But now, right in front of him, this kid Chen Fan had actually made a hole-in-one. What kind of international joke was this? Even Kong Juanping was dumbfounded, not to mention Luo Xingwen and the other younger brothers. After a moment of shock, Kong Juanping thought of something even more terrifying. He had lost the bet. That was a whole 500 million yuan, 500 million yuan. He couldn't come up with that kind of money, and if he wanted to get out of the bet, he would have to go to his father or grandfather. If his father or grandfather found out about this, they would break his legs. He still wanted to show off in front of his grandfather and father, to let them know that he was not a spendthrift, but in the end, he really became a spendthrift, and he was also a super invincible spendthrift who lost 500 million in one go. He was finished, really finished. Kong Juanping's cold sweat was running down his face. Young Master Kong, the outcome has been decided. According to the bet, payout 500 million. Xu Hongyi looked at Kong Juanping. Kong Juanping stood there with a gloomy and uncertain expression on his face. 500 million, that's too much, he can't pay it, absolutely not. In the end, Kong Juanping made up his mind and was prepared to resort to some underhanded tactics. You cheated. Chen Fan cheated, come quickly, someone's cheating. Kong Juanping yelled. Luo Xingwen realized what Kong Juanping meant and hurriedly yelled along. Soon, many staff members from Guanshan International Golf Club hurried over. I am a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Club, and I order you to catch this kid, he is cheating, he is cheating. Kong Juanping pointed at Chen Fan and loudly ordered the staff of Guanshan International Golf Club. He wanted to use his status as a platinum member to force the people of Guanshan International Golf Club to catch Chen Fan, and then he took the opportunity to take back the bet and destroy it directly. Without the bet, he could simply deny it. Kong, you're fucking cheating, aren't you? You think you can bully people because you're a member of the Guanshan International Golf Club? Xu Hongyi and the others rebuked him. It was clear that this kid was cheating, and he really should be arrested. Arrest him, don't let him get away. Luo Xingwen and the others immediately retorted to Xu Hongyi. The staff at the Guanshan International Golf Club didn't understand, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. What are you all standing there for? I am a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Club, and my grandfather is the chairman of the Yum Group. Don't I have the power to order you around? Kong Juanping tore off his mask and directly ordered these people to take action. Platinum members do have some privileges here. If you don't take action, I will complain to your supervisor about you neglecting me as a platinum member and get you all fired. Kong Juanping roared hysterically. Seeing this, the staff of Guanshan International Golf Course had to bow their heads. They could not afford to offend the anger of the platinum members. Fan Gu, hurry up and go. This is Kong Juanping's territory. You take the bet first and go, we will block here. Xu Hongyi quickly stepped forward and told Chen Fan to go first. It is most important to protect the document just now. This is Kong Juanping's territory? Chen Fan gave a faint smile. Yes, I am a platinum member of the Guanshan International Golf Club, so naturally this is my territory. Kong Juanping said with great satisfaction. Ha, you are wrong, this is not your territory, but mine. Chen Fan said. Who do you think you are to call this your territory? Are you a diamond member of the Guanshan International Golf Club? Kong Juanping asked with great disdain. The Guanshan International Golf Course can only be owned by the top bosses in Jiangzhou, and this Chen Fan in front of him is not worthy. As for the diamond membership here, that's not the case. Chen Fan slowly spoke. But, I am the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. Upon hearing Chen Fan's first sentence, Kong Junpeng was still smug, but upon hearing Chen Fan's second sentence, Sun Junpeng was shocked. The owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Chen Fan is the boss here? How is that possible? Sun Junpeng was shocked. The other person is the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course, and this is indeed their territory. What is this platinum membership of his? What makes him comparable to the other person? After learning of Chen Fan's identity, Luo Xingwen and the others also instantly quieted down, and dared not make a sound. Call your supervisor and security personnel. Chen Fan ordered the staff of the Guanshan International Golf Course. The staff hurriedly went to find the supervisor. Seeing this, Kong Junpeng was even more desperate. If the supervisor and the security personnel here came, then he would have even less of a chance of snatching the document in Chen Fan's hands. Looking at the document in Chen Fan's hands, Kong Junpeng made up his mind and decided to do it the hard way. He was 1.89 meters tall and weighed more than 200 pounds. He didn't believe that he couldn't snatch the document if he did it himself. Bring it on. Thinking, Kong Junpeng swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, and charged at Chen Fan. Facing the charging Kong Junpeng, Chen Fan sneered. He had received top-level combat training from the system. Would he be afraid of a fight? Before Kong Junpeng could react, Chen Fan kicked him. The next second, Kong Junpeng was kicked directly by Chen Fan and flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Damn it, how dare you lay a hand on Brother Fan? Brother, beat him up. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyi led the others and rushed over, directly surrounding Sun Junpeng and beating him up. On someone else's turf, Luo Xingwen and the others didn't dare to do anything, and could only watch as Sun Junpeng was beaten up, trembling in fear. Before long, Sun Junpeng was beaten up, his face swollen and bruised, his face disfigured, and several of his teeth knocked out. Within 3 days, I want your family to bring 500 million, or I'll come and get it myself. Chen Fan waved the document in his hand and said. In the end, Sun Junpeng was rushed to the hospital by Luo Xingwen and others to be bandaged. Zhu Hongyi and the others surrounded Chen Fan and worshipped Chen Fan. Chen Fan and the others continued to play golf and had dinner together that night. Time flew, and the next morning, the voice of the system came. Ding! Break off ties. On the 13th day, reward the Jiuxiu Security Group, the #1 security group in Zhonghai Province, with 5% ownership. Chapter 56 The Horror of the Jiuxiu Security Group, the chance to find missing parents. Jiuxiu Security Group, what kind of company is this? Chen Fan really hadn't heard of this company. However, this company was able to rank first among all the security groups in the entire Zhonghai province, so it should be no simple matter. With a strong sense of curiosity, Chen Fan went online to look up information about this Jiuxiu Security Group. Jiuxiu Security Group has been in business for more than 10 years, and the company is mainly engaged in asset protection, personal protection, armed protection in high-risk areas, overseas protection, and so on. If the bigwigs and tycoons of Zhonghai province want bodyguards, the first thing that comes to mind is Jiuxiu Security Group. Every member of Jiuxiu Security Group has been carefully selected, and each one is extraordinary. More importantly, the Jiuxiu Security Group has 3 special teams, which are made up of top-notch retired Special Forces soldiers hired by the Jiuxiu Security Group at great expense. Each special team is made up of 20 to 30 people, and their strength is outrageous. These 3 teams are the reason why the Jiuxiu Security Group ranks first in Zhonghai province. The scope of work of the Jiuxiu Security Group is not only in the country, but also has a certain business abroad, with a strong foundation. The more he looked, the more excited Chen Fan felt. The stronger the Jiuxiu Security Group, the better it was for him. Currently, he already owned 5% of the Jiuxiu Security Group. If one day he could own 100% of the Jiuxiu Security Group and make it his own, that would be even better. He hoped that the system would give him that opportunity. Chen Fan was now considered a senior member of the Jiuxiu Security Group and had a certain amount of say in the company. Suddenly, Chen Fan had an idea. Could he use the Special Forces team of the Jiuxiu Security Group to investigate the whereabouts of his parents? The people he had previously sent to investigate were ordinary people, and they were definitely no match for the top retired Special Forces soldiers of the Jiuxiu Security Group, who were battle-hardened. Since obtaining the system, Chen Fan had never forgotten to search for his parents. It had been a whole year since his parents disappeared, and even the police station had no clue as to their whereabouts. Now Chen Fan no longer expects anything from other people, and he may have to rely on himself if he wants to find his parents. Having obtained partial ownership of the Joshio Security Group, Chen Fan felt that this idea should work. After Chen Fan obtained partial ownership of the Joshio Security Group, there were a few more contacts on his phone, which were precisely the senior management of the Joshio Security Group. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly dialed the phone number of the president of the Joshio Security Group. After the call was connected, Chen Fan introduced himself. "Oh, welcome, Mr. Chen, to our Joshio Security Group." The president of Joshio Security Group warmly congratulated Chen Fan. After a few polite words, Chen Fan proposed that he wanted to take a few people from the group's 3 special squads with strong investigative skills to help him with something. "Ha?" The president of Joshio Security Group was a little surprised after hearing Chen Fan's words. "What, is it a difficult matter?" Chen Fan asked. "President Chen, if it's an ordinary bodyguard, it doesn't matter, but those 3 special teams are the company's top priority. It is unreasonable to deploy them to serve the company's top management alone," the Joshio Security Group said helplessly. "But, since President Chen has asked, I will try to help you." After hesitating for a moment, the president of the Joshio Security Group agreed. "Thank you." Chen Fan responded politely. Unfortunately, at the moment, he only has 5% ownership of the Joshio Security Group, which is too little. If he could get more than 50%, or even 30-40%, things would be much easier. If he could take over the entire Joshio Security Group, then it would be simple for him to do whatever he wanted. He hoped that there would be more Joshio Security Group shares available in the system, Chen Fan prayed in his heart. "President Chen, you're too kind. I'll think of an idea, and as soon as it's done, I'll contact you first," the president of the Joshio Security Group replied. "Oh, thanks." After a few words, the 2 parties hung up, and Chen Fan waited for news from the president of the Joshio Security Group. At noon, Chen Fan had just finished class when Zhu Hongyi was already waiting in the parking lot. After seeing Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi came over and asked curiously, "Brother Fan, did the 500 million from the Yum Group arrive?" Chen Fan shook his head. "It's been almost a whole day, Brother Fan, do you think Yum will renege on the deal?" Zhu Hongyi guessed. "I don't think so, Yum definitely has a reputation to protect, but they definitely won't hand over the money easily." Chen Fan's mind was racing. "So what should we do?" Zhu Hongyi was at his wit's end. Yum would definitely stall for time. "Right, you said that you had a friend who recorded the whole thing, didn't you?" Chen Fan asked. "Yes." Zhu Hongyi nodded. "That's good, then. Tell your friend to edit out the part of the video where Kong Junpeng tries to break the contract and post it on every major online platform, and then have all your friends and followers repost it," Chen Fan ordered. "By then, the video will definitely spread throughout the circle of wealthy people in Jiangzhou, and Kong Junpeng and Yum brands will definitely become the focus of everyone's heated discussion, putting Yum brands under public pressure. Chen Fan wants to add fuel to the fire. By then, Yum brands won't be able to refuse to pay the 500 million. Haha, Brother Fan, that's a great idea, I understand." Zhu Hongyi laughed, and then got to work. Before long, a video of Yum Group chairman Sun Zikong betting on the breach of contract was posted online, and Zhu Hongyi immediately used his connections to start reposting the video. Slowly, the circle of wealthy people in Jiangzhou began to learn about this matter. On the other side, Yum Group chairman Kong Baisheng angrily looked at his prodigal son Kong Junpeng. At the moment, Kong Junpeng's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked extremely comical. If his wife hadn't stopped him, Kong Baisheng would have broken the legs of this ungrateful descendant. "Your grandson is in this state, and you don't care? You must avenge Junpeng." Looking at his grandson, Kong Baisheng's wife said with a heavy heart. "Avenge him, of course I will. Daring to go against our Baisheng group, that Chen Fan definitely won't have a good end. But right now, revenge is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the 500 million that this prodigal son gambled away," Kong Bison said angrily. "It hurts him to let him give away 500 million for no reason. Not to mention that the other party is still their enemy, and it makes Kong Bison even less willing to let him give away 500 million to the enemy for nothing. If he wants to take this 500 million away from this iron-fisted rooster, it depends on whether Chen Fan has the means." Just as Kong Baishan was planning and preparing to stall, Kong Junpeng's father arrived. "Father, look at this." Kong Juanping's father handed Kong Baisheng his phone. Kong Baisheng looked at it and saw that the video was of his grandson breaking the contract. "Where did you see it?" Kong Baisheng asked hurriedly. His grandson had made a fool of himself, and it was embarrassing, but it was their Baisheng Group. "I saw it on my friend's circle." "What? From your circle of friends? You can see it from your circle of friends? I bet the other rich people in Jiangzhou have seen it too." Kong Baisheng was completely unable to sit still. Now, he, and the face of their Yum Group, had been completely humiliated by this prodigal son. In a fit of anger, Kong Baisheng gave Kong Junping a few more hard kicks. Kong Junping screamed in agony. Now his plan to stall and renege on the debt was no longer viable. The matter had to be dealt with immediately, or else he would truly become the laughingstock of the wealthy circles of Jiangzhou. He still had a face to save. "Father, what should we do?" Kong Junping's father asked. Kong Baisheng pondered for a moment, and suddenly gave a cold smile. "I have an idea." Chapter 57. Kong Baisheng's evil plan has made Qin Fan lose face and become a laughingstock. "Oh, what's the idea?" Kong Junping's father couldn't help but ask. Kong Baisheng gave a mysterious smile and didn't say anything, but instead took out his phone and made a call. Just wait for good news. He wants to take this opportunity to make Qin Fan lose face and become the laughingstock of countless people. The class this afternoon was relatively late, so Qin Fan came to his manor to take a break. Qin Fan has been staying here for the past few days. However, just as Qin Fan was driving up to the manor, he unexpectedly noticed a Rolls-Royce Ghost parked at the entrance to his manor, and a very elegant-looking man was looking around. Qin Fan pulled over and got out of the car. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen?" the elegant man asked after seeing Qin Fan. "And you are?" "I am Jiang Hanru. I was invited by Chairman Kong Baisheng to come and chat with you about the bet." The elegant man introduced himself. Jiang Hanru? Qin Fan had heard of him. Jiang Hanru was one of the bigwigs in their Jiangzhou, a humble man with extensive connections and a good reputation. He often acted as a peacemaker in important situations. He didn't expect Kong Baisheng to have invited Jiang Hanru this time. "It seems that my tactic of getting Zhu Hongyi and the others to post a video worked, and Kong Baisheng can't sit still anymore." The two of them walked together towards the manor. "President Chen, to be honest, offending Chairman Kong is not a wise choice." Jiang Hanru spoke up on the way. "Really? President Chen is young and impetuous, which I can understand, but Chairman Kong has been a force to be reckoned with in Jiangzhou for so many years, and he is not someone to mess with. President Chen, if you offend him, the consequences will be very serious." These words came from the heart of Jiang Hanru, spoken on his own behalf. "I have finished speaking for myself, and now I will speak on behalf of Chairman Kong about the specific situation. Chairman Kong has promised to give the 500 million to Mr. Chen, but he has one condition." Jiang Hanru introduced it. Chairman Kong requires Mr. Chen to record a video, explaining that Kong Juanping's reason for breaking the contract is entirely due to your provocation, and it is estimated that the video he posted, which angered him, was maliciously edited. Jiang Hanru relayed Kong Baisheng's conditions. If Chen agrees, the 500 million will be in the account today, Chairman Kong will save face, and Chen will get the money. Qin Fan sneered. Kong Baisheng's plan is really ambitious. The bet between himself and Kong Junping is here. If he wins, he doesn't have to agree to any of the other person's conditions and he will get the 500 million. Now, Kong Baisheng even wants to make a video himself, saying that the video was maliciously edited and Kong Junping was provoked by him. Kong Baisheng wants to put all the insults and public pressure on himself. By doing so, Kong Baisheng has preserved his face, but not his own. "Bah! Tell Kong Baisheng to go dream on, I won't agree to any of his conditions." Qin Fan replied without hesitation. The two men walked into the living room of the manor. "President Chen, Chairman Kong's conditions are indeed a bit harsh, but they can be negotiated, and Chairman Kong's conditions can be lowered a bit." Jiang Hanru spoke again. "It is definitely not a good idea to break with Chairman Kong and even go to war to the death." Jiang Hanru was telling the truth. In the past, people who went against Kong Baisheng did not fare well, and the best of them all went bankrupt. President Chen is still too young, and his strength is not yet sufficient. In a few years, it will not matter if President Chen competes with the Yum Group again. The last two sentences that Jiang Hanru said were indeed from the bottom of his heart. In his subconscious, Chen Fan is not even 20 years old, so how can his strength possibly compare to Kong Baisheng? Chen Fan fighting Kong Baishan will definitely lose. While Zhang Hanru was speaking, Chen Fan took off his jacket and leisurely sat on the sofa. Zhang Hanru wanted to say something else, but suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe on Chen Fan's hand and his eyes widened. "Mr. Chen, this watch?" Zhang Hanru asked, his voice trembling. He hadn't seen it before because Chen Fan had been wearing a jacket, but now that Chen Fan had taken off his jacket, Zhang Hanru, a famous watch enthusiast in Jiangzhou, recognized the extraordinary nature of Chen Fan's Patek Philippe at once. "What about my watch?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. "Mr. Chen, is this watch not the legendary Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime, of which only 7 were made worldwide?" Zhang Hanru asked excitedly. At this moment, his address for Chen Fan also changed to a more respectful "you." "Yes." Chen Fan nodded, and looked up a little at Zhang Hanru. Zhang Hanru was the first non-professional to recognize the extraordinary nature of his Patek Philippe. "My God." Zhang Hanru covered his mouth, shocked to the core. A watch of this caliber, not to mention in the mere Jiangzhou, but even in the entire Zhonghai province, or even in the entire country, is not necessarily available. To own a top-of-the-line watch of this global limited edition is Zhang Hanru's dream, but of course it can only be a dream. Now, this young man, who is not even 20 years old, has one. My God. At the moment, Zhang Hanru was overwhelmed with emotion. "Mr. Chen, you were right to reject Kong Bison. If I were you, I would have rejected him too. What is he that he can make demands on you?" At the moment, Zhang Hanru no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan, and he no longer dared to doubt Chen Fan's background and strength. To be able to own such a top-notch watch is also comparable to someone like Kong Bison. What is Kong Bison? Thank you, Mr. Chen, for broadening my horizons. In the future, if there is anything I can do for you in Jiangzhou, please let me know. Zhang Hanru instantly changed his position and without hesitation, he took Chen Fan's side. Since things had already turned out this way, Zhang Hanru said his goodbyes, and before leaving, Zhang Hanru respectfully added Chen Fan's contact information. As soon as he left the manor, Zhang Hanru directly called Kong Bison. In the villa, seeing it was Zhang Hanru's phone, Kong Bison excitedly picked it up. "Big brother Jiang, did you take care of it?" Kong Bison asked with great anticipation. Big brother Jiang stepping in should be fine. Although he has to pay 500 million, it will be very profitable to make Chen Fan lose face in Jiangzhou. Chapter 58, Rewarding the world's most expensive motorcycle to a regretting ex-girlfriend? If it's not done, I don't care about this matter anymore. In the future, if Mr. Kong has anything to do, don't contact me. What surprised Kong Baishan was the extremely indifferent voice of Zhang Hanru over the phone. Without Kong Baishang asking anything, Zhang Hanru already hung up the phone and directly blocked Kong Baishang. Kong Baishan was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? His wishful thinking has just failed? On the other side, seeing that Kong Baishang was still making wishful thinking, Chen Fan planned to add fuel to the fire and reposted the video himself. A few minutes later, even Zhang Hanru reposted the video of Kong Junpeng to show his attitude. As a famous peacemaker in Jiangzhou, Zhang Hanru is kind and has extensive connections. Seeing that Zhang Hanru understood the attitude, many wealthy and powerful people in Jiangzhou also reposted the video. For a time, the Yum Group's reputation became even more notorious. In the villa, although Zhang Hanru had failed, Kong Bison still had confidence and did not want to let Chen Fan off so easily. At this time, Kong Junpeng's father once again brought bad news. Knowing that if things continued to get bigger and bigger, their reputation would become more and more notorious, and if they let things continue to fester, their Yum Group would really become a pariah. Hey! Go give Chen Fan the money. Kong Bison let out a sigh, and suddenly seemed to have aged several years. In this confrontation, their Yum Group had lost, and lost very badly. However, this was only the first game against Chen Fan. Chen Fan, don't be complacent. Just because you won the first game doesn't mean you're the final victor. Okay. Sun Junpeng's father had no choice but to agree. 2 hours later, at Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan finished class and was about to leave the teaching building and return to the manor. Just then, knowing that Chen Fan had severed ties with the Chun family and that she no longer had any chance of marrying into a wealthy family, Song Manyu, who had broken up with him, immediately walked over from the other side. Chen Fan? Song Manyu was taken aback when she saw Chen Fan. The last time she saw Chen Fan, he was having dinner with Xia Mengmeng. At the time, Song Manyu guessed that Chen Fan had used some kind of sweet talk to get close to the rich woman Xia Mengmeng, so she had always wanted to expose Chen Fan's true nature as a good-for-nothing. As a result, during this period of time, Chen Fan had hardly been at school except for class, and Song Manyu had never been able to see Chen Fan at all. Unexpectedly, today, she ran into Chen Fan here. Oh, no, why isn't Xia Mengmeng here? Did Xia Mengmeng dump you? Song Manyu said in a strange voice. Last time, Xia Mengmeng put her in an embarrassing situation, and Song Manyu resented Chen Fan a lot. This time, when she saw him, she naturally had to mock him without mercy, venting all her inner resentment and so on. Chen Fan sneered, too lazy to waste time talking to Song Manyu. I already said it before, severing your ties with the Chen family was the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. So what? Without the Chen family, you now have nothing, you're a pauper, aren't you? Song Manyu said again. Without the Chen family, you, Chen Fan, are nothing. You won't have a happy ending on your own. If I were you, I would immediately go back to the Chen family and beg them on my knees to let me go back, even if they humiliate me again. A frog in a well. Facing the ignorant Song Manyu, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. In Song Manyu's eyes, the Chen family was already heaven. She didn't know that Chen Fan, at the moment, was slowly no longer taking the Chen family seriously. After all, the Chen family was just a small noble family in a second or third tier city. What Chen Fan had to do now was to trample the top noble family in Jinling under his feet. After saying this, Chen Fan walked out. Hearing Chen Fan say that he was a frog at the bottom of the well, Song Manyu was enraged and immediately chased after him, wanting to fight back. However, as soon as she went out, she suddenly saw a top-level luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars parked in front of Chen Fan. Immediately afterwards, Kong Juanping's father walked down. Chen Fan, here is a check for 500 million. After getting out of the car, Kong Juanping's father directly handed Chen Fan a check. Upon hearing this, Song Manyu was instantly dumbfounded. What? What? 500 million. This mysterious man in front of her had just given Chen Fan 500 million. Does Chen Fan have 500 million now? This is definitely a huge sum of money for her. At this moment, Song Manyu felt a little regret at having broken up with Chen Fan. If she hadn't broken up with him, would she have half of the 500 million? Chen Fan took the check and saw that there was indeed no problem. The document of title. Kong Juanping's father said. With the money in hand, the document of title is of little use. Chen Fan gave it to him. Sun Juanping's father tore the document of title directly, and then looked at Chen Fan coldly. Chen Fan, you won the first game against us, but don't be complacent, this is just the beginning. Later, you will know the consequences of offending our Yum Group. The consequences are the bankruptcy of Yum Group. Chen Fan calmly retorted. You still want our Yum Group to go bankrupt? Do you have the qualifications? Chen Fan, just wait. Sun Juanping's father finally let loose a fierce remark, turned around, got into his car, and left. Chen Fan casually put the check in his pocket and also left in style. In the same place, recalling the exchange between Chen Fan and the people from Yum Group, Song Manyu had mixed emotions and didn't know what to think. On Chen Fan's way home, he suddenly received a message from Wei Jingxiong, who invited Chen Fan to visit him as he had something to discuss. Chen Fan was about to reply to Wei Jingxiong when the system's voice suddenly came through. Ding! Task issued, accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation and visit him. Task reward, one of the world's most expensive motorcycles worth more than 9 digits. Task reward, 58 experience points. Chapter 59 Nothing special, I just acquired ownership of the Zhouxiao Security Group. The most expensive motorcycle in the world? And 9 digits, that's over 100 million. Chen Fan was taken aback when he noticed the reward for this system mission. Are motorcycles really that expensive? Chen Fan was a little surprised, and at the same time, he was curious about what a motorcycle worth over 100 million looked like. This mission definitely needs to be completed. See you later. Chen Fan sent a message to Wei Jingxiong. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Wei Jingxiong's manor. Wei Jingxiong's face was not very good, a little haggard, after not seeing him for a few days. At the moment, in the living room of the manor, in addition to Wei Jingxiong and his military advisor, there was also an unfamiliar man. Chen Xiao is here, welcome, let me introduce, this is another big guy from our Jiangzhou, Yuanshe, he is my good friend. Wei Jingxiong introduced himself. Yuan Shi nodded at Chen Fan, slightly arrogant, and put on the airs of a big boss from Jiangzhou. Big Boss Wei said he had something to discuss. What is it? Chen Fan sat down and asked directly. I won't hide it from you, Chen. It's like this, my arch-enemy has recently recruited a group of very skilled elite thugs from somewhere, and Yuan Shi and I are having trouble dealing with them. Wei Jingxiang got straight to the point. I saw Chen Xiao's extraordinary skills last time. I want to ask if Chen Xiao has any outstanding hitmen under his command, or if he knows someone like that. I'm in urgent need of manpower here. Wei Jingxiang asked. Next to him, Yuan Shi felt a little helpless as he listened to Wei Jingxiang asking Chen Fan for help. This Chen Xiao is probably just an ordinary rich kid. Is it going to be useful to ask for help from a guy like this? Yuan Shi expressed his doubts. I don't really have any hitmen under my command. Chen Fan shook his head. Upon receiving a negative response, Wei Jingxiang let out a regretful sigh. It's fine, thank you, Chen, for coming over despite your busy schedule. Wei Jingxiang said sincerely. If you're short on manpower, why not hire from other security companies? Chen Fan asked. Chen, you don't understand. I know the level of the members of most security companies, and they're just not a match for those elite bodyguards. If you want to hire bodyguards who can match, or even be stronger than, those elite fighters, you need to go to one of those large security groups, but we don't have the connections to get hired. Wei Jingxiang answered helplessly. The bodyguards of those large security groups are loved by many wealthy people, and now that they suddenly want to hire them, it is unlikely that there will be any readily available. It is estimated that they will have to wait in line for a long time, but they can't wait. That's true. How are the bodyguards of the Zhouxiao Security Group? Chen Fan asked. Zhouxiao Security Group? The Zhouxiao Security Group is the #1 security company in Zhonghai Province. Not to mention their top-notch special units, even the most ordinary bodyguards in the Zhouxiao Security Group are very skilled. Wei Jingxiang said with great admiration. Yuan Shi, who had been acting like a big shot, couldn't help but admire the Zhouxiao Security Group when he heard about it. Okay, then you should go to the Zhouxiao Security Group and hire a bodyguard. Chen Fan said. Chen Xiao, it's not that we don't want to go, we really want to. Even if we can hire an ordinary bodyguard from the Zhouxiao Security Group, they can easily crush those elite thugs in the hands of our sworn enemies. Wei Jingxiang said regretfully. But the problem is that we don't have the connections or contacts of the Zhouxiao Security Group. Even if we had the money, we couldn't hire a company like Zhouxiao Security Group, which is ranked #1. No connections? Chen Fan gave a slight smile. Then he picked up a pen and paper from the table next to him and wrote down a phone number. Call this number and contact someone from the Zhouxiao Security Group and ask them to arrange for you to hire a group of ordinary bodyguards. Chen Fan gave Wei Jingxiang the piece of paper with the phone number written on it. This phone number that Chen Fan gave Wei Jingxiang was for a high-level employee at Zhouxiao Security Group who was in charge of clients. It was just a normal hire of a Zhouxiao Security Group bodyguard, and you didn't even need to contact their president. Ha! After receiving the paper, Wei Jingxiang looked surprised. Chen Xiao, do you have connections at Zhouxiao Security Group? Wei Jingxiang asked in surprise. Next to him, Yuan Shi didn't quite believe it. What was the Zhouxiao Security Group? It was the #1 security group in Zhonghai Province, and this young master in front of him might have a connection? There's no special relationship, I just acquired partial ownership of the Zhouxiao Security Group. Chen Fan spoke slowly. In an instant, Chen Fan's words exploded in Wei Jingxiang and Yuan Shi's ears like thunder. What? Chen has acquired partial ownership of the Zhouxiao Security Group, which means that Chen is now one of the owners of the Zhouxiao Security Group? This is nothing special, Chen is one of the owners of the Zhouxiao Security Group. Is there a more awesome connection than that? Chen Xiaowei is mighty, thank you Chen Xiaowei, thank you Chen Xiaowei. Yuan Shimi suddenly sat up, looking flattering, thanking Chen Fan endlessly. At the moment, he no longer had the arrogant air of the Jiangzhou big boss he had just had, and was extremely humble in front of Chen Fan. Thank you Chen Xiaowei. Wei Jingxiang also got up, extremely grateful to Chen Fan. It's nothing. Chen Fan nodded. This is considered repaying the favor Wei Jingxiang told him last time about the Chen family and the project of Wanheng Software Group. By the way, I haven't contacted him for a few days. I wonder how things are going at Wanheng Software Group now? After I go back, I need to contact Ruoshui's cousin Xia Wenyu to check the situation. I guess it should be about time. In the past few days, Chen Fan's value has skyrocketed, and Yongtai Real Estate Group has also been completely settled. Chen Fan is very well prepared, and the success rate of dealing with the Chen family has also increased a lot. If the hacker crisis at Wanhong Software Group is over, Vice President Han of Wanhong Software Group is expected to come to Jiangzhou and collude with the Chen family. It's time for him to strike back against the Chen family. Leaving Wei Jingxiong, the system's voice came from the road. Ding! Promised Wei Jingxiong's request to visit him, and the task is complete. Congratulations on obtaining the world's most expensive motorcycle, a Neiman Marcus motorcycle worth 350 million now in your villa garage, please check. Congratulations on obtaining 58 experience points. Chen Fan was stunned as he watched the mission complete and the system reward him with the world's most expensive motorcycle. Holy shit, a motorcycle worth 350 million, which is more expensive than his Aston Martin 177. This is outrageous. Chapter 60, the time has come to officially snub the Chen family, and Chen Fan's plan is being implemented. Chen Fan is curious to see what a locomotive worth more than 300 million yuan looks like. Thinking about this, Chen Fan speeds up and heads straight for his villa in Yujing Mountain Villa. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Fan arrives at his destination and finally sees the Neiman Marcus locomotive. The Neiman Marcus locomotive, produced by the Neiman Company, is limited to 45 units worldwide. It is the only supercar that can legally be driven on the road, with a top speed of up to 300 km/h. In fact, when the Neiman Marcus locomotive was first launched, it was not that expensive, just tens of millions. However, as time passed, the value of the Neiman Marcus locomotive continued to rise. Not long ago, a Neiman Marcus locomotive was sold at an auction house for 350 million. Chen Fan's Neiman Marcus locomotive is black and very handsome. It's just right, I'm tired of supercars, it's nice to ride a locomotive. Chen Fan said. After appreciating his Neiman Marcus locomotive for a while, Chen Fan returned to the villa and got down to business. Chen Fan called Xia Wenyu and asked about the Wanhong Software Group. I was just about to contact you. I think things should be resolved tonight. After working overtime for so many days, the boss will give all the senior staff the day off tomorrow. Xia Wenyu said. I think Han Zhaowei will go to Jiangzhou to plot with the Chen family tomorrow afternoon or evening. Be careful. Okay. Chen Fan was excited. Tomorrow is the day he will snipe the Chen family and personally take away from them the project of Wanhong Software Group that the Chen family patriarch is so determined to get. Tomorrow is going to be exciting. I just wonder how furious the Chen family patriarch will be after he loses the project to me. Ha ha. Just do as we planned. Chen Fan instructed. Okay. Xia Wenyu nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan leaned back on the sofa with a sigh of relief. All his plans were in place, and the Tingyu building was ready to go. All he had to do was wait for the Chen family and Vice President Han to take the bait tomorrow. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Fan went to class as usual. Chen Fan got on his Neiman Marcus motorcycle and headed straight for Jiangzhou University. When Chen Fan arrived at the Jiangzhou University parking lot on his motorcycle, there were no parking spaces left. Chen Fan looked for a while before finally finding a place. Scoot over, kid, and park your broken motorcycle further away. If you scratch my Ferrari, can you afford to pay for the damage? At that moment, a skinny man got out of a brand new Ferrari 488 worth millions of dollars next to him and yelled. It even scratched your Ferrari. You should be grateful that you didn't scratch my motorcycle. Chen Fan retorted. This Ferrari 488 can't even buy a wheel for my Neiman Marcus motorcycle. You're quite a guy, kid. The skinny man sneered. Because this is the farthest edge of the parking lot, near the side road, the quarrel here suddenly attracted the onlookers of many passing students. At this time, Song Manyu and her best friend also passed by. Chen Fan? When she noticed Chen Fan, Song Manyu was stunned. After seeing Chen Fan get 500 million yuan with her own eyes yesterday, Song Manyu regretted breaking up with Chen Fan a little bit. For a whole night, Song Manyu was hesitating whether to beg Chen Fan for forgiveness and get back together with him. After all, Chen Fan has 500 million, which is not as much as the wealthy families, but it is a lot. If she were to be with Chen Fan, or even marry him, wouldn't she get half of it? Unexpectedly, she ran into Chen Fan here this morning. What surprised her was that even though he had clearly gotten 500 million, Chen Fan didn't buy a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce or Lamborghini, but instead bought a broken motorcycle? What was Chen Fan thinking? Kid, pay attention. If you scratch my Ferrari 488 even a little, you won't be able to afford to replace it even if you sell your broken motorcycle. The skinny man sneered. You're saying the opposite. Chen Fan spoke up. I'm saying the opposite. My Ferrari 488 has a floor price of more than 5 million, close to 6 million, and how much is your broken motorcycle worth? The skinny man boasted with immense pride. This motorcycle is worth 3.5 billion yuan. Before the skinny man's words had finished, the boy who was watching from the side suddenly shouted excitedly. This remark stunned everyone at the scene. Are their ears okay? This boy said that the motorcycle in front of them is worth 350 million yuan. Are you kidding me? 3.5 billion yuan, are you kidding? The skinny man simply didn't believe that this broken motorcycle was worth hundreds of millions of yuan. This is the world's most expensive Neiman Marcus motorcycle. I just saw it online last night, and I never thought I'd see the real thing at school today. The boy replied excitedly. Hearing this, everyone on the scene was stunned. Many people, including the thin man, didn't believe it, so they looked it up online and sure enough, the Neiman Marcus motorcycle really was worth 350 million. Having received a definite answer, everyone was dumbfounded. Now do you think you can afford to pay for the damage to my car? Chen Fan asked in return. I can't afford it, I can't afford it. The skinny man shook his head quickly. Big guy, I was wrong. What kind of person am I to park next to you? I'll move my car right now. The skinny man looked at Chen Fan, extremely fearful. If he really accidentally scratched someone's multi-billion-dollar motorcycle and sold his Ferrari 488, it would probably not be enough. Soon, the skinny man drove away, shaking. Chen Fan also left in style. While everyone was in awe, Song Manyu was furious. Yesterday Chen Fan just got 500 million, and today he spent 350 million on a broken motorcycle? With Chen Fan's 5 billion, buying this motorcycle, he only has 1.5 billion left. Chen Fan, this loser, is sick, isn't he? Song Manyu cursed in her heart. She had just wanted to get back together with Chen Fan and split the 5 billion, but now, well, Chen Fan only had 1.5 billion left. Spending 300 million on a broken motorcycle, does Chen Fan have a hole in his head? Does he think he's some billionaire? Spending most of his worth on a motorcycle worth 350 million, can he afford to maintain it? With so much money, isn't it better to buy a luxury house and a luxury car? And it's not even certain that the remaining 1.5 billion has not been wasted by Chen Fan. Now Chen Fan has no luxury house or luxury car, just a motorcycle. In that case, there's no point in going back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan really is a spendthrift and a waste of space. No one will be with someone like you, Chen Fan. Song Manyu said angrily. You spent so much money on a broken motorcycle that you won't be able to afford it in the future, so just wait until you're sleeping on the street. As she watched Chen Fan's back, Song Manyu cursed. She was waiting for the moment when Chen Fan would be down and out. In the morning, an important phone call came for Chen Nanjing, who was very important for the Chen family. Chen Nanjing had something important to tell Chen Fan about the Chen family.